Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. Okay. The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, pleased to table a bill entitled An Act to Recognize Beechwood Cemetery as the National Cemetery of Canada, also known as the National Cemetery of Canada Act. Today, Mr. Speaker, a historic piece of legislation for our country.
Sorry, this is introduction of bills, is it? All right. Minister is tabling a document. Mr. Prentice, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Recognize Beechwood Cemetery as the National Cemetery of Canada. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Prentice.
Mr. Prentice, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
Bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3A.5, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding matters related to webcasting of the House and its committees. And if the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in this report later today.
The Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present this morning here in both official languages the 4th report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, entitled Report on the Baha'i Community in Iran.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Of private members' bills. Ms. Black, seconded by Ms. Wazalicia Lease, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Prohibiting the Commission, Abetting or Exploitation of Torture by Canadian Officials and Ensuring Freedom from Torture for all Canadians at home and abroad, and making consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm pleased to reintroduce this important piece of legislation, which, unfortunately, although it came very close, did not make it for a vote in the last Parliament before the election was called. I appreciate the help and the support of the BC Civil Liberties Association. They gave me a great deal of help, Mr. Speaker, in drafting this bill, which is a comprehensive attempt to address the issue of torture. It makes it a criminal offence to issue no one to be obtained using torture. It stops any officials from Canada from transferring prisoners into the hands of those who are suspected or known to use torture. It creates a government watch list of countries that are known to engage in torture. It prevents the use of national security provisions as a measure to withhold information about torture, which happened for months during the Afghan detainee scandal last year, Mr. Speaker. I urge all members of the House to join together to reject torture in all its forms and to support this very important bill. Thank you.
Ms. Black, seconded by Ms. Wazalicia Lease, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée.
The motion is deemed adopted.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Seconded by Ms. Charlton, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Labour Code, Illness or Injury. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill will extend the allowable period of absence for illness and ensure that a worker cannot be dismissed, suspended, laid off, demoted, or disciplined by an employer if they miss work due to serious illness for a period of up to 52 weeks. I believe this bill is fair and will protect seriously ill workers while ensuring that businesses remain viable. This bill, if passed, will make a tremendous difference in the lives of many families right across Canada, and I hope it receives the backing of all the members.
Mr. Rafferty, seconded by Ms. Charlton, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est prise.
The motion is deemed adopted.
Reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet
Will so the bill be read a second time?
dépôt de projet de loi
Introduction of private members' bills.
of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to this House earlier this day be concurred in. This report concerns a change to the Speaker's permission regarding the reproduction of the proceedings of the House of Commons and its committees.
Does the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Agreed. D'accord. La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
Motions. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. I move that notwithstanding the standing orders or usual practices of the House, at the conclusion of today's debate on the opposition motion in the name of the member for Hamilton Mountain, all questions necessary to dispose of this motion be deemed put, a recorded division deemed requested, and deferred to the end of government orders on Tuesday, March 10th, 2009.
Does the Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it? Carried.
Motion. Present.
Motions.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to present I believe it's the 100th petition presented in this House in the last two parliaments on the subject matter of income trust broken promise. It comes to me from Mr. Robert Cherry from my riding of Mississauga South. Of course, Mr. Speaker, this is pursuant to Standing Order 36 and as certified by the clerk. And Mr. Cherry and the other petitioners, Mr. Speaker, remember the Prime Minister, their Prime Minister's commitment to accountability when the Prime Minister said, quote, "The greatest fraud is a promise not kept." The petitioners, therefore, Mr. Speaker, want to remind the Prime Minister that he promised never to tax income trusts, that he recklessly broke that promise, and that he imposed a 31.5% punitive tax, which permanently wiped out $25 billion, that's billion with a B, $1 billion of hard-earned retirement savings of over 2 million Canadians, particularly seniors. The petitioners therefore call upon the Conservative minority government first to admit that the decision to tax income trusts was based on flawed methodology and incorrect assumptions, as was demonstrated in the Standing Committee on Finance of the House of Commons. Secondly, to apologize to those who were unfairly harmed by this broken promise. And finally, to repeal the 31.5% tax on income trust. Mr. Speaker, I would also indicate that the members will recall that the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister indicated this was not a problem because the markets have recovered. I wonder what they would say today.
Petitions. The Honourable Member from Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to present two more petitions, both of which were circulated by members and supporters of the building trades. The petitioners come from all over Ontario, but many of them are from my riding of Hamilton Mountain. Building trades across the country have lobbied successive governments for over 30 years to achieve some basic fairness for their members. They want tradespersons and indentured apprentices to be able to deduct travel and accommodation expenses from their taxable incomes so that they can secure and maintain employment at construction sites that are more than 80 kilometres from their homes. It makes no sense, and especially not during this economic crisis, for tradespersons to be out of work in one area of the country while another region suffers from temporary skilled trade shortages, simply because the cost of travelling is too high. To that end, they have gathered hundreds of signatures in support of my bill, which would allow for precisely the kind of deductions that their members have been asking for. I am pleased to table these petitions on their behalf and share their disappointment that this item was not addressed in the last federal budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de petitions.
Presenting petitions.
Le député.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows Mission.
And I'm pleased to rise pursuant to Standing Order 36 to present a petition from my constituents, largely from the District of Mission in British Columbia, who draw attention to the House of Commons that the CRTC has approved another Canadian pay television pornographic channel called Northern Peaks, which they believe will lead to the creation of a pornography industry in Canada. They point out that pornography is not a victimless activity, that's addictive, leads to changes in behavior, and causes harmful acts that hurt and undermine women, children, and society as a whole. Therefore, they call upon Parliament to review the approval of this type of channel and the approval policies of the CRTC. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de
Presenting petitions.
questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Demande de débat d'urgence.
Applications for emergency debates.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion standing in the name of Ms. Charlton regarding employment insurance.
Ms. Charleston, seconded by Ms. Godin, moves that in the opinion of this House, the government must address the alarming growth in the number of unemployed Canadians and the increasing number of employment insurance claimants, confirm its commitment to a social safety net to help regular Canadians through tough times, and bring forward reforms to employment insurance rules to expand eligibility and improve benefits, including A, eliminate the 2-week waiting period, B, reduce the qualifying period to a minimum of 360 hours of work, regardless of the regional rate of unemployment, C, allow self-employed workers to participate in the plan, D, raise the rate of benefits to 60% and base benefits to the best 12 weeks in the qualifying period, and E, encourage training and retraining. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time this morning with the member for Acadie-Bathurst. Let me at the outset thank the Canadian Labour Congress and its affiliated unions for being tireless champions of working people in this country and for making EI reform a cornerstone of their campaign to ensure that the involuntarily unemployed will not be forgotten in the new investments that are to drive our economic recovery. The motion that is before us today is a testament to their dedication and determination, and I am proud to have been able to table it in this House on behalf of all of the hard-working Canadians who now, more than ever, need this government support. Mr. Speaker, I don't think there's anyone in this House anymore who would not acknowledge that our economy is in one of the worst recessions since the 1930s. But since we're also not yet prepared to use the D word, depression, to describe the current state of the Canadian economy, perhaps we could all just agree that we're in the Great Recession. And as leaders throughout the G20 have acknowledged, at times like these, history teaches us that governments have a critical role to play in protecting the jobs of today, creating the jobs of tomorrow, and helping the innocent victims of this economic crisis. Unfortunately, the Conservative government in this country has only turned its mind to part of that challenge. New Democrats have detailed the shortcomings of their budget in great detail, and I don't have the luxury of time to repeat all of those arguments here. Suffice it to say that neither the government nor its Liberal allies who supported the budget believe that the economy is designed to create better lives for all. Rather, they believe that the economy is designed to create higher profits for the few. And if that is the premise that underlies their plan to bring Canada back to economic health, then it should come as no surprise that the plan would be all but silent on helping the innocent victims of corporate restructurings, plant closures, and layoffs. It speaks to an ideological predisposition to view it as a moral hazard to provide too much assistance to unemployed workers. That's why the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development is on the record stating, quote, "We do not want to make it lucrative for them to stay home and get paid for it." This from the Minister in charge of EI. It is absolutely shameful. And Darcy Rezak, Managing Director of the Vancouver Board of Trade, expresses the same sentiment about EI's purported erosion of Canadians' work ethic even more bluntly. And again, I quote, "Improved insurance always carries with it a moral hazard. We could see more unemployment because the richer benefits would make some people choose to stay on EI instead of moving to where work is available or taking lower-paying jobs." Now, that may be the logic of the right, but it is completely out of touch with reality. I would invite members of the government and indeed of the Liberal Party, all of whom supported the federal budget, to come to my hometown of Hamilton. This week, 1,500 additional workers lost their jobs at U.S. Steel. It made the national news. But sadly, that is just the tip of the iceberg. There were earlier layoffs at U.S. Steel, and there were layoffs at National Steel Card, Tinnerman, Stellwire, Multiserve, Samuel Kent, Tamarack Lumber, Triple M Metals, Global GIX Canada, Daycor, Samuel Plate Sales, North American Tillage and Tool, Georgia Pacific, and HD Industries. And these are just the layoffs since April of last year, and only in plants organized by the United Steelworkers. They don't include the jobs lost in nursing, the auto sector, small manufacturing, the service industry, healthcare, construction, or any of the hundreds of non-unionized workplaces that make up our complex local economy. Across the nation, we lost 129,000 jobs in January of this year alone. But these newly unemployed workers in Hamilton and right across the country are not mere statistics. They are the innocent victims of decisions made elsewhere. They are family members. They are consumers that support our small businesses. They are property taxpayers that support our municipalities. And they are income taxpayers that support our schools and healthcare system. They deserve the attention and support of this government. And it's not just New Democrats who are saying that. Economists of all stripes agree that we must pay attention to the victims of this recession. They all agree that a crucial component of charting the road to economic recovery is to provide support to those who have lost jobs through no fault of their own. In fact, they eloquently make the case that employment insurance is a key macroeconomy automatic stabilizer. EI benefits are spent in local communities and provide the economic stimulus that stabilizes hard-hit communities. EI benefits stabilize individual and family incomes, something which, of course, is also critically important for women's equality. And EI benefits provide the much-needed temporary income support for active job search or training. It is for all of these reasons that the motion before us today is so critically important. While we criticize the government for not having included meaningful employment insurance reform in its budget, we in the NDP firmly believe that in order to be an effective force in this House, we can't just oppose, but we must propose as well. And the proposition before the House today invites all members of Parliament to recognize that the budget further victimized the already innocent victims of this recession by ignoring their need for support, and invites us to correct that wrong now by adopting comprehensive EI reform. The motion itself is very straightforward. It simply seeks to take some concrete steps in expanding EI eligibility and improving benefits so that we can stop the fraying of Canada's social safety net. First, the motion calls for the elimination of the 2-week waiting period. The Prime Minister disgraced himself by suggesting that workers should consider this the deductible on their insurance. The Minister of Human Resources and Social Development then added insult to injury by suggesting that the government needed those 2 weeks to ensure that laid-off workers weren't trying to cheat the system. We are talking about a benefit that is paid to the involuntarily unemployed. Their rent and mortgage payments can't wait 2 weeks. The empty stomachs of their children can't wait 2 weeks. And their benefits shouldn't have to wait either. The second thing the motion calls for is a reduction in standardization of the hours of qualification to 360 hours of work. Compared to previous recessions, EI today will leave many in the cold. As of October last year, less than half of the unemployed, 43% to be exact, qualified for EI benefits. Only 32% in Ontario and 35% in BC. Only 40% of men collect, and an even lower 32% of women get any support from EI. While it is true that some unemployed will always be ineligible for EI, perhaps because there are now new entrants to the workforce, the main reason for these numbers is the grid. EI operates under an inordinately complex system of rules that bases eligibility and the duration of benefits on the local unemployment rate. Currently, the range is anywhere from 420 to 910 hours. That system is neither equitable nor accessible, and it's high time that Canadians from coast to coast to coast were treated equally. Thirdly, the motion calls for self-employed workers to be allowed to participate in the plan. That part of the motion is plainly self-explanatory, so I won't spend a lot of time on it here. Suffice it to say that it will make a profoundly positive difference for thousands of Canadians, and especially women, who operate the small businesses that we count on to drive our economy in good times, but that are now being caught up in the tsunami of job losses that's cascading across our country. The fourth part of the motion calls for an increase in the weekly benefits that unemployed workers would receive. Specifically, it calls for the benefits to be based on the best 12 weeks of earnings before a layoff, with a replacement rate of 60% of insured earnings. By adopting the 12-week criterion, we can eliminate the benefit reductions that often result from shorter hours before layoffs. And by raising the benefit levels to 60%, we may begin to catch up in real dollars to the benefit levels that were being paid before the then Liberal government tinkered with EI in the 1990s. The current maximum rate of $447 per week has been heavily eroded by inflation. The equivalent in 1996 would have been $604. If we want EI to be a stabilizer in this recession, it's time to adjust the rates. Finally, our motion speaks to the need for training and retraining. Contrary to the minister's assertion, EI is not so lucrative as to make workers want to stay at home. Quite the opposite. They don't want to stay at home, they want to work so they can save their home. But our economy is in transition, and we must provide and support the training opportunities that will allow workers to participate fully in the jobs of the new economy when this recession is over. I know that this set of proposals isn't free of costs, but it is an effective form of economic stimulus, and it is the most effective way to help the victims of this economic crisis. Failure to act now will simply download the cost to municipalities and ultimately to property taxpayers, a trend that we're already seeing in Hamilton as workers ineligible for EI turn to social assistance to support their families. For years, both Liberal and Conservatives have misused the then surpluses of the EI fund, dedicating them to debt and deficit reduction. Last year's budget legalized that theft, but that doesn't make it moral. The money was contributed by workers and employers to provide support during economic rainy days. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's raining. In fact, the monsoon season has arrived. We have a moral obligation to restore the integrity of the Employment Insurance Act, and I'm counting on all members to join with us in the NDP today and to support this motion on behalf of Canadian workers. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to the member indicate that the NDP can't just oppose, but if, as we all know, the budget implementation bill contained a number of provisions relating to EI, like an extra 5 weeks of EI benefits, helping some 400,000 Canadians. Did she vote against that budget and budget implementation bill? How can she say she's concerned when that's part of it? The extension of the work sharing program from 38 to 52 weeks, $200 million, long-tenured workers, $500 million over 2 years. We'll give up to 10,000 long-tenured workers additional time. Training for those who don't even qualify for EI. How can this member suggest that she cares when she opposes a variety of programs that surely must be helpful in a time like this, in a global economy?
The Honourable Member from Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I can't believe I'm being lectured by a member on the opposite side about employment insurance. Yes, we welcome the additional 5 weeks of support, but my goodness, 5 weeks of additional support isn't going to be enough help, and moreover, the government limited those extra 5 weeks to a 2-year window. Employment insurance has been entirely paid for by workers and employers in this country. It is not the government's money to play with. Well, I guess it is now, because in the last year's budget rather, the government legalized the theft of the EI surplus, $54 billion worth. We need to increase the number of people who are eligible for EI. We had that opportunity in the budget. The government didn't take advantage of that, and it's time to do the right thing now.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for bringing forward this motion today. Much of what she said I agree with. One thing that's not in the motion that is causing a lot of concern to Canadians is how long they have to wait right now to get their EI checks. Before Christmas, I sent a letter to the Minister of Human Resources indicating that I was hearing not only from people in my riding but across the country that the standard waiting time had gone from 28 days to something more like 40 days, and it may have gone beyond that. Since that time, I've had emails from across the country from people who are giving us stories of how long they've had to wait for their employment check to get there. So not only should we perhaps look at doing something on the 2-week waiting period, but perhaps we should be doing something to ensure timely access. She's correct. EI is a great form of stimulus, in a sad way, because the people who get it have to spend it. But they need to get it right away, and I wonder if she has a comment on that.
The honourable member from Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I certainly agree with the sentiment that the processing time for people to be able to access their EI benefits is unbelievably long. People who have just lost their jobs need access to that money now. Nothing in my constituency office is creating more of a panic, frankly, among constituents than their desire to get access to benefits in a timely way. But I do have to say to the member, first of all, that doesn't require legislative change. That requires proper resourcing by the ministry to be able to ensure that EI claimants get access to the money they deserve. And moreover, this is also not a new problem. In the recessions in the 80s, when that member's party was in the government, the same delays were happening. Workers were equally having to wait for benefits. It's a systemic problem. I would agree with him that it's something we desperately need to address on behalf of working families in our communities, but it's not something that requires legislative change, and for that reason, it's not part of this motion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I want to congratulate our NDP colleague for this motion today. Of course, in a motion like this, not everything can be included. I understand that. I understand the comment made by the Liberal member as well. But trying to put too much into a motion can really water it down too much. We need to focus on the essence of it here. So my question to my colleague is as follows. In the research conducted by her party, in her observations, will she agree with me that eliminating the 2-week waiting period, for example, would not result in very high costs because the number of weeks of benefits is not being increased? It's simply being moved ahead so that people will receive their benefits more quickly. Does she agree with me on that?
Honourable member from Hamilton Mountain, a brief answer, please.
Thank you, Speaker. And I do agree with the member. Bottom line is we need to get money into the hands of those who are involuntarily unemployed. And we have to remember that employment insurance is the best poverty prevention program in the country during economic hard times. We're in those economic hard times now, and we all have a moral obligation to make sure that we help those who are unwitting victims of this economic recession. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before I resume debate, I'd like to remind members how the question and answer period works in this place. When we have a 10-minute speech, it's followed by 5 minutes of questions and answers. A questioner will have about a minute, and the respondent will have about a minute. That way we will move through it. I am reluctant to cut people off, but if you continue to talk and ignore the chair, I will be forced to cut you off. There seems to be a lot of interest in this topic today. I think there's going to be lots of questions, so I encourage you to work with the chair.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first of all, I'd like to thank the member for Hamilton Mountain for moving this motion on employment insurance. Secondly, I'd like to thank my political party, the NDP, and our leader for making today's priority employment insurance, because all eyes are now focusing on an economic crisis. But how are we going to succeed in putting money or giving money to employers so that they can subsequently pay employees? We want employees to keep their jobs, but at the same time, there are problems. Some aren't that fortunate. Now, Mr. Speaker, I won't repeat the entire motion, but my colleague for Hamilton Mountain covered it, and I fully agree with what she said, so I don't want to repeat myself. But when we look about the elimination of the 2-week waiting period, my colleague in the Bloc Québécois said that what we could do is simply move those weeks ahead 2 weeks. But the government keeps saying that it's making significant changes to employment insurance in the budget because it added 5 weeks to the end of the employment insurance period. Now, the Conservatives are boasting about that, and they're saying, you and the NDP, who are you to challenge us or say that we haven't done a good job because you're voting against our budget and the budget implementation bill. Well, we voted against it because your budget wasn't any good. It didn't go far enough. It didn't go far enough. Because the minister herself said that the 2-week waiting period, that 2-week waiting period isn't 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks of penalties, of punishment, and 2 weeks that are not paid. The waiting period is that 28-day period, those 40 days, those 50 days, sometimes up to 60 days to receive benefits. And you've done nothing to help workers in that regard. Absolutely nothing. On the contrary. Now, there are some rumors this week in my riding that they're going to be moving 15 workers from Bathurst to Moncton. And these are people who are processing employment insurance and who are working to ensure that people can get their money. Those people are going to be taken from Bathurst and sent them to do a job they're not familiar with. And in Moncton, they're going to be training new people who don't know anything about this. And the minister said earlier, or said this week, that she wanted to improve employment insurance. Well, the 2-week waiting period, that 2-week period, isn't designed to keep people at home. No, they need that money to be able to feed their families. Once they've lost their jobs, when they don't receive a check from their employer, they need to be in a position to pay their electrical bills, especially in the winter, when the electricity bills are up to $500 a month for some homes. 55% of your employment insurance, if you work and earn $1,500 a week, well, I don't know if people think about that. People who have never had to use employment insurance, but it only pays 55% of $750. So people who are earning $1,500 a week end up with $430, $450. And the minister has the gall, the nerve to insult the workers by saying, well, if I give you your 2 weeks, that 2-week waiting period, all it'll do is encourage you to stay home. And now the member opposite has just asked why we voted against the budget. Well, we voted against the budget because it's not good. That 5 additional weeks, those 5 additional weeks at the end, don't help. We want people to find jobs. We want to get them back to the workforce. They want to get a job. Now, when we look at the 360-hour period, the qualifying period, only 32% of women in Canada qualify for employment insurance, and 38% of men qualify for employment insurance. Now, we're talking about an economic crisis. Everybody's worried about people who are losing their jobs. And when they lose their jobs, they can't even qualify for a system to which they've contributed. Now, the Liberals can chuckle at their end of the chamber, but they are the ones who voted against it, and they made these changes to employment insurance. It was under them that the $57 billion was removed from the Employment Insurance Fund. And they can laugh on the other side, too, because they're the ones that legalized that theft, Mr. Speaker, on the backs and at the expense of the workers who've lost their jobs, at the expense of families, on the backs of the families, the people who are the most vulnerable and who today are trying to balance their budgets. So this government did that on the backs of the poor who've lost their jobs, factory workers, forestry workers, people in manufacturing. And they've given money to the auto sector in Ontario. Now, I'd like to thank the Labour Congress for all the work it's doing. They put forth a request for a meeting with the minister. She refused. To date, she's refused. She doesn't even respond to the request from the representative of the largest union in Canada. She's refused to meet with the president. Has the president of GM called for a meeting with the Minister of Human Resources? Would she not call him back? What about Big Oil in Alberta? If they called for a meeting with the Minister of Human Resources Development, would she not call them back either? She hasn't responded to the call from the representative of all of these workers, but she just doesn't have time. Well, because they're just a bunch of lazy people who don't want to work. we shouldn't give them money because they're a bunch of lazy people. And that is shameful and insulting. And it's completely unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Unacceptable. And that's why today, in the House, Monday, when the vote passes, how many people are going to be supporting this NDP motion? How many people will be rising in this chamber? Representatives of the Canadian men and women, of workers in this country, Quebec men and women. People are going to rise and say we're going to help you and vote in favor of this motion. Now, in 2005, June of 2005, when we asked to put the question about the 12 best weeks, when the Liberals at that time made their comments, they said, well, you didn't do anything to help people who are have to wait a long period of time before they receive their benefits. Well, they voted against that idea of the 12 best weeks, Mr. Speaker. So they voted against it at that point. And, Mr. Speaker, I have a very good memory. I can remember specifically how they worked, and they didn't support the workers of this country. Now, what about self-employed workers, Mr. Speaker? Look at a woman, for example, who's self-employed and who said, well, I can't even afford to be sick. I can't even afford to have a child because if I leave my job, I'm forced to close up shop. I'll have to close down my business. I'll have no further income. No one's here to help me. What has the government done for self-employed workers? Absolutely nothing. Nothing.
Absolutely nothing. When I have a lady back home, a hairdresser, Gina Miller, who got pregnant and said, I'd like to get some help because when I leave, I have no more income. And the Conservatives have the unmitigated gall to ask us why we are voting against the budget, because there's nothing in this economic crisis to help workers. And then they brag that those 5 weeks added to the 45 weeks will help conditions and the financial problems of people. Well, that's disgraceful, and they should not brag about that. We've had bills in this House. We included all the changes that should take place. They said, oh, well, it's too expensive. We can't. Well, we went through these motions one by one. They voted against them one at a time because they don't see the problems of workers. It's like the rabbit and the carrot, that they want people to be slaves of employers, respond to employer demands, but the rest doesn't count. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. When we say there are people who apply for EI and who wait 40 days to even get a call from the EI office to find out if they'll qualify or not. 40 days. How do you want those families to live? So once again, I thank the NDP, my own party, to have made the decision to put this motion before the House. It's among the most important issues we face in this economic crisis. Thank you. The Conservatives are against the workers, Mr. Speaker.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened with interest to the rhetoric from the member from Acadie-Bathurst and Hamilton Mountain and before him. And I just wanted to revisit the issue of the waiting period. I actually have some real questions for him here, questions of clarification. It seems to me whether if an individual becomes unemployed during this recession, it's really at the micro level for that individual and his or her family. It's not really very much different than a person that became unemployed prior to the recession. They're both feeling the same effects of that. And I don't recall the NDP proposing prior to this economic downturn that the waiting period should be done away with. And so my question is why the NDP didn't propose it before this, if they think it was such a difficult thing for unemployed people. And so are they proposing that this be a permanent measure, or is this just a temporary measure? And also, secondly, because EI program is largely funded by the users of the program, are they in favor of the premiums going up by those who are employed to pay for the...
L'Honorable Deputy.
Honourable Member for Acadie-Bathurst.
Question. Are they favorable of paying premium? I have never saw a worker walking in the street and rally saying I'm paying too much EI. I saw many people in the street saying I'm not getting paid my EI.
Here, here.
Okay, that's what I have saw. Okay, it's not the $1.80 on the $100 that did make the difference to the worker. And we had made a study a long time, and I think your questions are important. And when you said the NDP have never put a motion in the House about the waiting period, like I say, it's not a waiting period. It's 2 weeks you don't get paid. It's 2 weeks that you totally don't get paid. Well, the NDP did put motion in the House. NDP has put bill in the House. The Bloc Québécois has put bill in the House to get rid of the 2 week so-called waiting period. I have put bill in the House in the 1999, and it was refused by the Conservative, the Reform, the Alliance, and you could name your whole association. Refuse all the time. And when we say, is it permanent? Yes, it should be permanent. Why should a person be permanent, have a pension when he loses his job? Just pay him. You said it yourself. It's his program. Why don't?
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly do welcome the debate on EI. It's an issue that has seized this place ever since I came in 1993. It's very important to keep on top of it. Mr. Speaker, I'm simply rising to ask a question for information purposes, and it has to do with the self-employed workers and the offering the right to participate. As we know, they can't now. There's no opt-in, and of course they don't pay the premiums or the employer share. But I know there was a study going on, and I'm just wondering whether or not it's being suggested, or the preferred approach would be to offer to self-employed workers the opportunity to participate at a reduced premium rate, but for benefits other than for self-layoff, as it were, that a self-employed person could not benefit by laying themselves off, but maternity and parental leave benefits.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Bathurst.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy that he said he was here since 1993. Then the members from the Liberal Party was all there when they done all the cut to EI. And you know how much it did hurt. And I got here in 1997 because the minister of that was in EI got kicked out by the guy that is speaking right now. I'm not allowed to see who he is, but I think he's the member from Acadie Bathurst. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the self-employed people, well, I mean, we put it here, it's a motion, and I think we should sit together as parliamentarians and look at a formula, bring the people in. That's how laws are made. We could listen to what they have to say, and then after that, produce a bill in the House of Commons to help those people. Because at this time we talk now, at the minute we talk now, 74% of the job in our country is created by small and medium business. And part of that, we have lots of people that are self-employed. And those people are left behind. And I don't think nobody could argue today that we should not be able to help those people. When you see those people getting up in the morning, work all day, week after week, servicing people, and at the end of the day they fall sick and they end up on welfare, it's not acceptable. Don Drummond himself said, that's what you do if you don't do something for the employment insurance.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development, and to the Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, and I rise in response to the motion by the member from Hamilton Mountain, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Burlington. Our government recognizes that many Canadians are facing difficult and uncertain times right now, and we understand it affects many of them personally, and they are going through a stressful, difficult time. That's why our government is responding. Over the last few months, the global economic situation has worsened faster than anyone predicted. While we are in better shape than most countries, Canadian families are feeling the effects of global recession, and they are concerned. They are worried about making ends meet. They are worried about keeping their jobs, and we're listening to them, we're concerned about them, and we're taking action, Mr. Speaker. To address the most pressing needs of workers affected by the current economic downturn, our economic action plan is investing $8.3 billion for the Canada Skills and Transition Strategy. That is a lot of dollars, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, it is.
Part of our plan is to build on the recognition that the EI program is the first line of defense for many who lose their jobs. That is why, through our Economic Action Plan for the next 2 years, we will make available nationally the 5 weeks of extended EI benefits that have been previously available through a pilot project only in regions with the highest unemployment rate. We're also increasing the maximum duration of benefits to 50 weeks, up from 45. Some 400,000 Canadians could benefit from these changes, Mr. Speaker, and it's against these measures and this measure that the NDP party has voted against time and time again. This measure will provide financial support for a longer period to unemployed Canadians who would otherwise have exhausted their benefits. This means unemployed workers will have more time to seek employment while still receiving EI. But before going any further, Mr. Speaker, the opposition would like to make an issue of the lack of accessibility of the employment insurance program. And I would like to take a moment to address this issue. The EI program has important features that automatically respond to changing economic conditions. Currently, the EI program divides the country into 58 regions based on their similar labour market conditions. As unemployment rates increase in a given region, the number of insured hours required to access the EI program is automatically reduced, and the duration of benefits increase. These requirements are adjusted on a monthly basis to reflect the latest regional unemployment rates. That's what it's meant to do. In fact, since October 2009, 19 regions have seen their entrance requirements decrease and their benefit durations increase.
Great.
With respect to access to employment insurance rates, according to Statistics Canada, EI access is high. In 2007, over 82% of the unemployed who had paid into the program and lost their job or quit with just cause were eligible to receive benefits. Now, the opposition likes to quote a number closer to 40% of Canadians being able to access EI benefits. This figure is known as the beneficiary to unemployment ratio, or BU ratio, and it is not a good measure of EI access. First, this statistic includes many unemployed who have not paid premiums, such as those who have never worked, have not worked in the past year, or have been self-employed. Second, this statistics includes individuals who paid premiums but are ineligible for EI benefits because they voluntarily quit their jobs or they returned to school. I would also like to point out that the current entrance requirements do not appear to impede access to the employment insurance program. Only about 7% of EI regular claims have qualified with less than 700 hours, which represents the highest current requirement. That being said, Mr. Speaker, our government recognizes the challenges faced by those who do not currently qualify for employment insurance benefits. That is why, in our Economic Action Plan, we committed to a $500 million strategic training and transition fund over 2 years to support the particular needs of individuals, including those who do not qualify for EI. Mr. Speaker, this measure could benefit 50,000 people. Our government also recognizes the need to support longer-term training for long-tenured workers. That is why we are extending income support for the duration of their retraining. This will benefit an estimate 40,000 workers.
Wow.
While we are also granting earlier access to EI for workers purchasing their own training with their earnings resulting from a layoff, such as severance pay. And we will protect jobs, Mr. Speaker. Just this morning, the Minister announced the implementation of a significant expansion to the work-sharing program. We are extending the duration of the work-sharing agreements by 14 weeks to a maximum of 52 weeks.
Great news.
This will enable Canadians to continue working through this slowdown. These changes to the work-sharing program are available immediately. It is these measures against which the honourable member and others of that party voted against.
Shame.
And to complement this measure, we're also substantially increasing access to work-sharing agreements through greater flexibility in the qualifying criteria. This will help Canadians continue working. These enhancements are available right now, starting today. These are concrete actions to help Canadians and their families. Mr. Speaker, our government also recognized that EI maternity and parental benefits play a critical role in supporting Canadian families by providing income replacement for working new parents. That is why our Economic Action Plan, we are committed to establishing an expert panel which would consult Canadians on how to best provide the self-employed with access to EI maternity and parental benefits. In terms of processing EI claims, and that was referenced to earlier, our priority is to ensure that workers and their families receive EI benefits as quickly as possible. We have already made significant efforts and investments to process the increasing EI claims. We are hiring additional staff, redistributing workloads across the country, recalling recent retirees. We're also increasing overtime and hours, opening EI call centres on Saturdays, and increasing automation of claims processing. And the honourable member just spoke, says, well, but some people you're hiring extra are not trained. Well, he tries to blow hot and cold. We're doing all of this, adding more people, adding more resources, but he says he doesn't like that.
They just don't
what
get it.
What does he like?
They don't get it. The NDP just doesn't get it.
And we will continue, Mr. Speaker, to improve and increase our ability to process claims and help Canadians receive their benefits as quickly as possible. As part of our economic action plan, we're also increasing supports so that more Canadians can have access to the training and skills they need to land a new job. We are working in partnership with the provinces and the territories to help Canadians. We know that they have the pulse of the local labour markets, and we will help them meet the needs of Canadians by investing $1 billion over 2 years through the employment insurance program under existing agreements. This will enable provinces and territories to train workers in hard-hit sectors and regions of our economy, helping an additional 100,000 EI-eligible Canadians. It's through measures like this that we are helping Canadians and that the opposition NDP vote against.
Shame.
And funds will flow quickly to provinces and territories through the existing agreements. We're also improving the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers program. This initiative provides employment assistance, skills upgrading, and work experience for older workers, helping them find new jobs. We're increasing the program's budget with an additional $60 million over 3 years and expanding its reach to help more Canadians. Over 250 additional communities will be eligible for this program through this expansion. Now, in closing, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important that today's debate be put in context. The NDP like to talk about helping the unemployed, but let's take a look at their actual record in this regard. Yesterday, they voted against helping over 400,000 unemployed Canadians benefit from an additional 5 weeks of EI benefits.
They don't care.
They voted against helping 50,000 unemployed Canadians who normally don't qualify for EI benefits to get the training and skills they need to find a new job and to provide for their families. They voted against 100,000 people getting additional funding and training to find new jobs and put food on the table for their families. Mr. Speaker, while the NDP pretend to care about the most vulnerable, they vote against the very measures that are put in place to help them. I find that regrettable. Mr. Speaker, while NDP would like to propose uncosted and unaffordable solutions to the current economic crisis, our government is actually getting the work done. Following the most extensive pre-budget consultation our country has ever seen, we have heard from Canadians and we're delivering from them through our economic action plan. Our plan will stimulate the economy. It will help create and maintain jobs for Canadians and their families. It is unfortunate that the NDP and Bloc refuse to help their constituents in this regard by supporting those measures, by supporting the budget that is put in place, the kinds of things that are needed at this very precise time. Notwithstanding this, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to stand up for Canadians and those workers who find themselves in a difficult, challenging time, and together we will see it through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well said.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know that the Honourable Member is engaging in hyperbole because he doesn't want that practice to go into disuse. However, I do want to compliment all those who have supported those measures that enhance the EI benefits for those who are, I think, reluctantly in a position where they have to receive them. And you may know, Mr. Speaker, that I and my colleagues on this side of the House were part of a government that reduced EI premiums for both employers and employees for 10 years in a row. And you know why, Mr. Speaker? Because we were interested in the concept of job creation and helping to stimulate activity that created jobs. So what I want to do is I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary where the plan is that he referred to that suggests that his government is actually engaged in creating jobs. What is that master plan now that we've given him the authority to spend the billions of dollars of taxpayers' money so that we can put people to work? People don't want EI, they want to work. Where's the plan?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we have asked this particular House to fast-track the budget implementation bill so billions of dollars could go out into the country to create jobs, and infrastructure, and other plans. But I'll tell you this, Mr. Speaker, we also froze EI rates to employers and employees over the next 2 years so they don't have that extra cost to them. While that member was in government, they took $50 billion from the fund and they invested to reduce the overall budget rather than helping those for which it was paid. And I would ask this member, what and why has he done that at that particular time? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we hear all kinds of things in here. Just about anything. If there's a plan, it's a plan to plant the workers. I just heard two interventions that are completely surreal, in my opinion. Two people saying that they're going to invest, they agree on proper usage of EI premiums and all that, and indeed, our Liberal friends tell us that they agree with increasing premiums when this is used for EI. But yesterday, Mr. Speaker, they voted to freeze EI premiums in cahoots with the Conservatives. They're frozen to their lowest rate since 1982. So I'd ask the parliamentary secretary, how can he explain his speech and what he did yesterday together with the Liberals to freeze the EI premiums to their lowest level since 1982?
Mr. Speaker, we froze the premium rates over 2 years so that employees and employers do not have to suffer the increase in premiums. And, Mr. Speaker, we've done that so that that saving can stimulate the economy. But I would ask this honourable member who has been advocating for older workers, the target initiative for older workers, why he would vote against a budget that would provide $60 million over 3 years for a total of $50 million per year to communities with less than population of 250,000. Why would he vote against that measure? And it's only one of a number of measures to protect workers and Canadians who are facing a hard time. How can he justify voting against an initiative like that he's been promoting for a number of years?
Questions and comments.
McKetty Bathurst, a 30-second question.
30 seconds. Well, the member keeps saying, why did you vote against the budget? We voted against the budget to get rid of the conservator, to put a better government in place, to make sure that the people and the workers get supported, not the way that you have done. Your plan is to take the money from them, legalize the stealing that the Liberals have done to that plan. That's what they done. That's what they done.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, a 30-second answer.
Mr. Speaker, this member and his party has provided absolutely zero in EI benefits for the workers. And yet, at the same time, they blow hot and cold. They oppose hiring additional staff to meet the demands. How can they possibly do that? What is the rationale behind it? And why would they oppose a budget that has a number of provisions to help those who need help most? How can this member stand in this House and say, I oppose that at this particular time when the economy needs those very measures that we're proposing, Mr. Speaker?
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member from Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for sharing his time with me, and it will be a tough act to follow with the knowledge that he has on this topic and the work that he's been doing on behalf of every Canadian in this country. Mr. Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to take a part in this important debate initiated by the member from Hamilton Mountain, a member who I actually know quite well and respect, and I appreciate her efforts on behalf of constituents. I just disagree with her politics on this particular item. In the face of this global economic crisis, and Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity last night to visit with the Ambassador Nishida, who is the Ambassador of Japan, who's an excellent representative of Japan here in Canada. And we had an excellent conversation and a discussion on that this is a worldwide problem, and they also have unemployment issues in Japan, as we have here. And we have to understand that this is a global crisis, and that not just Canada, but countries around the world, including our partners in Japan, are having the same sort of difficulties. Our government is very concerned about the plight of Canadians and those who have lost their jobs. We're determined to help them weather this storm and give them opportunities to acquire skills and to recover and adjust to the ever-changing demands of the global economy. No Canadian worker is totally immune to these effects of this economic downturn. Yet the structural changes affecting the global economy mean that some communities have been hit worse than others. Indeed, some Canadians who have spent their whole working lives in the same industry now face the prospect of unemployment. These workers and their families face uncertainty. They worry about making ends meet and putting food on the table, and they want to work and provide for their families. Canadians who have lost their jobs or are at risk of losing them have this government behind them, and we stand up for them. Changing industries and markets are inevitable in the global economy. While we cannot change single-handedly bringing jobs back to industries in decline, we are determined to help hardworking Canadians adjust to these changes in this global economy. We believe in Canadian workers, Mr. Speaker. We believe that those who have worked in the same industries for many years can learn new skills. We, Mr. Speaker, have faith in their abilities to do so. These Canadians have decades of experience that we take offense when other members of the opposition say that older workers cannot be retrained.
Shame on them.
And that older workers simply need to be bridged to retirement. We believe in the potential of older workers across Canada. That's why, as part of Canada's Economic Action Plan, we are investing close to $500 million over the next 2 years in measures to help these long-tenured workers facing job losses or unemployment during these difficult times. Before I describe how these measures will work and whom they will benefit, let me provide some context. Research shows that structural changes affecting the Canadian and world economies are increasing demand for high-skilled and flexible workforce. This fact is driving the need for new and flexible approaches to how laid-off workers are trained. Those who have worked a long time in a single industry have many assets and much experience, but they have specific job skills and are less transferable to a new environment. Of all unemployed, those long-tenured workers are most likely to need the skills upgrading, and it's likely they need encouragement and incentives to gain those new skills that will help them, their families, and their communities prosper. Mr. Speaker, to thrive in the 21st century, our country needs workers who are able and willing to take their existing skills and expertise and quickly adapt them to a new context as the situation demands. And we need workers who are ready to learn a new skill set altogether. To that end, in partnership with the provinces and territories, our government is embarking on an initiative called Long Tenured Workers Pilot Project. Through this project, we will extend benefit duration from the Employment Insurance Program to long-tenured workers while they pursue training to embark on a profession in a new occupation or sector. We estimate about 40,000 Canadians will benefit from this pilot project. Of course, even when they are armed with new skills, new jobs may not simply fall into their laps. That is why, in addition, Mr. Speaker, to extending benefits from the EI program during the training itself, this project will provide benefits for up to 12 weeks following the completion of training. This will give these individuals a financial cushion that they can conduct their job search. All told, the pilot project will extend regular benefits up to 104 weeks. In a complementary move, the Economic Action Plan will help workers with severance and other separation payments they'll become eligible for earlier access to EI benefits if they use some or all of this severance to upgrade their skills or invest in training. Through these measures, long-tenured workers can be eligible for up to 2 years of benefits under Long-Tenured Worker Pilot Project and can start receiving benefits sooner while receiving valuable training to build new skills. That is a truly win-win result for Canadian workers and their families. Many hard-working Canadians have held down good jobs for years and rarely, if ever, drawn on the EI program. Now, when times are tough, they deserve every opportunity to sharpen their skills without falling further behind. This pilot project will give them that chance. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, this government is taking action. Just today, as a matter of fact, the Minister for Human Resources and Skill Development announced an important enhancements to the work-sharing agreements so more Canadians can continue working while their companies weather this temporary slowdown. The Minister has extended work-sharing agreements by 14 weeks to a maximum of 52 weeks and increased access through greater flexibility and in their qualifying criteria. Work-sharing is designed to avoid layoffs by offering EI income benefits to qualifying workers to work at a reduced work week while the employer recovers. In the face of economic uncertainty, our economic action plan is designed to keep Canadians working and to help unemployed Canadians get back to work, and put our economy back on track, while we do whatever it takes to help Canadians weather this economic storm. And we will pay special attention to those hard-working Canadians whose need and want to start new careers so they can prosper in this global economy. We're delivering and helping Canadians in need. And while the NDP like to propose uncosted, unaffordable solutions to current economic crisis, our government is actually getting the job done. Yesterday, in this place, the reality is that the NDP voted against helping 400,000 unemployed Canadians benefit from an additional 5 weeks of EI benefits. Wow. The NDP voted against helping 50,000 unemployed Canadians who normally don't qualify for EI benefits get training and skills they need to find a new job and provide for their families. The NDP voted against helping 100,000 people get additional funding and training to find new jobs and put food on the table for their families. The NDP voted against helping 10,000 long-tenured auto, forestry, and other workers get additional training and financial supports they need to get back into the workforce. That is a lot of voting against, Mr. Speaker. No help for the unemployed Canadians, Mr. Speaker. If I were them, I would look in the mirror hard before coming to this place and trying to tell Canadians that it is this government that is not helping Canadians. It is the NDP, Mr. Speaker, that is not helping Canadians today. But something good did happen yesterday, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, this government, with the help of other members of the House, voted yes to Canadians and passed the budget implementation bill at third reading. That, Mr. Speaker, is good news for Canadians. That means we're going to take a big step closer into implementing our economic action plan and providing support to Canadians that need it right now. And the NDP had nothing whatsoever to contribute to that vote in favor of Canadians.
Absolutely nothing.
With that context, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to end this debate, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, I can't wait to hear a learned position on EI. So I'm going to wait for my colleague from Dartmouth Cold Harbour to speak on EI. But the government member talks about this plan for the unemployed. And, we've given the government already an opportunity to avail themselves of monies in order to create jobs. He talks about job creation. We have the auto industry in Ontario is devastated. The forestry industry everywhere is shedding jobs by the minute. And even now in high-value research and development in the scientific medical fields, we've got companies laying off graduates from PhD programs and MA programs. He's talking about an adjustment program. I want to know, like every other Canadian wants to know, Mr. Speaker, what are the specifics of a plan you've got in place to create jobs? We're giving you the money. We're giving you the authority. Show some responsibility and accountability. Create the job.
Honourable Député de Burlington.
Honourable Member for Burlington.
I thank the member for his loud question. He's very good at making a loud comment without making any sense. The actual fact that yesterday he stood in this House and supported our economic action plan. An action plan that will put billions of dollars in the hands of provinces and municipalities and communities to be able to create jobs through infrastructure development. He stood here and supported it. I guess he didn't read it or didn't understand it, because that program, that plan, is what's going to create jobs in my community, what's going to create jobs in Ontario, and what's going to create jobs across this country. It's a plan that will work. It's doable. We have support from all the provinces across this country. We have support from every municipality. We're going to make it happen, and as soon as we can get that money out the door with the implementation bill that we passed last night, we will create jobs for Canadians across this country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. We're in neighbouring communities, and he offered up the respect that he has for my colleague from Hamilton Mountain. We return that, the hard-working member, but he, of course, is wrong. And let me just say, Speaker, the Liberals have got an awful lot of nerve getting up and criticizing anyone on EI, given the fact that they're the one that changed the eligibility requirements that's denying tens of thousands of Canadians their opportunity, and they took the $54 billion that was in the EI fund and used it for operating costs, so they've got no ground here. To my friend, let me ask this, Speaker. One of the things that we're asking for is an increase in the amount of money that an unemployed worker would get every week. That's one of the requests in this motion. The minister, when she was asked why there aren't increases, her comments in this House were...
The honourable member from Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, wow, there's a lot of yelling going on in the House today when they're asking questions. Appreciate that. I don't know if Canadians appreciate it, but the question, I guess, was what are we doing? Our plan, in the economic action plan that was just passed, we've extended the benefits for the work share program, which I talked about in my speech. And I can tell you, the honourable member across, that when I was, I'm on the Finance Committee, and we had meetings with people to come to see us. Over and over again, Mr. Speaker, we heard about the work share program, how good it was, but the problem with it was that we needed an extension. And we have extended the work share program to 52 weeks to help employers and employees get through these tough economic times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Conservative member. In his speech, which is completely disconnected from the reality, because when we talk about consultations of organizations and workers, I can tell you that in Quebec they did not consult anyone in the employment area, in the workplace, and that's why they came up with this kind of legislation. The motion that we have right here by the NDP reflects the reality in Quebec and in Canada. 2 million workers in Canada are better reflected here. So I think that when you say that your consultations reflect workers in Canada, I think you're completely disconnected from the reality.
I have to disagree with that, the premise of that question. And I'll give you a specific example, Mr. Speaker. The organization representing forestry workers across this country, which there are forestry workers in Quebec, we hear lots about that, came to see us and talked about work share and how it's working for them, and but they need an extension, and it's exactly what we did. So we listened and we acted, which is what's different about this government compared to other governments that's happened in the past. We hear, we listen, and we take action, and that's what our economic action plan does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and lead off the Liberal debate on this issue. I'm also pleased to split my time with one of the more distinguished and articulate members of this House, the member from Beausejour. This is an important motion today because it deals with a critical component of Canada's social infrastructure, employment insurance. EI has been a vital part of our social safety net for generations. But, Mr. Speaker, we all know it has undergone significant change in the past 2 decades. And the fact is that EI, as we know it now, is untested for the kind of difficult economic times we currently face. I'll say this, that I will be supporting the intent and spirit of this motion. That is to say, I agree that this government has failed Canadian workers who have lost their jobs, and they have failed to make the necessary changes to EI that the times demand. Mr. Speaker, the events of the past few months are very troubling. This is a government that's adrift. The government has mismanaged this economy throughout the process. From last summer, when we started to see significant problems, this government put politics before people. They called an election, then they produced an economic update. The only thing that stimulated was political uncertainty. Then they shut down Parliament. We all assumed, Mr. Speaker, that they had learned from that experience. And they did produce a budget that was markedly better than the junk that we saw in November. But there are huge issues of difference between us and the Conservatives, and they are on a short leash. One of those areas is EI. As a social investment, it's necessary. As a support for families, it's vital. Even as stimulus, Mr. Speaker, a number of learned economists and academics have indicated that EI may be the best way to stimulate the economy. I refer to a study that Ian Lee from the Sprott School of Business referred to. This was a study done for the Senate in the United States on ranking different types of stimulus, infrastructure, tax cuts. And that found that, and I'm quoting, unemployment insurance came out on top at 1.61, which meant that for every dollar dispersed to somebody unemployed, it generates $1.61 of economic growth. Pretty good stimulus. We expected that the budget would offer real solutions to help stimulate the economy, particularly as it relates to EI. We expected big things for a couple of reasons. For one, the minister was suggesting quite proudly that she was going to do big things with EI as a means to help Canadians and to stimulate this economy. You know, there's a number of ways you can do it. Chris Hopkins from PEI is somebody who's been advocating for some time that self-employed persons need to be part of the EI system. But Canadians were expecting more action. I'd like to quote from the Caledon Institute's report called The Red Ink Budget. And this came out just recently, Mr. Speaker. I'm quoting, "Despite a growing clamor from across Canadian society to bolster and expand employment insurance, the 2009 budget chose only to temporarily improve matters for the minority of the unemployed who meet existing work requirements. This is the major shortcoming of the budget in respect of offsetting some of the most serious consequences of the recession for ordinary Canadians." The government failed. We expected this. We did not get it. The government could have brought in measures that would have increased access to EI for people who otherwise don't qualify. You could eliminate the 2-week waiting period. You could extend the length of benefits. You could base benefits on the best 12 weeks. You could standardize benefits nationally. You could eliminate distinctions between new and re-entrants. You could increase the maximum insurable earnings. You could boost allowable earnings. Mr. Speaker, there's a number of things, but this government failed to use the EI system to really make a difference for Canadians. And on top of that, they ignore another very serious issue, which is wait times. Each day, my office hears stories from Canadians across the country who are having to wait to get their EI checks. On December the 19th, Mr. Speaker, December the 19th, that's last year, I wrote the minister about news that we were getting from constituents, not just in my riding, but across the country, who were being told the processing time for claims had gone well beyond the 28 days for 80% of applicants, that it was closer to 40 days. I've yet to hear back from that letter that I wrote to the minister. Wow. Now others are realizing how right we were. I refer to an editorial in the Halifax Chronicle-Herald of this week. The headline on the editorial is "EI Backlog Needs Fast Fix." And I quote, "In any case, the jobless have bigger problems than just getting the government to cushion the first 2 weeks of their unemployment. They're having trouble receiving timely benefit checks, period." Also from the Herald, this week, a headline, "Late EI payments to Atlantic Canadians unacceptable," says the leader of the opposition who was in Nova Scotia for the AGM. So somebody's aware of this in this House. Other members in this House have spoken about this as well. The member from Madawaska, Rescabouche, the member from Don Valley East, the member from Cape Breton-Canso have stood up, and they are, in fact, the only champions on that because they're not getting much support from the minister. Canadian workers have earned these benefits through hard work, and they have a right to those benefits, period, when they need them, when they need them. So unconcerned and so out of touch is this minister that she recently suggested that she didn't want to make EI too lucrative. God. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask all of my colleagues here, Is that the type of thinking that we expect from a minister responsible for EI? And I can see some of my more honourable colleagues on the other side are shocked by that. I mean, they can't believe it. Their eyes are open at what that minister would actually say about unemployed Canadians. Right. And again, that leadership for the unemployed workers is coming from the opposition benches. And I will say, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc and the NDP, and particularly on the waiting times issue, it has been Liberal members who have stood up and said, what's going on? Let's get this fixed. We can make a difference for Canadians. This motion is not perfect by a long shot, but it sends a message. Let's not allow perfection to be the enemy of better. Let's make it better. As Liberals, we want a stronger EI system, particularly in difficult times. The people of Canada, in the next election, will either choose a government that believes in a stronger EI system, or they will choose the government that they currently have. Now, not only are some of the measures in this bill worthy of consideration, but others as well. In fact, in the last election, Mr. Speaker, and I'll quote from the Liberal platform, we addressed the issue of wait times before it became a crisis. I'm quoting here now. The member from Beauséjour may remember this. I think he was involved in the platform. A Liberal government will commit to processing EI claims faster, guaranteeing that EI checks get delivered no more than 3 weeks after a completed application is filed. That's from our platform of last year. I also would suggest my colleague from Sydney, Victoria, had a wonderful private member's bill in the last Parliament that would have increased sickness benefits from 15 weeks to 50 weeks. And we heard from the Heart and Stroke Foundation, from the Canadian Cancer Society, as well as representatives of workers who said this is not only a well-intentioned bill, it's a sensible bill and a good bill and timely. Because people, one of the advances and one of the positive things of our healthcare system is people are living longer after a heart attack. They're living longer after they have suffered from cancer. But they can't get back to work in 15 weeks. This is a solution through the EI system, and I applaud the member from Sydney, Victoria, for the leadership that he showed on that issue. Perhaps that should be something as well that we all consider, and certainly that this government would be well to look at and figure that part out. Every party in this House, with the exception of the Conservatives, supported that bill. Mr. Speaker, EI is not the only answer for tough times, but it's an essential component in providing support to Canada's workforce. Mr. Speaker, I will vote for this motion, and I hope it sends a strong message to this government that Canadians who are losing their jobs in difficult times deserve better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst.
You hear and you're listening to this here, it's just like, if the Liberal would have been in power, we would not be in the mess we are today. But they are the one that put us in that mess. And but I have to say thanks to the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour when it came a time to stand up in the House and vote on some of the issue. But my question to him when he said he will vote for it this time, I remember that the Liberal was saying that they will vote for the best 12 weeks when we brought it in the House of Commons. But my question to him, does he have the support of all the Liberal? Is all the Liberal will vote for this motion on Tuesday night? And I want him, maybe if he have a chance to explain when he say, well, it's pretty good motion, but we have to work on it. Which one in there that he don't like? Is it the 360 hours that hurt the Liberal because they feel that it's too low, that people will be having access to the which one that hurt them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, we think that there are a number of parts of this motion that make a lot of sense. I wouldn't stand here today and tell you which one of these things we will implement when we form a government, but I will tell you this. EI will be a central component of our campaign, and it will be a central component of our government. And I would remind my colleague, and he's very passionate on this topic, and I understand that every time last Parliament that a private member's bill on EI came up, similar to the one that we're debating today, whether it was his own C-265 or T-269 from my friend from the Bloc, all Liberals voted for those. They didn't vote because they were forced to. They voted because Liberals believe in employment insurance. We believe it's part of the social infrastructure of this country, and people in Canada will find out after the next election, if they choose, as I think they will, a Liberal government, that EI will be a central part of the reforms that we'll bring to this country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Dartmouth Cole Harbour for his intervention.
As you know, Mr. Speaker, the previous Liberal government served, I believe, 4 terms, 3 majority terms and 1 minority term, a total of 13 years. I have a very, very simple question for this member. Over those 13 years, what specifically did the former Liberal government do to enhance EI benefits for Canadians?
The honourable member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Now, Mr. Speaker, we brought forward a number of benefits, best 14 weeks. We had a number of pilot projects in areas of high unemployment. I would remind him, too, we brought in the extended maternity benefits as well. I think we have to keep in mind that when we formed the government last time, we faced a very bad economy. We picked up a bad economy, and we had to fix the deficit from 1993 to 1997. Some of the measures we can look back and say, I like this, didn't like this, didn't like this, but we fixed this economy. We're going to have to do it again, and we're going to have to do it again pretty soon.
Question et commentaire de l'honorable député de...
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've asked several colleagues of my question, but does my colleague know that when they took power in 1993, 88% of people who lost their jobs were eligible for EI at the time? When they lost power, that was down to 39%.
Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, we can all look at the reforms, so-called, to EI and judge whether we like them or not. They began with the Mulroney government in 1990. It was the first big hit on the government. And I repeat again that, I wasn't a member of the government in the 1990s. If I was a member of the government, I don't have any reason to believe that I would have voted against the budgets, because those budgets, in fact, brought stability to this country, turned us from what The Economist, I think it was, referred to us as an economic basket case. And on areas like social infrastructure, of health, education, EI, and other measures, we have to be able to afford those. And when we could, we bought in things like the child tax benefit, which is one of the most important things in keeping the rate of child poverty down. So I'm very proud of what the Liberal government did. It doesn't mean I agreed with everything that they did, but I applaud the people who put their back into it and made this country more secure, on a more economically solid footing, and gave us a chance that we can weather this conservative recession.
Resuming debate, the honourable members for Beausejour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to begin by thanking my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour for sharing his time with me today in this important debate. Mr. Speaker, the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour is a tireless advocate for improvements to social policy. He's done a terrific job representing our party on issues like employment insurance, on issues like child care and post-secondary education, and I salute the hard work he's done on behalf of so many Canadians to improve these important programs. Et j'aimerais aussi, Monsieur le Président...
Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to thank my NDP colleague, the member for Hamilton Mountain, for having brought this motion, which is so important, to the House today. As the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, I intend to support this motion during next week's vote, because employment insurance remains a crucial issue, not only for people who have lost their jobs, but also for those people who are looking for a way to stimulate the Canadian economy during such tough times. The text of the motion itself is very important because it addresses a number of issues that affect people who depend on employment insurance to survive an economic crisis, or who are in a situation where they hold seasonal jobs. Now, I'd like to start, Mr. Speaker, by acknowledging the people of my riding, Beausejour, who have worked so hard for several years to improve employment insurance. In particular, there is an employer and employee committee in the region of Cap-Pelé and in other regions of my riding that has worked with me, with the former Liberal government, to make improvements to employment insurance. And my colleague referred earlier to pilot projects on the best 14 weeks out of the previous 52 weeks. Now, this is thanks to the work by Ronald Leblanc, Aline Landry, Rodrigue Landry, Aurélien Donnel, the former mayor of Cap-Pelé, Normand Dautour, who have worked so hard to make these changes, and these changes have helped seasonal workers and employers to get employees. These changes have enabled people to earn 45% of their benefits and not to be penalized as a result. That encouraged people to accept all available work. 5 weeks was added to the end to deal with the black hole, as we referred to it. But at this point, Mr. Speaker, the challenge is that these pilot projects should be made permanent. These pilot projects that the Liberal government set up earlier should be extended Canada-wide. It was a good start for me. To my mind, a good start towards improving employment insurance. The government sought to extend those pilot projects, which deal with uncertainty in these areas, and that is deplorable. But, Mr. Speaker, the current economic situation is such that we need to improve employment insurance even more.
Period, as some of my colleagues before have explained. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the member for Acadie-Bathurst, I think, explained it well. It's not a 2-week waiting period. It's known as a waiting period, but in fact it's 2 weeks where the person who's applying for benefits will have no revenue. The person will have no income support for those 2 weeks. It's sort of like a deductible in an insurance policy, but it's very, very punitive 2 weeks. These people, Mr. Speaker, are not rich. For them to have no income for 2 weeks means that when they finally get their benefits, often 8 or 10 weeks later, because of the backlog and failure to process the applications in time, they're massively behind in their bills. They're buying groceries on credit, they're behind in an electricity bill or a hydro bill. So the 2-week waiting period needs to be reduced or eliminated. The idea that you can go without income, workers' compensation regimes have perhaps a 3-day period. Why should employment insurance have 14 days? But the real issue on top of that unfairness, Mr. Speaker, is this horrible delay that people encounter now. Like other MPs, we get calls in our constituency office. We hear of horrible examples where people are kicked out of apartments because they can't pay rent, because they've waited 55 days to receive an employment insurance benefit. There's
an organization in Shediac. It's called the Vestiaire Saint-Joseph. It's a food bank. It's an institution that serves hundreds of needy families in my region, and the people who manage the Vestiaire Saint-Joseph, the volunteers who work there, often tell me that due to delays in employment insurance payments, people have to come to the food bank to obtain food for their families. And, Mr. Speaker, this injustice must be remedied. Now, the other area where I think we need some improvements is in the area of regional rates.
In terms of access, the number of hours you need to have access to employment insurance, or the number of weeks of benefits you would have, depending on where you happen to live or what the unemployment rate might be in a particular census district, leads to great unfairnesses. In my riding, Mr. Speaker, somebody who lives in a suburb of Moncton called Lakeville, but goes to work 20 minutes down the road at a fish plant, let's say in Capelet or Shediac, works side by side with somebody at the same table in a fish processing facility who lives in the village where the fish processing plant might be, let's say Capelet. Well, when those people get laid off, the person who commutes 20 minutes a day will need 2 or 3 times the number of hours to get access to employment insurance, and will have benefits that will last for a much shorter period. And yet they work side by side every day for the whole time in which they were qualifying for employment insurance. I think, Mr. Speaker, the variable rates does not reflect the labor force mobility in today's economy. Somebody who goes from my community and works in Fort McMurray and then gets laid off, as many people have lost their jobs in that particular sector in the last number of months. That person will return to New Brunswick and benefit from an employment insurance regime which is different than the person they worked next to side by side every day in Fort McMurray. That no longer makes sense in the economy of today. That's why I think that it's a great idea, and the NDP has suggested this, and my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour and a number of others in our Quebec caucus, for example, have worked very hard to reduce the number of hours required to be eligible. part-time workers, new Canadians, thousands of workers in Ontario who now find themselves, because of the difficult economic circumstance and the neglect of this government to act, find themselves losing their jobs, are faced with an inability to access employment insurance because of a regime which no longer reflects the economy of today. So I would, Mr. Speaker, very much support the effort to reduce the number of hours required for employment insurance. I also think, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from Dartmouth Cole Harbour touched on this, the important issue of including self-employed Canadians as being eligible for employment insurance benefits, particularly employment insurance benefits around parental leave or sickness benefits or compassionate care leave. And Mr. Speaker, these were in fact improvements made by a previous Liberal government to increase the number of weeks that you would have on parental leave, to bring in a compassionate care leave provision. These were very important improvements that were made in employment insurance. I think we can go further. My colleague from Sydney, Victoria, who happens to share this desk in the House of Commons with me, has brought forward an important bill to, in fact, extend the number of weeks that people can benefit from employment insurance in the case of a serious illness. Mon collègue de Madawaska-Restigouche.
My colleague for Madawaska-Restigouche has also tabled bills to reduce the 2-week waiting period and to give access to parents, for example, who have to take a child to hospital in Halifax because there aren't facilities of children's hospitals in New Brunswick. Those parents, for example, can be sent to Halifax with their children. They're deprived from employment insurance benefits, and I think we could make some improvements there.
With considerable enthusiasm, because it highlights the government's failure to, in fact, improve employment insurance. Adding 5 weeks at the end of a claim wouldn't be as important as removing the 2 weeks at the beginning where they're punished, or dealing with the 5, 6, 7, sometimes 10 weeks of delay in receiving benefits, or improving accessibility. And those are the issues that we'll continue to work on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Beau Séjour. But the only problem that I have with the member for Beau Séjour's comments is that he's saying if that were to happen, that would be good. But when they were in government, when he was in government, he said that he agreed with the member for Acadie Bathurst. We were talking about the same people, the plant workers. They talked about having the best 12 weeks, but can he now explain to me why, then, in June 2005, under the Paul Martin government, Liberals, who voted for our motion about the 12 weeks, voted against? And now they were saying, in fact, that Liberals are going to be saying everyone. And the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour really let the cat out of the bag, because in '94, there was a financial crisis. But my question is, should we be taking these measures or not on the backs of these people who've lost their jobs? Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Acadie Bathurst has raised this issue of the best weeks. In certain regions, like in Cap-Breton or Cape Breton rather, or in Newfoundland, where unemployment rates are very high, people need the 12 best weeks. And I'm going to be supporting a motion that talks about 12 weeks, and it will be my pleasure to vote for this measure on Tuesday. Now, in 2005, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government, at the request of a committee in my riding made up of seasonal workers and employers and with other members of the Liberal caucus, looked at a system of the best 14 weeks out of 52, and that was an improvement, Mr. Speaker. The member for Acadie Bathurst talked about the best 12 weeks, but in my region we got the best 14 weeks. The Seasonal Workers Committee celebrated this success, and we'd like to congratulate the government for improving employment insurance that way.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to hear our Liberal colleagues say that they will vote for this motion, but there's some skepticism in our welcome here. We know that this motion is a motion of intent. It says in the opinion of the House, so it's very positive gesture to encourage the government to do this. But we in the Bloc tabled a bill, C-308, which repeats most of the elements in this motion. Will our Liberal friends support that? Will they go all the way to the end and ask the Prime Minister to consent to royal recommendation? Because that's the objection they always have. Will they go all the way this time? The Honourable Member for Beauséjour. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague from Chambly-Bordua talked about a block bill regarding EI. I remember in the last legislature we supported some bills, and I understand the distinction he's making between an opposition motion and a bill. I supported the block bill in the last Parliament to improve EI. I intend to support 308 because, Mr. Speaker, this exerts pressure on the government to make it finally do something. That's what I find deplorable. The Conservatives come up with technical reasons to prevent bills like that from being voted on at third reading, the third and final step. What's even more important, and I want to reassure my Bloc colleague of this, in a Liberal government, we will improve EI. We will attack the problem of the waiting period. We will improve EI benefits for people who depend on it when they lose their job, such as in a situation of economic crisis like we have right now. I look forward to the day where we have a Liberal government that will make EI a priority, as my colleague said, and continue to improve not only benefits but also access to EI, which remains a critical problem in many regions of the country.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate my colleague from Hamilton Mountain for having brought this motion before us today. The debate we have before us could be entitled a debate on dignity or on cheating. Let me explain, Mr. Speaker. First of all, dignity that must be given back to the unemployed who did not choose to lose their jobs. And if we continue on the path we've had since the 90s, we will make the dispossessed an instrument that the government decided to create to support or to fail to support people through the EI fund. The EI fund used to be the unemployment fund, that is, a program to provide insurance in case you lose your job. That's called unemployment. So why was that changed, Mr. Speaker? Well, precisely to give it a new characteristic, and that's not our choice. It was the two successive governments of Canada that changed the name, changed this notion to make different use of the whole thing. As I was saying, this is the only tool that belongs to the unemployed. They are the only ones who contribute to it together with their employers. It's their only tool to get some assistance in case of job loss. It's called an insurance policy, so that's why it's called insurance. So I won't go on at length about that. I just want to remind the House of the nature of this tool. Now, the structure of this tool is such that it's meant to respond to unpredictable situations. There are regions where the unemployment rate can vary from 8 or 9% to 18, 19%. There are places where it goes beyond 20%. And every time the EI Fund has met its responsibilities, its commitments toward the unemployed. The premiums, which are currently $1.73 per $100 earned, has been as high as $3.20 per $100 earned. So that means that when the EI Fund's obligations grew, the premiums automatically increased. It has happened that the government provided emergency assistance because the premiums weren't high enough, but every time the fund reimbursed the government. So this has meant that in the mid-80s, the Auditor General said it might be a good idea to put that fund within the national treasury, the national budget, in order for it to be managed at the same time as the national budget. But it always had separate accounting, separate books, in order to make sure it meets its obligations. The first year, well, that happened in 85-86. In 1988-89, the government agreed to that recommendation. Where things got complicated is when Canada ended up with an exponentially growing debt. When the Conservatives came to power, the Canadian debt was $93 billion, and during their time in power, it increased to some $500 billion. Before, Mr. Trudeau and his government had also contributed to increasing the national debt. So this kind of laxism about controlling the debt meant that pressure grew among the public, and the government had to attack the debt. But instead of getting new sources of funding, the government decided to dip into a source that was not supposed to be used for that. From the early 90s, the Conservatives started to look into the EI Fund, and later the Liberals went into it with glee. This meant that by 1997, the EI Fund generated a $7 billion surplus. That's quite a lot. How did it generate this $7 billion surplus? Well, the Liberals restricted eligibility rules to such an extent that this system, which compensated the unemployed with benefits, in those days, 88% of the unemployed could hope to get benefits. That dropped to under 40%, Mr. Speaker. The Department of Human Resources admits that it's now 46%. This is disastrous in terms of its impact on people who lose their jobs, as well as their families, their regions, and the provinces concerned, including Quebec. So this way of doing things, which is completely aberrant, because the Canadian debt was reimbursed by taxing people in a totally odious way. This was a tax on the unemployed, on people who lost their jobs. Their source of income was removed, their way of living, and this to the tune of $57 billion today. This was taken out of the EI Fund, and I really fail to understand how the two major national parties are so comfortable with this kind of situation. not only comfortable, but they created it and perpetuated it and continue to defend it. They continue to defend that situation. So, Mr. Speaker, this is where I'm talking about this cheating. You're saying, well, legally, the Supreme Court had its word. It said technically the government had the right to do this because it can collect taxes in different ways. So that's one way of doing things. Technically, they're saying, yes, they can. But from an ethical standpoint, Mr. Speaker, from a standpoint of justice and fairness, this justice that we should be most concerned about, is this something that we should tolerate, that should go on? Or shouldn't we here today say, let's do a 180 and correct the situation? Mr. Speaker, this kind of cheating continues. The vote that occurred yesterday is not a vote to correct the situation, this vote on C10, the budget. What the two major parties did yesterday in that budget was to authorize the government to maintain EI premiums at their lowest rate since 1982. What does that mean, Mr. Speaker? It means that the government is padlocking any possibility of improving the EI fund and the EI system. Any possibility. This is a dual difficulty. If you listen to the Liberals this morning, I'm very happy to hear what they have to say, but I'm not happy about what they did yesterday. And at the same time, this leads to a lot of skepticism, as I was saying earlier, when you hear them talking out of both sides of their mouth. Are they aware that what they're saying right now is not completely logical? If they don't come back on the decision they took yesterday, saying we will authorize the EI fund to increase premiums in accordance with the needs that are felt, especially in an economic crisis as the one we have right now. That would be completely compatible with recommendations that have come from the concerned groups, be they employers or employees. Employers also contribute to the EI fund. They say it has to be improved. Access has to be improved, just as unions have said and groups for the unemployed have said. In a report in December 1984, the Standing Committee on Human Resources had made 28 recommendations, and among those, there were a number of measures proposed in today's motion. They were in there. Recommendations to the House of Commons made by parliamentarians at the Standing Committee on Human Resources and Social Development under the Liberal government and under a Conservative government. We saw no changes. They did not follow up on this. They find all kinds of subterfuge to avoid following up on those recommendations. Once again, that's a kind of cheating. It has to be said. It has to be said. This is a serious economic crime. In each of the ridings, about $30 million are lost every year because of this. It doesn't just impoverish the unemployed. It impoverishes their families. It impoverishes regions and provinces, as I was saying earlier, and Quebec, because in the final analysis, people who contributed to an EI fund in order to get some income if ever they unfortunately lose their jobs, and if they don't get that, their money stays in Ottawa, and it's the province that has to compensate them in order to support these people because they have no more income whatsoever. So then that means welfare, social assistance, so that means these people are paying in two places for a service from their province. A province that is not responsible, really, but that are forced into it because the federal government washes its hands of the situation, which adds to fiscal imbalance. It adds a great deal to fiscal imbalance. The parties responsible are the two national parties here in this House, as I said earlier. I'd like to begin the second part of my speech by repeating a quote that we've heard from most of our mothers. She said, "Son, if you can't keep your word, if you can't respect your own signature, you're dishonoring your family and yourself, of course." In this Parliament, there are parties that did not respect their commitments and their word, that did not respect their signature. Let me give you two examples. Let's take the Liberal Party. During the election campaign, they made a commitment, a formal commitment, with their hands on their hearts, to making sure that this Parliament would adopt measures to make EI more accessible and to do away with the waiting period. That was a formal commitment in a common platform signed by all three opposition parties on December 1st, 2008. That's just 3 months ago. The Liberal Party signed saying that they were making a commitment that POA, the Older Workers Adjustment Program, would be reinstated and the waiting period would be eliminated and the EI fund would only be used to help the unemployed. That's about 3 months ago, barely. But the way they voted yesterday, Mr. Speaker, on Bill C-10 goes completely against that just 3 months later. So that party did not keep its word. That party did not respect its own signature.
This is what gives us pause and makes us worry a great deal right now about the opposition's ability, that is, the other opposition party's ability to trust the Liberal Party's word. Of course, given the fact that this motion is giving notice to the government, it does not commit the government or create any requirements imposed on it. We see that there is a commitment on the opposition side. It is important to always keep the heat on the Conservative government and to look at their actions. The three opposition parties have a mandate from the public because we represent the majority here. We need to continue to implement in fact, the Liberals want to implement their ideology, their ideological decisions. We have a mandate from the people. The opposition is the majority here, and that is because the public wanted it that way. And we have to make sure that we look at the programs that are proposed, and that is why we have been elected. And that is something that is sacred. On the basis of those programs, the coalition created its platform in December. The opposition parties looked at their mutual platforms to see what elements could be put together to create a common platform. And this would help us gradually to get out of this economic crisis, to stimulate the economy, so that in 4 years we would once again be able to have a balanced budget. The deficit would have been $23 to $27 billion during that period. But we were proposing a very specific platform. And, Mr. Speaker, this is where I find that right now we have proposals that go against the will of the voters. The Liberals and the way they're behaving is usurping the mandate that we have received. I want to emphasize that. And you might say that I am emphasizing that more than the employment program itself. 2 minutes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. However, it is key for the rest. If the Liberals do not keep their commitment, we will never be able to amend the employment insurance program. And that is the injustice that we have to correct. We can do that in a formal way by voting on 2 bills, in particular, that we have already introduced on behalf of the Bloc Québécois. And this is why we are so pleased that the NDP is joining us on this aspect of the platform. That is Bill 241, which was introduced by my colleague, the member for Brome-Missisquoi, and would eliminate the waiting period. And that does not create a great deal of cost for the government because it is really an administrative expense. There isn't any increase in... I have 2 minutes left, Madam Speaker. I will conclude. Thank you. So we need to vote on Bill C-241, which is in second reading right now, and also on Bill 308, which I sponsored myself, and that bill contains the other aspects of today's motion and would open access to the EI regime and provide dignity to those without jobs. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Acadie Bathurst. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to begin by thanking my colleague from the Bloc Party for Chambly for all of his work. That is the member for Chambly-Bourgeois. I want to thank him for his many years of work on this issue here in the House. He has seen all sorts of governments, the Liberal governments and now Conservative governments, and he can see that we have had these many problems. And he has said that if you sign something and you don't respect your promises, then you bring dishonor onto your family. You can't blame the Liberals, in fact, because Liberals have always said that workers don't count for very much. They should just find jobs, and they should not count on the EI system. So that's what they've always said. The Liberals have said that, well, we can make a change or two. I heard the member earlier say that the Conservatives had skimmed off money from the employment insurance, but the Conservatives have legalized this. I think that people are now more vulnerable than ever, and I would like to know if my colleague agrees with me. Does he agree that it is the governments that are depending on employment insurance and have taken $57 billion from it? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. Madam Speaker, sometimes I almost lose my voice, and I apologize. I have a bit of a problem with my vocal cords. My colleague also has done remarkable work, and I want to acknowledge that he has defended the rights of employed people and workers as a whole. with great zeal. What has happened, Madam Speaker, is unacceptable, but the fact that it continued and people seem to want it to be considered as being a reasonable practice is the problem. My colleague, the member for Acadie Bathurst, stood up and showed a great deal of criticism, and not enough people have criticized this practice. It is completely unfair, but in fact, the government have acted as if there is nothing wrong with it. The Liberals did it, the Conservatives do it. It is not reasonable, and it is making families suffer.
State for Western Diversification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was just thinking of the people that had been talking about the employment insurance in my riding, that the businesses, small businesses and medium-sized businesses, some of the concerns they have about the increase in the premiums, because they find it very difficult with the different taxes and deductions that they have to match. And I wanted to know if the member has any response to, for example, the Canadian Restaurant and Food Services Association that says that the steps of the government, they support the government, and they say that steps the government has taken to ensure unemployed Canadians have access to the EI benefits that they need without increasing costs of employers. I'm just wondering if the member can understand that the persons, the businesses that are the employers, the difficulties that they have when premiums go up, if that's acknowledged in some of the suggestions he's making in the changes that he would desire.
L'honorable député, the honourable member for Chambly-Bourgeois. That is a good question. After all, we need to look at this in context. We need to understand that the crisis doesn't just affect workers, it also affects stores, business people, and so on. So the measures that need to be taken to help these people are support measures to help them deal with the situation. When we have income tax deductions given to businesses that have to make a profit in order to take advantage of them, then that isn't very helpful. So the government is, in fact, helping major corporations in its budget, and they are making profits. The real question is, and I know many small retailers, restaurant owners, and so on. I myself have worked in the restaurant sector for quite a while, and I know that it is a very vulnerable sector. So the real question she should ask is, how is it that we Conservatives have not realized that by reducing taxes for major corporations, how does that affect other people like small restaurant businesses? The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. I want to thank the honourable member for Chambly-Bourgeois for his excellent presentation. The Parliamentary Secretary has once again reminded me how disconnected the Conservatives are from the situation. We're talking about the people affected by the situation, the workers who are getting poorer and poorer and do not bring home enough money to support their families. The motion by the NDP is something that over 2 million workers need, and I'm talking here about the CLC and its members. They have been calling for these changes for a long time. I don't know who the government has consulted, but it worries me because I think they did not consult the workers who are affected by this crisis. We are seeing massive layoffs everywhere, and so my question is related to that. We've seen layoffs in the aerospace industry, the supply industries, bus manufacturing, automobile manufacturing, and he mentioned the shared work programs, work-sharing programs that can help workers and employers get out of these crises, because we know that these skilled workers are needed. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourgeois. I want to thank my colleague for Laval des Rapides. He does wonderful work. He's a new MP, but he is very much appreciated already in his riding. His question is a very good one. There are two aspects, in fact. He wants to confirm that the various organizations and people that I have met with have been consulted. In fact, I've met with workers and business people. They have said that they were not consulted by the government. There were... In fact, he is quite right in saying that there are problems. There was a $7 million program that was in place for older workers, and that helped workers that were over 55. And we need that for people over 55 who can't find work. It's very difficult for them to get back into the workforce. When employees are asking for this kind of program, this is what they need. When workers have worked for a given company for many years, they don't want to leave and enter into poverty. We need to make it easier to qualify and easier to get these benefits. This program has to be more available to companies. I think that there are improvements that we could make to work-sharing arrangements and so on, but we are certainly willing to make this accessible if the government is willing to do its part as well. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be splitting my time with our member from Nanaimo-Cowichan. Madam Speaker, as you know, we're in the midst of a major economic crisis, and the livelihood of millions of Canadians is at risk. Hundreds of thousands of people with jobs in forestry, general and automotive manufacturing, in media, information technology, and the service industry have felt the pain of being laid off or losing their jobs in just the last few months. Sadly, the finance minister has said this will continue for quite some time. Yet for the last decade, we have seen assistance for these workers get harder to attain, to the point that only about 30% of the workers that pay into our employment insurance fund can draw from it when they need to. With an EI fund surplus in the tens of billions of dollars, Madam Speaker, this injustice must stop. This government, among its many unprincipled and wrong-headed decisions, has chosen to give $60 billion of tax cuts to Canada's most profitable companies, instead of giving a few $100s to struggling families. It claims to want to help the economy by putting money into Canadians' pockets, but does absolutely nothing. Or it does absolutely everything, in fact, in its power to ensure that they do the opposite to Canadians that need the money the most. This government, Madam Speaker, feels no shame. Madam Speaker, every working Canadian and every company that employs them must pay into the EI fund. This money is there for workers. It is insurance in case they lose their employment. It's there to help families keep a roof over their head and food on the table. But this money is not being used in this manner. It's sitting there in a fund gathering dust as working families suffer. This government has a moral obligation to make these funds flow into the pockets of hard-working Canadians that put it there, but who need it now in time of crisis. This money could help forestry workers, tens of thousands who've been laid off from their jobs. More than 1 million Canadian jobs are linked to the forestry industry. In the last 5 years, the forestry sector has lost 40,000 jobs. More than 4,000 forestry workers were laid off in the last month alone. Today, another 500 have been laid off in Nova Scotia, and they have to wait 2 weeks without income to get employment insurance if they are among the lucky 30% or so that even qualify. Mills have closed or shut down on a temporary basis right across this country, including even Prince Edward Island. The forestry crisis is a national crisis, and the government has ignored the difficulties for far too long. Now is the time to eliminate the 2-week waiting period. Now is the time to reduce the qualifying period to a minimum of 360 hours of work, regardless of any regional rate of unemployment. Now is the time to allow self-employed workers to participate in this plan. Now is the time to raise the benefits to 60% and base benefits in the best 12 weeks in the qualifying period. And now is the time to encourage training and retraining. And there are more ominous signs on the horizon for my riding, Madam Speaker. This government says it's the champion of small business, but nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, I'm going to give you a couple of examples, Madam Speaker, where this government is hindering employment and employment opportunities and potentially creating unemployment. Two most recent examples in my riding, Madam Speaker. The first is a manufacturing company that's been in business for 40 years, and they're ready to expand. Yes, in this time of recession, they are ready to expand. They could hire 35 more workers, highly skilled workers. Highly skilled workers, 35 of them, Madam Speaker, who live right in my riding and who are unemployed right now. They could be working if credit were freed up. And I just received a notice the other day in the mail that my interest rate's going up from my bank. And the Bank of Canada rate is sitting at, what now, half of 1 percentage point. There's a real disconnect there, and something the government can do something about. The second is a company that distributes a product right across North America that is not manufactured anywhere in North America. In fact, Madam Speaker, this company holds the North American patent on this product. And they have just been told by this government, Madam Speaker, last month, they were just told that they now have to pay duties of 170% on this product. This is a product, I'll emphasize again, Madam Speaker, that is made nowhere in North America and that this distribution company holds the patent for. So now they have to pay 170%, and I've talked to the owner of this company. So when its business closes, or when it moves to Minnesota, 18 people will be looking for work in that company. And this is an export company, Madam Speaker. Most of its exports go to the United States. This is a good company and a good solid company in my riding, and now they're in danger of closing or moving to another country. Let me just go back to forestry for 1 second, Madam Speaker, to show you how dire the circumstances are now for the workers in my riding, and I would suggest, Madam Speaker, right across this entire country. Word the other day from Northern Hardwoods in Thunder Bay that they're going to turn off the lights and turn off the electricity. Now, there are two stages to a company deciding to close its business. The first is they shut down either temporarily or for a long period of time, and the second stage is when they make a decision to turn off the lights and turn off the electricity. Now, the reason why that is such a drastic step, Madam Speaker, is because it will cost tens of millions of dollars to get that mill back up and running. Sensitive computer equipment and all sorts of other equipment and the structure itself begins to deteriorate when the heat and the electricity is off. So that is what that company announced a couple of days ago. And there are more and more companies right across North America, or right across Canada, and indeed North America, who are facing the same situation. So, Madam Speaker, I ask this government to heed the call of this motion and heed the call very carefully. In my riding, in fact, in Northern Ontario, right across Northern Ontario, we have been essentially in a recession for 3 or 4 years now. This is not anything new to us, and We are a strong bunch, Madam Speaker, and we will struggle and we will continue. But when we have a situation where we have people who have paid into an insurance fund and are unable to access it, or have to wait 2 weeks, or there is no plan for training or retraining, it's disastrous for the smaller communities in my riding, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires
Questions and comments.
from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, my colleague speaks with passion with regards to the needs of our communities in the north and across Canada as a whole, given the fact that we've seen so much job losses, and the Conservative government talk about retraining, and we're not sure who who's going to actually train these people, given the fact that we've lost so much jobs. And of interest was that last night we've heard the Conservative government during one of the interviews say that people on unemployment don't need their 2-week. They don't need the money when they first get laid off. They need it after. And I tell you, I want to ask the member if he feels that the government of the day should actually decide on how someone's budget works, on whether or not they need their money at the beginning or at the end. Thank you.
Member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
I thank the member for that question, and she's absolutely right that along with all the problems that go on when you lose your job, and I'm thinking, Madam Speaker, of issues, family issues, the horrible situation that families are faced with when the major bread earner loses his or her employment. It can be devastating for families, and the last thing families need to worry about is where those 2 weeks of unemployment insurance are going to come from, and how they're going to continue to feed and clothe and house their children and try to carry on at least in a normal sense until they can begin searching for other work. So it makes much more sense, Madam Speaker, to eliminate the 2-week waiting period. I'll leave it at that. I'm sure there'll be another question, Madam Speaker.
Yep. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I did listen with interest to the honourable member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River. And I want to read just a little quote from David Dodge, and then I've got a couple of quick questions. And he's talking about the 2 weeks early or later. And he says the 2 weeks is there for a very good reason. Moreover, many of the people that are being laid off get some sort of bridge payment through that period, so that's not where the real issue is. The real issue is that some of these people are going to be off work for a rather long period of time. And I relate that to the auto industry. You can't go from 17 million vehicles to less than 11 million vehicles on a permanent basis and not expect that some of that job loss is going to be permanent. So is there not some sense, first question, is there not some sense in giving people more time later to get retrained and get into the workforce in another position? And the second question is, has the NDP costed all these measures?
Well, member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, I would suggest to the member that in fact, those 2 weeks are, in fact, very critical, regardless of whether someone is being laid off from their work or have lost their jobs permanently or for a short period of time. Those 2 weeks are critical because we're talking about families here and families who need help and can perhaps, in the case of those 2 weeks, have a little less to worry about as they begin their job search and as they continue to look at other options for them and their families.
Is there a 30-second question? Again, the honourable member from Edmonton Centre.
Well, real short question, Madam Speaker, and thank you. The second part of my question, has the NDP costed these measures?
The honourable member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Well, I would suggest to the member that there are billions of dollars gathering dust right now that belong in EI that have been taken over the last number of years that should be going to workers and their families, and I would like to see that money returned to them.
Questions and comments? Another quick question. There's 1 minute. The member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madame la Présidente. I mean, when you're talking about costing of the issue, I think that it'd be really important to note that the cost to those who don't get their money is much more than the cost that the government says that it's going to cost. The money is there, and I think that the member, if you could just maybe answer as to the impact on women on this, given the fact that very few women are able to access unemployment insurance.
Honourable member has 30 seconds to respond.
Well, in fact, we all know that women have less accessibility to EI funds than men do, and it is a serious problem. But you know, if I could just go briefly back to the honourable government member, and perhaps we can sit down and talk about those couple of other issues that I talked about that involved the government actually creating an unemployment problem, and perhaps we can come to some resolution. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Nanaimo, Cowichan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River, for sharing his time with me, and I also want to thank the member from Hamilton Mountain for introducing this very important motion, and of course the member from Acadie Bathurst for the amount of work that he's done over a number of years to try to get both the Liberal and the Conservative government's attentions around the importance of looking at some dramatic changes to the Employment Insurance Fund. Of course, prior to 1995, when it was then called Unemployment Insurance, the fund was much more responsive to workers' needs. But what we found over this last 10 or so years is that the ability for the Employment Insurance Fund to provide a meaningful social safety net for workers has been eroded. And in fact, we're now in the place where substantial numbers of workers across this country simply do not qualify. One of the reasons that it's important to have a viable employment insurance fund is that it protects the most vulnerable of workers and their families in this country. And in my own riding of Nanaimo Cowichan, what we've seen over the last number of years is an erosion of the forestry sector. And of course, the deeply flawed softwood lumber agreement has exacerbated the crisis that the forestry sector is in. And in my own riding and on Vancouver Island, we're also suffering from something called raw log exports. And what we're doing is we're watching the resources from our communities being shipped somewhere else for processing. And one after another, our sawmills are closing down, and of course the supporting industries to those sawmills are also closing down. We lost Medill, which provides heavy equipment to the forestry sector, and that company had been in business for about 100 years, and they've closed their doors. And this kind of carnage in the forestry sector has untold impacts on the rest of our economy. So whether it's restaurants, whether it's other service industry, whether it's clothing stores, they're all being impacted by the fact that these good-paying jobs are no longer in our community. And what we hear about this is that in this motion that we proposed is we're talking about eliminating the 2-week waiting period, reducing the qualifying period to a minimum of 360 hours, allowing self-employed workers to participate, raising the benefit rate to 60%, and so on. When I want to put a bit of a face to this, when we talk about workers, we're talking about people and their families, and I just want to quote from a couple of emails I've had. One is from Kirk Smith, and he says, "I was under the false assumption that if I had contributed for 35 years that I would be at least entitled to 1 year's benefit, but the receipt of benefits is only based on the current year's contributions." And then he has some questions. When will the 5-week extension of the benefits become law? Will I be able to collect them after my claim has run out? Can the laws be changed to take into consideration the amount of unclaimed years which a worker has contributed to the plan? The current system seems grossly unfair when only the current year of contributions is taken into account. And he goes on to say further on in his email, "I am slowly going broke." I've got another email from Kathy and Wayne Kay, and they say, "My husband would learn last Tuesday that his mill at Western Forest Products in Nanaimo was being shut down indefinitely due to the global economic crisis. The future of this once stronghold of the province's economic structure is dwindling into obscurity." I've got another email from Shelley Osborne that's talking about her husband. And she talks about the fact that he was only allowed 24 weeks of unemployment insurance. He's 54 years old, and he's been 31 years in the forestry industry. And he was working with Ted Leroy Trucking, who has now applied for creditor protection. I've got a letter that came out from a number of organizations, including the Steelworkers, the Coast Forest Products Association, Interior Forest Labor Relations, and so on. And they're asking, they wrote to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development and specifically asked the Minister to take into account that 28% of the current forest industry unionized employees have worked less than 420 hours in the past year, and 39.6 have worked less than 700 hours. So, Madam Speaker, we've got, I know many of us have received email after email after email talking about what it means to a family to lose their jobs and then find out that either they don't qualify for employment insurance because they haven't worked enough hours, and the 360 hours would capture a significant number of these workers, or in my area, we have this anomaly where the unemployment rate is tied to the Vancouver labour market. Now, the unemployment rate in Nanaimo-Cowichan is significantly higher, but because of the regional anomaly, the weeks that somebody gets paid out on a claim in Nanaimo-Cowichan is less because the unemployment rate is lower in Vancouver. Now, that makes absolutely no sense. And I've written to the Minister to ask the Minister, and the Minister has the ability to do this, to consider realigning the region so that the labour market appropriately reflects what's happening in Nanaimo-Cowichan. I have to tell the Minister that in British Columbia, Vancouver Island is a separate entity from Vancouver. In fact, there's a body of water that separates it. We need to have Vancouver Island considered separately from the labour market in Vancouver. This would allow many workers to extend the length of their claims. And I would urge the Minister to take a look at that so that we don't have workers that are sliding off employment insurance and onto welfare. Madam Speaker, there is a very good reason why we would talk about putting money into the Employment Insurance Fund to allow workers to either qualify for benefits or to have their benefits extended beyond the 5 weeks that the government has offered. One of them is called the multiplier effect. And using the formula that's been put forward through somebody from Carleton University, Ian Lee, he says using the multiplier formula, every dollar spent on employment insurance results in $1.64 being injected into the economy. And what he says is that there is a much quicker response in the economy by providing people with some income because of the fact that the EI money has little red tape attached to it and can be counted on to flow through the economy in a predictable fashion. And in fact, what we know is when workers and their families receive employment insurance, what they do is they go and spend it locally. They buy groceries, they pay their rent, they pay their mortgage, and we've got a tangible impact on the local economy. Now, it seems to me that that would make sense, that what you would want to do is make sure workers have an income so they can survive. What you want to do is make sure workers have an income so they can buy things in their own local cities and towns and villages. And it's that kind of immediate economic stimulus that will have a direct impact on the health and well-being of our communities. In the context of this discussion that we're having today, I want to remind Canadians who are paying attention that the Minister said, the Minister of Human Resources and Skill Development said, we do not want to make it lucrative for them to stay at home and get paid for it, not when we still have a significant skill shortage in many parts of this country. Now, Madam Speaker, I would be hard-pressed to say that on average of $447 a week, somebody is having a lucrative living. And I would urge the Minister, if she thinks that that is such a great income, I would suggest that she try living on it. And she try to feed her family and pay her mortgage and maybe make her car payment. So, Madam Speaker, I would urge members of this House to support the NDP motion that would have our communities remain livable, would maintain a quality of life that each and every one of us would wish for our own families. I want to remind the House that a member said, has the NDP costed this? And absolutely. What we have done is estimated that these proposals would cost $3.33 billion. Now, we have $57 billion that was in the Employment Insurance Fund that has been misappropriated by this government and previous governments. This money was used for deficit reduction. It was used in the Consolidated Revenue Fund. And that money should have been put aside so that when there was an economic downturn, because inevitably they happen in the economic cycles, that there was money available for workers and their families. There was money available for significant retraining, because many industries are now having to restructure and are looking at the fact that they're going to need to retrain even their existing workers. That money was paid by workers and their companies, and that money should remain for the use of workers and their companies. So, Madam Speaker, in closing, once again, I would urge the House to support this very important motion, to support the most vulnerable in our communities, and to vote yes when this comes up for a vote.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments. Questions and comments.
From Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member who, over the years, has been a consistent advocate on behalf of those who are in need, and EI has been on the agenda of Parliament ever since I came in '93. One of the elements in the motion before us today has to do with self-employed workers, and I'm asking maybe for information and maybe for those who might be watching the debate, because it might tend to raise expectations, and we really should be clear. I understand studies have been going on, Madam Speaker, talking about having eligibility for parental and maternity leave benefits, for sick benefits, etc. But the real question comes down to whether or not laying oneself off would allow you to qualify for benefits. It is the anomaly. And secondly, whether or not a self-employed person would be responsible for effectively claiming or paying the premium, both parts of it, which an employed person is involved in, where they play one part, the employer pays 1.4 times that additionally. So maybe for clarification, how the self-employed worker system might work.
The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, that's a fairly complicated question, and given the amount of time I have to answer it, I'm going to touch on a couple of points. Number one is the discussion around self-employed workers has been going on at various committees for a number of years. For example, the Parliamentary Standing Committee on the Status of Women started looking at self-employed workers and the potential for maternity benefits. It seems sometimes that what happens in this House is when in doubt, conduct a study, and then when you don't want to make a decision, have another study, and then study the study. So this discussion has been going on for a significant number of years. I would argue that we do have the resources to frame how people would get paid employment insurance if they were self-employed. The Canada Revenue Agency has extensive experience on determining what employment is insurable or not in the current context of a worker-employer relationship. Some of that criteria could be transferred to self-employed workers, and there could be other mechanisms in order, for example, there's significant labor market information that can determine where there are downturns in particular sectors. There are mechanisms that could be used to determine whether a self-employed worker was laying themselves off when there could be work available. There's an adjudication process within employment insurance that takes a look at whether people have voluntarily quit their job. That could also be employed to self-employed workers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague really touched on some of the issues. I mean, the fact of the matter is the biggest economic stimulus that we could have is actually ensuring that people on EI actually have access to EI. She also talked about the cost of EI. And the cost of EI is not really that great when you consider that these people have actually paid into it. What's a shame, as she's mentioned, is the fact that the Liberals and the Conservatives have dished into that pot to either give corporate tax cuts to their friends or put it into general revenue. I'd like to ask my colleague with regards to how she feels that the impact is. If someone doesn't have EI, what is the impact on the municipalities? Where do they actually get their money? And I'm sure that she'll agree with me that it's probably through social services, which has an even bigger impact on those municipalities, but I'll have her answer that. Thank you.
The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan has a minute.
I want to thank my colleague from Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing. That's a very important question, and of course different provinces have different arrangements for how social assistance is paid, but my understanding, I'm from British Columbia where it's a little different than in Ontario, but my understanding is in Ontario the municipalities end up being on the hook for at least a portion of income assistance or welfare, depending on what each province calls it. This is another example of downloading. And what many levels of government have done is they've continued to offload or download or softload to the next level of government. So in this case, what we've got is a federal government who's abdicating its responsibility, because it's the manager of the Employment Insurance Fund, who's abdicating its responsibility and shoving it down to either the provincial or municipal levels. Now, what we know is both at the provincial level, but certainly at the municipal level, the municipal level has limited ability to raise revenue. And if you're going to increase their costs without any input from them, they're going to have to cut other vital services. And I would argue that if the government is going to take that kind of approach to fiscal management, they'll often talk about accountability and transparency. They need to include those other levels of governments in the discussion about the impact on their own budgets.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wish to inform you that I would like to share my time with the member for Saskatoon-Wanaskewin. In addition, I'm pleased to rise today in this debate initiated by the member for the riding of Hamilton Mountain. As you know, Madam Speaker, our government is very concerned by the current economic situation. It's concerned about employment in this country and about industries that are experiencing hardship, by the too large number of families experiencing economic difficulties because of the economic slowdown. We're not the only ones to be concerned. An Ipsos Reid poll recently revealed that 1 out of 4 Canadians feared losing his or her job because of the economic crisis we're going through. And I'd like to say to these people today that our government is absolutely committed to helping them get through this period. For our government, the status quo and doing nothing is not a valid option. It's not when our economy is shaken by international shock waves that we should just lay down our arms. On the contrary, we've put many measures in place in the past few months, and more recently with our economic action plan, which includes massive investments that are targeted. We want to take the bull by the horns, as we say, and really support our families, overcome this crisis, and help workers and others. This is an action plan that helps not only our fellow citizens, our cities, and our industry, but it helps them immediately and urgently at a time when they need it most. It is an action plan that aids those that are hardest hit, and workers are among our top priorities. And this economic action plan was passed here yesterday in this House, and I rose in this House to support this economic action plan for our workers, our families, and our seniors. And we have a tool for people who lose their jobs, and that's the employment insurance system, which is a very useful tool in difficult times. And our government is taking measures so that this system can provide additional aid to Canadians who lose their jobs. Initially, we extended across the country, and following consultation, a pilot project that offers an additional 5 weeks in benefits to help those who stay unemployed longer. In addition, we announced that the premium rate for EI, which is at its lowest rate since 1982, will remain unchanged in 2010. That alone represents an injection of capital that will remain in the pockets of our businesses and workers that represents $4.5 billion. But that's not all. In addition to that, in order to help the regions in our economic action plan, regions that have higher unemployment rates, and this is the case in the Lower St. Lawrence, the North Shore, Chicoutimi-Jonquière, Centre du Québec, we will continue the program so-called of 14 best weeks until December 2010, as well as the program for those coming back into the labor force. These are targeted efforts for regions that need it, and that is in the Economic Action Plan we adopted yesterday and that we are implementing as fast as possible. These are projects that make a difference in the lives of thousands of Quebec families by increasing the benefits for certain workers or allowing them to be eligible to EI with fewer hours of work. But that's just a start of what we're putting in place for Canadians. We're proposing helping more Canadians continue working when their employers experience temporary slowdowns, and that's an essential part of our budget. We're focusing our efforts on preserving jobs, making sure people stay employed, and have some training available. In addition to that, Madam Speaker, we have a work-sharing program, which is an existing part of the program. So a company experiencing a slowdown can maintain people in employment and benefit from employment insurance at the same time until business picks up. We're aware of the uncertainty we see in world markets. Therefore, our minister announced today that our government is extending by 14 weeks the shared work agreements up to 52 weeks. Moreover, we will facilitate eligibility by simplification of the process for employers. So simplifying the bureaucracy, streamlining. We know the bureaucracy is choking off businesses, causing hardship, and we're streamlining that. It's also important, Madam Speaker, to look to training. Qualified workers remain on the job, and in an ever-changing society where we're seeing a lot of new technology arise, it's important to help our workforce keep pace. In the next 2 years, we will inject $500 million for workers who are long-term unemployed and allow them to get EI and get retrained and face that occupational transition. That will allow them to have faster access to EI so that they can join a training program at their own expense. We will increase by $1 billion over 2 years the funding for retraining that's paid to provinces and territories. And in addition, we will also make another $500 million investment in a transition and strategic training fund to fulfill the needs of people who are not eligible for EI. I would remind you, Madam Speaker, that we also provided for special measures for the self-employed and examine possible improvements for maternity leave. Of course, we will continue to pay attention to older workers who on the eve of retirement see their industry hard hit. When these people are experiencing difficult moments, we could think of, for instance, forestry workers in our province, we will support them. We will accompany them. Since 2007, 4,000 Canadians received help from the Targeted Initiative for Older Workers, which is an effective provincial-federal partnership. We'll do more because right now we're experiencing a situation which is very demanding. We'll invest more money, that is $20 million, and we will repeat that in the next 3 years for this initiative, which is producing good results. We will also broaden eligibility criteria so that larger communities, up to 250,000 in population, can benefit. You know, any society that can improve future prospects has to improve knowledge and training. We will spend another $20 million to create further job experience for students across the country. So that's $8.3 billion in measures being implemented that we adopted yesterday, that I supported, of course, and everyone on this side of the House supported. But if we take adequate measures to keep people on the job, we'll minimize the impact of the crisis. Before the eye of the storm reaches our borders, we want to be a catalyst and be ready to face that crisis. That's why, in addition to that $8.3 billion, we are establishing a community adaptation program to help the hardest hit communities restructure, take charge of events, and go forward and adapt, find new markets and opportunities. I'm pleased that the official opposition supported our plan, which breathes some hope in our communities. But the people who are proposing today's motion are not supporting our measures. The Bloc and the NDP have not supported these measures in favor of seniors, young people, people who need training, etc. It's all very well to have speeches, but we need targeted initiatives in order to put measures in place as soon as possible, and the Bloc and the NDP voted against those measures. We want to help the unemployed. We want to help older workers find new jobs, and that's why we support the Economic Action Plan and will continue to deploy concrete efforts to help the workers and businesses of this country. Questions and comments?
From Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The rules guiding the notional surplus in EI, $45 to $50 billion, are that you should keep two years of surplus, and the excess should be drawn down through reduced premiums or improving the benefit plans. So if anything, we've been saying reduced EI premiums. The member just said, and I think he's misled the House, maybe inadvertently, but he just said that we have frozen the EI premiums, which should normally go down. And then he said that's stimulus. But Madam Speaker, if you freeze if you don't decrease the normal decrease in the EI premiums, then you're taking away dollars from the employees and the employers. That's anti-stimulus. It's not stimulus. And the member said it's $4.5 billion of stimulus. I think he better explain himself, Madam Speaker, because I think he's actually flipped it on his head and he's got it backwards.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for giving me an opportunity to explain to what extent the measures in our Economic Action Plan allow our workers and our employers to have some breathing space. What we want to do is give some oxygen to employers who are faced with a very uncertain economic situation, and I'm pleased to inform him that the premium rate for EI right now is at its lowest rate since 1982, and it will remain unchanged all the way into 2010. I'm pleased to tell him that this will inject, by maintaining this rate, it will inject $4.5 billion that will remain in the pockets of employers and employees. Questions and comments?
A member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to ask my colleague a question with regards to the two-week waiting period. Just yesterday in Windsor, Ontario, 1,200 people were fired from their job at the Windsor Assembly Plant, a devastating blow to the community, not only just to those workers, but also to the other 7 jobs each one of those jobs actually created. And I'd like to know, what is the benefit of making workers wait that 2-week period of time when their bills are coming due? They don't change. The deadlines to pay a credit card, to pay your mortgage, to pay the fees to a university or college, for any of the expenses for their children, food on the table, none of that changes. So why keep the 2-week waiting period in place? Why not provide that right now? Because workers, especially right now in places like Windsor, where it takes weeks upon weeks to actually get your employment insurance because of the lack of support services this government has provided.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse, 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This allows me to point out the remarkable work done by people at Human Resources and Skills Development Canada, people who need the money, get their checks as quickly as possible, and I can assure them of my cooperation. When people are in a difficult situation, we will make sure they get that income to which they are entitled because they've paid premiums, and that they get it as quickly as possible. But I'm surprised to hear the member ask me about workers, because yesterday this same colleague would have had an opportunity to rise in this House and support the measures I've talked about today, $200 million to allow extending job sharing programs and maintain people on the job. So when you have bouquet of measures for workers, an umbrella of measures. How come he's not doing like my colleagues on this side of the House and support these measures? Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Saskatoon, Wanuskewin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to be able to speak in the House today and address a very important topic that concerns just huge numbers of Canadians, because we're in the workforce, at least most desire to be. We've had relatively low unemployment over a course of a number of years, but in anticipation of what lies ahead, I think our government has a very good program and approach at such a time. Madam Speaker, the employment insurance figures very largely in this government's economic action plan that we introduced in the budget 2009, and I thank the honourable member for raising the subject of the EI program for this House's discussion today. As we all know, we're in the midst of a worldwide recession, and Canada, we've said this before, it bears repeating, is better prepared than almost any other country to weather that storm. Nonetheless, we will be sideswiped, we will feel the effects of it, and Canadians in my constituency and the constituency of most members around the House here are concerned about their jobs and concerned about their livelihoods. And so it's our role as a government, as a federal government, to help Canadians by creating as many jobs as possible and providing the financial protection to those who are at risk or who will unfortunately lose their jobs. After an unprecedented cross-country consultation with stakeholders, individual Canadians and provincial and territorial counterparts, our government has developed a very comprehensive economic action plan to stimulate the economy and to support Canadians and their families during this period of global downturn, of global economic uncertainty. The plan was developed in consultation with Canadians, for Canadians, and it reflects in a remarkable degree consensus among those various stakeholder groups across the country. In our economic action plan, we're supporting Canadians by launching the Canada Skills and Transition Strategy, which will help Canadian workers and their families through a three-pronged approach to strengthen benefits for workers, secondly, to enhance the availability of training, and thirdly, to keep the EI rates low for 2009 and the year 2010. We're proposing to temporarily invest an unprecedented $8.3 billion in the Canadian Skills and Transition Strategy. So I say that again because that's very huge. That's very significant. This unprecedented investment of $8.3 billion in the Canada Skills and Transition Strategy. And central to that strategy is the Employment Insurance Program. Our strategy proposes improvements to the Employment Insurance Program that focus on meeting the greatest need right now at this time, improving the duration of EI benefits to support those facing challenges in looking for work and ensuring adequate support for retraining. That's the route that Canadians asked us to take. That's the route they want us to take at this time. Employment insurance figures largely in those consultations and in the development of our strategy for a way ahead. We looked at a number of ways that the EI program could be improved, and one of the areas that we looked at was the 2-week waiting period that all EI claimants in receipt of regular and special benefits must serve at the beginning of their benefit period. And so I take it that the members are listening closely at this point, because I know there have been questions come up on this over the course of the morning already. And so before contemplating the removal of that 2-week waiting period, as has been suggested by the honourable member who proposed this, it is important to examine its purpose. And the concept of the waiting period was first introduced in the founding unemployment legislation of 1940, and the 2-week waiting period has been a key feature of the EI program ever since 1971. It's really similar, we could well liken it to the deductible portion in private insurance. This is its history, but let's look at its relevance now for us today and at this period of time. It ensures that EI resources are focused on workers dealing with significant gaps in employment. In fact, if we remove this aspect of the EI program, claims would not be processed any more quickly. In fact, they might take longer, as there would be an uptake or a significant increase in volumes that would put further pressure on our EI service standards. Protecting the integrity of the EI program is paramount so that that it's there for workers when they need it. And the 2-week waiting period is necessary for verifying the claims, of course, to ensure that those who are eligible to receive EI get the benefits that they deserve as fast as possible. We need to also consider that removing that 2-week waiting period may not help those most in need of additional benefits. While removing the 2-week waiting period would result in an additional payment of 2 weeks for claimants who do not use their full entitlement, it would not provide assistance to those workers who exhaust their EI benefits. It would simply start and end their benefits 2 weeks earlier. So now let's look at the cost for just a moment. Eliminating that 2-week waiting period, what would it cost? It would cost over $1 billion annually, and implementing that costly measure would inevitably result in higher premiums for workers and for employees. And this at the very time when increased EI premiums is the last thing that workers and employers need to have at such a time in our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, we believe that we need to have this approach, which we think in turn meets the needs of Canadians much better. It's interesting to note that the former Liberal Minister of Human Resources, Jane Stewart, had this to say about the 2-week waiting period, and I quote, she said the 2-week waiting period is like a deductible in an insurance program. It is there for a purpose. And that's in the Hansard Record, June 13th, 2003. So a Liberal member at that, a Liberal minister. So, Madam Speaker, our position on the 2-week wait period is no different than the previous Liberal government's position. As was previously said in this House, we're backed up by Mr. David Dodge, the former Governor of the Bank of Canada. On December 18th, Mr. Dodge appeared on the CTV Newsnet program, Mike Duffy Live. Mike is now, of course, a senator in the other place. And a good one. But on that occasion, December 18th, when asked whether eliminating the 2-week waiting period for EI was an expenditure worth making, Mr. Dodge responded forcefully. He said, and I quote, he said, the answer is no. Removing or eliminating that 2-week waiting period, he says, that would be probably the worst waste of money we could make because there's a lot of churn in the labor market, just normal churn. Mr. Dodge said also, and I quote, that 2 weeks is there for a very good reason. The real issue is that some of these people are going to be off work for a rather long period of time. So, Madam Speaker, we agree with the former Governor of the Bank of Canada's comments. That's why we're proposing to extend nationally the benefits of the current 5-week pilot project that until now has only been provided in certain regions with the highest unemployment rates. This extension of the 5 weeks will provide regular claimants in regions not currently receiving additional EI benefits with 5 extra weeks of benefits. In addition, we also propose to increase the maximum duration of EI benefits available under the EI program to 50 weeks from the current 45. That measure would provide financial support for a longer period to unemployed Canadians who would otherwise have exhausted their benefits. And that amounts to a whole lot and is a significant thing for the constituents of the Saskatoon-Wanuskewin, which is my privilege to represent. This means that with jobs perhaps being scarcer, they would have more time to seek employment while still receiving EI. In comparing the two approaches, removing the 2-week waiting period versus providing extended benefits, our consultations clearly indicated that Canadians favor receiving the additional benefits. Madam Speaker, our proposed investments to the EI program cover a broad spectrum, both on the benefits and the training side. It's an approach that we think best suits the needs of Canadians at this time, at this juncture in our economic situation, and also it meets the labour and the economic needs of tomorrow. Madam Speaker, our government understands that unemployed Canadians are worried about putting food on the table and finding work to keep their homes and provide for their families. And that's why, among other things, through our Economic Action Plan, we will help over 400,000 people benefit from an additional 5 weeks of EI benefits. We will help 160,000 people, including long-tenured and older workers, get retrained to find a new job and put food on the table for their families. And we're making significant enhancements to the work-sharing program. In fact, today the Minister of HRSDC announced important changes to work-sharing agreements under the EI program. We're extending the work-sharing agreements by 14 weeks to a maximum of 52 and providing greater flexibility in the qualifying criteria so more companies and workers can participate. So that's the goal of these work-sharing agreements, to help more Canadians continue working while their company is experiencing a temporary downturn. Our economic plan was built by consulting with Canadians to help Canadians through these difficult times. And as such, Madam Speaker, our economic action plan supports Canadians and strengthens benefits for the unemployed. While the NDP like to propose uncosted and unaffordable solutions to the current economic crisis, our government is actually getting the job done at this unique time in the country's history. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well said. And comments? The honourable member from Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I heard the honourable member from across the aisle here say that it would cost $1 billion a year to fund the extra 2 weeks. Now, that's a lot of money, $1 billion a year. But this government has stolen $57 billion from the EI fund. Now, $57 billion, that's 57 years. 57 years, that's a long time. Now, I'd like to ask the honourable member how he expects the families to survive, the families that don't qualify for EI because the hours have not been reduced. They don't qualify for EI, they don't qualify for training. So I'd like the honourable member to tell me how these people are going to survive if they don't qualify for EI.
The honourable member from Saskatoon, Wanis-Kawan.
I think, Madam Speaker, somebody was interested to raise a point of order because the kind of language that was used here in this House in terms of talking of people stealing is rather unparliamentary, as the member knows. He may be new in the House, but I think he would at least be aware of that. But in response to his question, the program that we put together in its entirety, its totality, in terms of the extension of the 5 weeks, the various other training programs that are in place, will do a good bit in terms of giving the individuals, those who are out of work, unemployed, if you will, the opportunity to re-enter the workforce with the training that's being made available and have those jobs, because that's, of course, the best kind of program, we think, to have an employment situation that you can provide for your family. You can have the satisfaction, that sense of dignity in which you get out on a daily basis. But in the meanwhile, the extension of the EI benefits, I think, is a good thing and will help many of those unemployed people across the country in my riding and his as well.
And without taking time on the members speaking, just to clarify the rules for the offended members, on Opposition Day, the member of the opposition or the opposition party that proposed the motion speaks first in questions, and the member from the party who has spoken asks questions last. So I'll go to the member from Scarborough-Guildwood.
I think I might be deeply offended by that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this program is about a $17 billion program, and it generally operates in a range of about $2 billion. Every cent of premium is about $100 million. Cent up is $100 million, cent down is $100 million. The government has chosen to play a little fast and loose with it by saying that we're not going to raise premiums, even though the costs of the program are going up, and by not raising premiums, we are therefore passing on an advantage to Canadians that they're not being taxed more, and therefore that's part of the stimulus package. And the Parliamentary Budget Officer has taken objection to this sleight of hand on the part of the government, and I wonder whether the honourable member would be prepared to comment upon the attempt to describe this refreeze of premiums as in fact a stimulus.
The honourable member from Saskatoon, Wanis-Kawan, has a few minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and for the good member across the way who I enjoy listening to in speeches, personal conversations. We have a certain rapport in this place, and he's a credible member who works hard on behalf of his constituents. He comes up with pretty good questions as well, and I will respond to him in respect to the good question he puts. If he would talk to, as he probably has to some degree, and would I encourage him to do that again, but talk to businesses in his riding and talk to the workers in his riding. And on the nub of this question, whether one should increase premiums or not, I think he would well come up with the answer that no, workers and employers do not want to have an increase in premiums at this time. It would be particularly hurtful and harmful in that being done, and so the government has made that choice, and in effect that's a benefit to all Canadians at this time who would be faced with these situations.
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments. A very brief question. There are 58 seconds left. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will be very short. The two last speakers from the Conservative Party are disconnected from the reality. Once again, the motion here has been supported, and over 2 million workers were consulted on this motion, so it really reflects what they do, what they want. So I would like to know who the Conservatives consulted.
From Saskatoon, Wattaskaiwa.
Well, I would turn the question back to the member. Who are the 2 million members that he refers to, and what exactly did they say? Do we have this on a transcription? But we do know that in terms of the public forums that the Conservative, the Canadian federal government had here, a broad consultation across the country. In fact, the consensus was near unanimous in terms of that there should not be increases of premiums, that there should be an extension at the other end. There is not the support for that of removing the 2-week waiting period, and the minister, the member who just had asked the question prior, was very emphatic that there needs to be that particular 2-week waiting period and would continue to be for the good of the program in the future. So there's been broad consultation, and the member well knows that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is with some mixed feelings that I rise today to speak to this issue, simply because while the opportunity is afforded us all as members of Parliament to address this important issue, what we are talking about is a tragedy in the making. It is a prescription of government policy run out over years, manifesting itself in the devastation that we're seeing in homes and families across this country. I will be seeking to split my time with the member from Vancouver East, Madam Speaker, and I think in some ways, as a representative of northwestern British Columbia in the beautiful Skeena-Bulkley Valley, we have been, to some extent, the canaries in the coal mine. When Canadians hear about this recession, hear about the job losses and downturn, we unfortunately in the northwest of British Columbia are ahead of this particular tragedy, in that we have seen the loss of thousands upon thousands of jobs across the mining, forestry, and fishing sectors. And we've seen what the consequences are when we take out the foundations, the very pillars of an economy, and what the ripple effects can be to all sectors. The ability of local governments to handle the infrastructure requirements, the abilities of schools to stay open, the ability of churches to gather their congregations together, the very fabric of communities can be torn apart when such economic devastation is visited upon them. Now, I've watched this government time and again, and I heard my colleague from the government side say that Canada is well prepared, that somehow the tens and thousands of job losses, 68,000 full-time jobs lost in January in British Columbia alone, is somehow a government claiming that everything is fine and rosy. And I understand the government's need or desire to paint a positive and perfect picture of how they've handled things. But to any economist who studies the issues such as this in national economies knows that Canada doesn't tend to lead in downturns nor lead in recoveries. That the downturn, the global downturn that's been happening, is now fully affecting itself upon the Canadian economy. And the government's pretending that the corporate tax cuts that happened were somehow buffering the Canadian economy against us. This is a government that also claims, Madam Speaker, thankfully we have this strong and supported banking sector, one that they argued for years needed to be more deregulated. They argued for years that we should allow the bank mergers, and in fact cited examples like Citibank as to something that we should allow here in Canada. Allow our banks to get together to be more competitive internationally was the call, hue and cry. And in 2003, 2004, 2005, the New Democrats stood virtually alone in this place, saying this was not a good idea. This was not supportive of a sound and safe banking sector to allow these mergers to go on. We were called anti-competitive. We were called too far left on the issue. That we should allow the banks in Canada who are pleading and crying with this government, with previous governments, to allow them to get together and merge. Thank goodness we didn't. Thank goodness the government now feels that it's worthy to take credit for allowing a more regulated banking sector, a safer banking sector that has allowed Canada to not feel the full effects by no interest in the government's policy at all. They were interested in the opposite. Now in Skeena, in the Northwest, we see time and again government skewing the numbers to fit their own purposes when it comes to employment and the unemployed. That we know time and again when people who have paid in to the insurance program, have paid into an employment insurance program believing that the form that they filled out every week, 2 weeks on their paycheck, meant that they had employment insurance. That when they go up to the teller and to find out what support they'll get when they've lost their job, they find out, in fact, that 60% of the workers in my region simply don't qualify. I'm not talking 60% across the board. I'm talking 60% who actually paid in to this insurance scheme suddenly find themselves not eligible for the program. And why is it, Madam Speaker? Has the government got a cold heart? Is the government uncaring for these things? Well, one might suspect that. It helps the government establish numbers that they know patently to not be true. It helps the government over-collect on employment insurance year after year after year and establish a slush fund that is now available to the government to spend in any way they see fit. They don't reduce the actual contributions from employers, and we heard some strange, convoluted message from the parliamentary secretary earlier about freezing rates to employers and employees, where in fact they're actually obligated to reduce rates at this point, and somehow then equating that to being economic stimulus, that they didn't increase this penalty upon employer employees, and that will somehow derive itself to be now part of their stimulus package. What mad accounting is going on with the so-called Conservative government? In the Northwest, they talk about the public forums and consultations, and I know I might be agitating some of my Conservative colleagues who feel this is not an important issue. In the public consultations, we actually saw a bit of the Conservative traveling roadshow that went through the Northwest, and I'm not kidding, Madam Speaker. For some strange coincidence in the universe, some of these consultations would happen on the very night that I had been conducting community-wide consultations. We'd have 80, 100, 120 people show up from the business community, from the faith community, from social justice, environment group, general citizens. And on the same day, the Conservatives would have their roadshow in town. And on two separate occasions, for some strange stroke of luck and coincidence, it happened on the same day or the day before, and we found that 3 people had shown up. 2 councillors had been phoned the day before from the local municipal council and said, your government wants to hear from you. Would you mind showing up for a cup of coffee? And in some bewilderment, the councillors would show up, talk to the Conservative representative, and that was a tick box of consultation. That was somehow as getting the pulse of the communities in my region. Do not even try to pretend this as a consultation exercise when there's no public notice, when there's no actual requirement or desire on the government's part to hear from ordinary working Canadians, but some sort of selective wandering process to say that we met with so many communities. It's false, it's cynical, and it's simply not true. And it goes to the very ideology of this government, where a government unprepared for the economic firestorm that is now upon our country has simply stepped itself into a place of denial. They put themselves to a place where everything is actually fine, that the people losing their jobs are in some other land, not Canada. That the people in the northwest of British Columbia and Skeena who have been losing their jobs by the thousands are not in line with the government's message that everything's okay. Second, they move to anger. And in anger, we see the Prime Minister just last week rattling the saber again, saying, give me my $3 billion blank check or I'll force you all back to the polls. Where 2 weeks before he said Canadians need an election like a hole in the head. It's a government that's simply not gotten to the point of acceptance of the reality. And the reality is that Canadians are losing their jobs at an unprecedented rate, and that the very foundations of the Canadian economy, the value-added manufacturing foundation that has built this economy for many decades, is being eroded as we speak, in part due to policies that are prescribed from this government. Because we all remember the ideology and the rhetoric was, if we keep cutting the corporate taxes, even for those most profitable, things will be fine. I spoke to the forestry companies in my region and said, how's a tax break helping you out right now? And they said, a tax break? We're losing money. We're in the red. What does a tax break mean to companies that are going out of business? Nothing. Absolutely. What does it mean to the small businesses and the contractors in my region who are unable to even get to the employment insurance program, cannot qualify for the employment insurance program? How is this government supportive of small business when they won't even consider that? The aspect of seasonal workers, which goes right across this country. Seasonal workers affect even those that are heckling right now. I imagine they have some seasonal workers in their constituencies, where if they fall below these threshold requirements for employment insurance, which are raised year after year by this government, raised year after year, therefore removing more people who have, in good faith and conscience, paid into the insurance employment program, cannot collect. Go to those families in their constituencies, sit at those kitchen tables and tell them that the employment insurance program is just fine as it is. Doesn't need to be affected at all. It's absolutely irresponsible. And the government tacks on 5 weeks and suggests that this is the fix, when they know that with 60% of the people who actually paid into the program not qualifying, this 5-week extension does nothing for them. Now, at the end of the day, the government simply must move past denial. It must move past its raider saddling, prompting an election and proposing that $3 billion slush funds are the solution to this and we should simply trust them, and must move to the place of acceptance and realize that employment insurance reform is an actual part of the recovery package that this country should be considering and implementing. And the last budget that this government brought forward, supported by the so-called official opposition, does nothing to address this key factor in Canada's need to recover as an economy, and the pain will be felt not by members in this place, but by those hard-working families who thought they were paying into an insurance program and were paying into nothing but a scheme. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The member will know that the government in the budget, one of its elements was that EI rates, premium rates, will be frozen. And the member will know that a previous Conservative member made an interesting argument. But first of all, Madam Speaker, if everyone would understand that if you freeze EI rates, it has no effect on stimulus. You still have the same amount of money that you had in your pocket. The government said, we're freezing the rates. We're leaving them there. It shouldn't have any effect. And yet the member got up and said, we're freezing rates and it's a stimulus that's going to provide a $4.5 billion stimulus by freezing them. I don't understand that. But we do know that we have been reducing rates each and every year for the last dozen years. And the employers and employees have expected a decrease in the EI premium because there's a notional EI surplus that should go down. If you reduce EI premium rates to workers and employers, that means that's less money out of their pocket to the government, which therefore they have more money to spend, which means lowering the EI rate is stimulative. Freezing it does nothing, and yet the Conservatives say that it's stimulative.
I'll give the opportunity to the honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If it is the Conservative government's intention to talk about a thing not happening as somehow now representing stimulus, that Canadians will see no difference in the money in their pocket, that employers will see no difference in the amount that they're meant to contribute, and that non-increase in payments is somehow now meant to be added into the stimulus package, it would give one pause to question the entire notion of stimulus under this government. What else do they call stimulus in their $30 to $40 billion package? What else is sloshed? If it's $4.5 billion, that represents more than 10% of what they've offered to the country so far, which is air, which simply doesn't exist. It causes mistrust, and Canadians want to have concern for this government's handling of the economy at this point.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to just clarify the honourable member from Mississauga South and the honourable member across the way on the employment insurance premiums. And he does bring up a good point that rates have gone down the past 12 years. We've seen employment increase all those 12 years. The reason why freezing employment rates is a stimulus at this point in time is because the unemployment rate is increasing. That's why it's stimulus, because rates would go up. That's why this government has taken action to freeze employment rates. Does the honourable member across the way dispute the fact that... Do you dispute the fact? Please answer the question.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley.
So under this member's calculations, if we lose more jobs, we'll have more stimulus. This is some sort of bizarre logic the government's got itself into that's saying, well, we lost a bunch of jobs, so we had to freeze rates, therefore, stimulus. Shouldn't everything be getting better? When we lose jobs, government loses revenue, families lose income, the capacity of the Canadian economy to recover is reduced. Is this member wishing for more job losses to acquire more stimulus in preceding budget? It makes no sense. Stimulus means you put money into the economy with the hopes of regenerating job growth. And what we've seen from this government is a ham-fisted approach, a shotgun approach to this economy, and the effects will be known by Canadian families. And the effects will also be known in this place in the following elections.
The honourable member from Nickel Belt has 30 seconds for a quick question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I heard the honourable members say that 60% of the people that are unemployed don't qualify for EI. So I'd like him to tell me how this would not only affect the families that don't qualify for EI, but also the municipalities where they live.
The honourable member from Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
It's been very much argued, Madam Speaker, that the level of government at the municipal level has the hardest time out of all three levels accomplishing what they need to accomplish for their citizens. When we have employment insurance program as broken as this one, when an economy faces, as many of our communities are now facing, drastic fundamental job losses, the inability for those employees, those workers to now go out and collect EI has a ripple effect not only within their homes but across their communities, that there simply is no money in their economy, and it creates a vicious cycle where the community gets poorer and poorer, and it's so much more difficult to recover from that point.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise in the House today and to follow on from my very good colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley and to hear his passion about this motion. This is a very good motion that's before the House today, and I'm very proud to rise in the House and to speak to it. And I guess that the first point I want to make is that the reason that we have this motion in the House today from the NDP calling for these basic reforms of our employment insurance program is because they were not contained in the budget. That's why we're debating this motion today. We all looked at that budget. We expected to see an economic stimulus package that would be real for people, that would actually deliver real assistance on the ground to people, and it wasn't there. The reform that's so badly needed in our EI system that will actually help people with coverage, with eligibility, with training, actually wasn't in the budget. And so, Madam Speaker, that's why we're here today with this motion from the NDP to put this front and centre in this Parliament and to say that this is the most basic fundamental of getting it right in terms of helping people. Madam Speaker, this morning the NDP held its third annual International Women's Day breakfast, and we had a packed house upstairs in the parliamentary restaurant. We had excellent speakers, and one of those speakers was Peggy Nash, who used to be the Member of Parliament from Parkdale High Park. And, Madam Speaker, in her remarks this morning, where she spoke to us about what's happening to women in this country, she made a very good point. And she said that the strongest economic stabilizer in a recession is a sound EI system. That is the most important element that is actually getting support and relief to people in their pocket, that, as my colleague from Skeena-Bulkley Valley pointed out, then goes back into the real economy, helps those local businesses, supports families who are in need. So it's really quite an outrage and a travesty that in this budget that was just approved yesterday with the Conservative-Liberal alliance, that there was virtually nothing in that budget. There was one change in terms of extending 5 weeks, but the basic reforms that need to take place to make sure that Canadian workers who are being laid off, who are losing their jobs, that part-time workers who are being particularly hard hit, and particularly women who are being hard hit, that there was nothing in that budget, and there's been nothing in terms of EI changes, even though day after day the Minister of Human Resources Development has faced questions in this House about how absolutely pathetic the changes are that have been made. They are so minimal that they actually won't get to the people who really need it. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased that we're debating this motion today, and I want to just talk a little bit about the impact of what's going on in my community of East Vancouver. It's a low-income community, and already we're seeing statistics that show us that regular EI claims rose 41% in December from the year previous. We also know that in January 2009, the Metro Vancouver lost nearly 57 full-time jobs and 27,000 part-time jobs. Now, those are numbers, but when you translate that into the human reality and the experience of what that means in a local community, what it means for an individual worker, what it means for that person's family. In my community, there are often two parents who are working. Many families have a single parent who is working, often at multiple jobs. And so when we see these kind of statistics, they don't even begin to portray the difficulty and the hardship that people are now facing as a result of this recession. And it seems to me that the very foundation of responsible government would be to ensure that an employment insurance program that is paid for by workers and by employers. There's not a dime of government money in that program. It is a program paid for by the workers in terms of their employee deductions and the employer deductions every month. When that program has failed so systematically, so that today we know that, for example, only 43% of people overall qualify for EI. 39% of women qualify. So that means the vast majority of people who should be eligible for employment insurance, when they need it, when they're being hit hard, they go to file their claim to find out that they don't even qualify. And so, Madam Speaker, I find this reprehensible. I find it to be the most tragic failure of public policy. And we've seen this now year after year after year. And we now have a situation where, if you looked at the money that's actually being contributed by these workers, now over $54 billion that has been literally taken by the government for other programs that has not been used to strengthen the employment insurance program. Madam Speaker, that is the biggest rip-off in this country of workers. And I can say that in the NDP, we feel a great sense of anger. We feel a great sense of outrage that this has taken place. It didn't just begin with this government. It began with previous governments who decided to start using these surpluses that actually belong to workers. Now, what could that money have been used for? Well, for one thing, it could have been used to increase the level of eligibility, as suggested in our motion, to rise to 60%. So at least people are getting some modest level of income when they're unemployed. Why would we be saying to people that you have to live below the poverty line, that you have to scratch it out day by day and week by week to put food on the table, or to worry about paying the rent or being evicted? That's what we're saying the way the program is run now. And, Madam Speaker, the other aspect that the fund should be used for that's so important is to encourage training and retraining. I mean, this is something, and I'm sure other members find this as well. Every day in our constituency office, we get people who come in who say, you know what, I have a part-time job, I'm going to lose it, I want to get better training, I want to know if I can access EI to do that. And the answer is invariably no. Because the restrictions are so hard, they are so narrow, that fewer and fewer people even qualify for that aspect. Now, to add insult to injury, Madam Speaker, for people who miraculously do qualify for something, they go to apply and then they find out that they have a 2-week so-called waiting period, and even now the processing times that used to take maybe 20 days are taking more than a month, up to 40 days, and we've had many complaints about that. And I want to relate that back to a separate issue, which is the lack of staff resources. I mean, I've heard the Minister of Human Resources stand up in this House with sort of a gleeful look on her face and say, oh, well, we're providing wonderful service to people. Madam Speaker, this is completely not true. Most of the Service Canada offices are completely overburdened. And I want to say we should be thanking those people because they bear a lot of brunt of complaints and grievance from people who know that they're not getting what they need. And so it's those frontline civil servants who are trying to do the best that they can, but they themselves don't have the resources that they need to service people who legitimately have a claim to file and need to see that money getting to them as quickly as possible. Now, that's not covered in our motion today because it doesn't deal with any kind of legislative change. That's dealing with a question of lack of resources, and that, again, is the direct responsibility of this minister and this government, who have deliberately undermined the system and made it difficult, even if you do qualify, to get the help when you need it. So, Madam Speaker, I think we now have an incredibly serious situation, not, in just about every region across Canada, and I just can't believe that as members of Parliament we wouldn't understand that we have within our power to easily fix the wrongs that have been done. We easily can fix the system to make it accessible, to make sure that people are getting the better coverage. So, Madam Speaker, this motion before us today is about that question. It is about getting help to people in a recession, money that they deserve, money that they're owed, money that they paid into their own employment insurance fund. And so we hope that this motion will pass and that the government will finally acknowledge what it needs to do to be responsible and to ensure that people who are unemployed, who are losing their jobs, don't just get left out there in limbo and basically have to hit the welfare lines and live in poverty. This is something that should not be allowed to happen in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Nickel Belt.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for speaking so passionately about the subject of unemployment insurance. There is a question about $57 billion just being taken from the EI fund and being put into a slush fund to be dispensed with as the government sees fit. I'd like to ask the honourable colleague if this $57 billion was still in the EI fund. What could we do today to help the people of Canada that are unemployed?
The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague, because I know he too in his local community is being hit hard with this question, and like those of us in the NDP is fighting really hard to make sure that there's some fairness and equity and accessibility put back into the system. The question that he raises about the enormous surplus that's been developed over a number of years, it's now over $50 billion, that literally has been robbed from workers of this country. I think this is what makes it so painful for people, that they know that the money was there, that they paid into it, and yet it cannot be accessed. And then on the other hand, we have the Conservative government who are proposing to us that they want to have a blank check for $3 billion with no oversight. What is going on here? It seems to me that we have to act in a responsible way, and we have to recognize the harm that's been done as a result of these decisions around EA, and we have to pay back to these workers what it is that they are owed. And until we do that, I can tell you a lot of people are going to suffer.
The honourable député de Chambly.
The honourable member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to congratulate our colleague from the NDP for her speech. I think that she really put her finger on many injustices that are committed, especially against women. And there was a decision made in the budget yesterday for which the Liberals voted, to the effect that women can no longer file a complaint before the courts to obtain pay equity. What's worse is that the unions are also condemned to not defending them, otherwise they receive a $50,000 fine. Would the member agree that that measure will have repercussions on the lack of equity in employment insurance? Because since women earn less, their benefits are less because it's a percentage of income. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his question, and of course it's very timely considering that we approach International Women's Day and we should be celebrating the gains that women have made. But what happened yesterday with Bill C-10 and the budget, where we saw the clock literally being turned back, the hard-won gains that women have made over many decades for pay equity, for the principle of equal pay for work of equal value, has now been completely sabotaged by this government with the passage of this bill. And the member is correct. When you don't have pay equity and women's wages are lower, which we know is to be the case, women earn about only 70% of the 70 cents of the dollar that men earn, then when it comes to making their claim, then their EI payment, if they qualify, and that's a big if in the first place, then the rate that they get is lower too. So they face barriers on two levels. So this is just so patently unfair, Madam Speaker. There should be a sense of outrage from all members of the House that this has been allowed to happen, and we should be supporting this motion to redress these wrongs that have taken place, because we're talking about people's basic living standards and to have a basic quality of life that is being denied by these terrible decisions that have been made about our EI system in the past decade.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to say at the outset that I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague for Labrador. Madam Speaker, when you look at the motion tabled by the NDP regarding certain ways to improve EI, it's important for me to discuss this because I'm from a region that's very rural. I live in an area where natural resources are a priority. Natural resources are the bread and butter of many families in Madawaska-Restigouche. So the reality is faced by citizens in my riding every year. They need EI to not just live but survive. But the economic crisis that we're going through right now is nothing new. When we look at the situation in my riding, on many occasions I tried to make this Conservative government understand that we were faced with an immeasurable crisis. It's completely destroying several industries in my riding. However, the Conservatives say, don't worry, the economy is going fine. It's going fine. Remember, during the last federal election, the Prime Minister kept saying Canada's economy is going well. But people in Madawaska-Restigouche, like others across the country, had warned us that the crisis was looming and was going to get worse. The Conservatives simply wanted to stick their head in the sand. The reality is that people were already suffering before this government finally admitted that there was indeed an economic crisis. When you look at the whole issue of the increase in unemployment numbers, the motion calls for the government to address the alarming growth in the number of unemployed Canadians. These are people. You listen to the Minister of Human Resources in the House of Commons, who tells us that they are getting retired public servants to come back to work to deal with unemployment claims. This is shameful. You think you're hearing the Minister of Foreign Affairs not so long ago explain how he was dealing with the increase in the number of passports. A passport is a simple document, but here we're talking about human beings, families that are suffering every day. And the only thing the Minister of Human Resources can say is that they are increasing the number of staffers to deal with the increase in demand. Well, how come they couldn't react when the time came? Why wasn't the government there to see this coming? The government is supposed to ensure a presence. It's supposed to act like a responsible parent would with the children. Instead, for months and months and months, they tried to have us think there was no crisis. They said it will just go by, nobody will notice. And they can't say we were right. The government was not right. Now we have an alarming crisis. The only thing they can tell us is that the increase in EI applications will be dealt with in the same way as the increase in passport applications. That is not how people can be helped. When you want to ensure better eligibility, I tabled a private member's bill in first reading last week, and I hope I'll get the government's support. But this would allow the parents of sick children to be eligible for EI in order to accompany their children in hospitals far from their own region. When you talk about access, that is a classic example of accessibility. That is to help the most vulnerable, those who need it most. Help them survive and have the financial resources they need to get through difficult periods in life. Difficult periods when we're talking about a sick child or a parent losing their job, those are both difficult times. Let's look at one reality. One of the things indicated in the NDP motion is the waiting period. The waiting period is certainly a crucial element when we look at the delay required before one can get one's first EI check. That waiting period of 2 weeks where citizens cannot even pay their bills. They can't pay for minimum subsistence in their homes. But you have to look a little further. It's the current delay for receiving the first EI check is totally unacceptable. At some point, I would like government members to think a little, open their ears and think for a moment about situations that occur on a daily basis in riding offices, especially or certainly in my riding office and that of many of my colleagues. I want to thank the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour. He is the human resource critic and he does exceptional work to show the Conservative government that they're not on the right track. To get back to what I was saying earlier, look at the delay in getting one's first check. Right now, people in my riding have to wait 55 days after the department decide that the information provided in their application is complete. That same citizen had to wait 75 days between the last day he worked and the first day he received his check. Now, 75 days, Madam Speaker, to get your first check, when you don't have a single red penny coming into your bank account, when you have electricity bills to pay, when you have groceries to buy, children have to continue to eat, parents have to stay in good health, you have to keep them not only in the survival mode, they have to live properly. They have car payments. They have mortgages or rent. Imagine a rural area like Madawaska, Restigouche. Workers are sending me emails telling me they had to let go of their apartment. Where are they going to live? The government is telling us we're not paying them too fast. Doesn't matter. They'll become homeless. Or they have to let go of their car because they can't keep up with the car payments. The government says it doesn't matter. You in a rural area, go ahead and use public transit. Use the metro or the bus, of course. Well, that's ridiculous. When you live half an hour away in the middle of the woods from your work, can you use any public transit? Is there a subway there? You can't walk either. You can't bike there. The distances are long, so people need their cars. Imagine parents who've had to choose between putting food on the table for their children and family or keeping the family car. They made the wise decision. They told me, we have let go of the car, knowing full well that the job was over, knowing that their job was jeopardized. That's everyday reality. The NDP motion does refer to things like that, where the reality that Conservatives believe is not the reality experienced by people on an everyday basis. Now, the best 14 weeks. I remember when the Liberal government had introduced in the 2005 budget this notion of the best weeks. I started working on that as soon as I was elected in June 2004. This is important because instead of penalizing workers with their worst weeks, that is the last weeks of work, which is the reality in seasonal work. They were now allowed to use the best weeks. Well, who voted against that? The Conservatives. So if we think they're really going to be open-minded about this motion, I'll say, well, stop being open in your own riding. People are losing their jobs. They need to survive in your ridings. Try to realize that people across the country need to get it through this economic crisis. And that means being open to changes in the EI program to make sure that we have a future to allow our economy to continue. Imagine people waiting 75 days before getting their first EI check. How can they help the economy? It's impossible. They can't make the economy work because these people don't have a single red penny, no savings left for spending that should happen on a day-to-day basis. So if we want to kickstart the economy, people who are waiting for EI must be able to get their hands on the money. Why isn't this government able to realize that citizens, workers need their first EI check within a reasonable time frame? 55 days waiting after an application? That's far from reasonable, Madam Speaker. That's 2 months. 2 car payments, 2 mortgage payments or rent payments, etc., etc. That is a reality that people are experiencing every day, and the Conservative government has to understand. And I'm strongly suggesting that they listen to the demands of the members of this House and be open-minded to allow our workers to survive and get through this crisis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Nickelbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I heard the honourable Liberal member say that the Conservative government had stuck their heads in the sand. I'd like to ask this Liberal member, where was the Liberal head when they voted to attack women regarding pay equity? Where did the Liberals have their heads stuck when they supported Conservatives who were attacking students? Where were the Liberals' heads when they decided to support the Conservatives when they voted against workers? At the same time, they say how deep in the sand had the Liberals stuck their heads? The honourable member from Madawaska-Restigouche. Madam Speaker, I can throw that question back at the NDP. In November 2005, when they decided to defeat the Liberal government and give the Conservatives a chance to grab power, they gave them an opportunity to make us experience what we have now, eliminating women's right to pay equity, eliminating measures for our regions, preventing EI measures from being more than temporary measures, that they be permanent measures. That's the reality. I listened to the NDP scream at the top of their lungs in the House, but they had an opportunity in November 2005 to have this Parliament work, to give more and more to citizens. Instead, they decided to voted with who? They voted with the Conservatives. They gave them power, and today they're crying foul. Well, the reality is I'm in favor of this motion. Perhaps they should calm down. Perhaps they should have a little bit of longer memory and remember they voted against us and gave them the power. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't doubt the sincerity of my colleague from Madawaska-Restigouche. I know him. I know he's a very sincere person, and he means what he's just said. But I think we have to question the position of his party. I simply want to remind him that it is not the opposition that threw them out of power. It's the people. The people voted against them and gave the power to the Conservatives. That will only last a certain period of time, given the way they're working here, but nevertheless. My question is as follows. We in the bloc tabled 2 bills, C-241 to eliminate the waiting period and C-308 to improve the whole system. Will the Liberals be consistent and support these bills and ensure that the Prime Minister does not require royal recommendation. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like any member in this House, when we table private members' bills, we want to make sure that the government will consider them. As I mentioned earlier, and I thank my colleague for his question, which is far friendlier than the one I got earlier. At least I hear him talk in a normal tone and not scream at me, so I congratulate him for that. But that is exactly the point of my bill, to entitle parents of sick children to get EI. I hope I will get support from the Bloc on that. I hope that they will see what's best for the public. The EI system has to have more of a heart. If we want to help our fellow citizens, we have to make sure that both the program and the government have more of a heart when it comes time to make changes and improvements to the EI system.
Just a quick questions. The member from Edmonton, Beaumont.
Edmonton, Millwoods, Beaumont.
I missed it here.
Is that my time?
No, that's not your time.
Edmonton,
Millwoods, Beaumont.
Yeah.
Sorry, apologies.
Just a really quick question. I want to just make sure that I heard what I thought I heard here when I think I heard the members say that the government is meant to be like a concerned parent looking after its children. So I think I just want to clarify if the honourable member was referring to all Canadians as children. I just want to make sure that I actually heard what I thought I heard there.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. It's ridiculous to hear things like that. I said that the government must act like a responsible parent who looks after his children. It's a comparison. A government must behave responsibly in the same way vis-a-vis citizens. Now, if this is the way the member is trying to denigrate the words of another member, he should be careful.
Debate. The honourable member from Labrador will have 4 minutes to begin and then can have the rest of the time after.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly will use my 6 minutes after QP. I want to thank the member for bringing forward this particular motion and spurring debate on what is an important program, a needed program, and one that helps so many families and so many individuals and so many communities within our country. I want to thank as well the member for Dartmouth Cold Harbour, who has been a strong advocate for EI reform, and I want to thank the Liberal Caucus, which has been supportive of EI reform, not only today, but in past years, and from 2000 2005 made major overhauls of the EI system to help Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Right. But I have to say that many people in my riding, primarily a rural riding, they depend on EI. They depend on EI to pay their bills, to send their kids to school, to heat their homes, to buy food. This is a reality within the riding of Labrador. And many people in my riding are disappointed in the Conservative approach to EI reform, if you can call it reform. In fact, all they have done is tacked on 5 weeks. Some may say that's a move in the right direction, but it doesn't go far enough, and it doesn't meet the needs of Canadians that are in more trouble today than they found themselves in a generation. I would also say that we had to remind people of the attitude of the Conservatives in the past, when they called EI nothing but a welfare system, when they said that EI was only a handout to people. We had to remind Canadians of what the Minister responsible said not too long ago, that the EI program was too lucrative. And I think that attitude of the Conservative government permeates the fact that they have taken so little action on EI reform, when there are so many groups and communities across the country that said EI reform is one of the best ways to stimulate the economy. When the Minister talks about being too lucrative, I'd like to hear her or see her go to the communities in Labrador where the average in many places is $350 every 2 weeks. You call that too lucrative? You call that meeting the needs of Canadians? Not one person in this House would dare stand up and say that that was too lucrative. And I know so many families, hundreds of individuals that are in that particular place. And it's not good, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this program is an insurance program. People pay into it and they expect help when times are tough. and that's why I and the Liberal Party are supporting this particular motion. And
I hesitate to interrupt the honourable member, but it being 2 o'clock, we have to move on to other items, and when we resume debate on this matter, he'll have a good 7 minutes left to conclude his remarks. But being 2 o'clock, we'll now proceed with statements by members. Déclaration des députés, and I will start with the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Here. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are shocked and dismayed at the recent wave of gangster violence in British Columbia. Previous Liberal governments all but ignored the problem of violent crime. But there's good news. Last week, Canada's Minister of Justice tabled 2 new laws which tackle organized crime and get tough on serious drug criminals. These build on our Conservative government's Tackling Violent Crime Act, which imposed mandatory prison sentences for gun crimes and made it much tougher for repeat gun criminals to get bail. Last week, the opposition party suddenly got religion and claimed that they wanted to get tough on crime. Sadly, these Johnny-come-latelys to the crime issue talk tough at election time, but then obstruct, delay, water down, and even oppose our efforts to protect Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect more from these born-again crime fighters. When will Liberal and NDP MPs finally protect the victims of crime and start standing up for Canadians?
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in this House to pay tribute and honour a fellow Newfoundlander, Ted Patey of Badger, who passed away on December 6, 2008. He was 66 years old. He was known as a cheerful sports reporter across the province who hosted a popular sports program in the 1980s for nearly 400 episodes. His most memorable event was the play-by-play commentary for the 1991-92 Herder Memorial Championship hockey series that was won by his beloved Badger Bombers. In 2006, he was inducted into the Newfoundland and Labrador Hockey Hall of Fame. The same year, he was awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award from the town of Badger for his outstanding dedication, love, and support of the town. Ted took great pride in his community and was always there to lend a helping hand. In April this year, a heritage park will be named and dedicated to his many accomplishments in the town of Badger, and it will be the Ted Patey Heritage Park. Ted's legacy will be long remembered in his hometown of Badger. Ted Patey, you will be greatly missed by your family, your town, your province, and your many, many friends.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute today to an exceptional person, Louise Fortanet-Baldonado. Although she is leaving active municipal politics, her hard work in many committees will leave indelible traces, especially when she worked on behalf of women in the Des Moulins consultation group. She is passionate and articulate, and she urged women to run for office when she was the vice president of the National Action Committee for the Parti Québécois. In 1999, she decided to run herself, and she has been a role model for many of us. I want to thank her on behalf of women in the region for her 10 years as municipal councillor in Mascouche, and I wish her all the best for the future.
For London, Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Women and men around the world are recognizing International Women's Day as a time to celebrate women's social, political, and economic achievements. Sadly, women across the world still suffer extreme poverty, violence, and violations of their basic human rights. In Canada, lack of attention to women's rights from successive governments has left equality rights in tatters. The government has cut funds to Status of Women Canada and removed the word equality from its mandate, eliminated the Court Challenges program, failed to make investments in childcare, failed to invest in affordable housing, failed to make employment insurance accessible to more women, failed to improve the lives of Aboriginal women, and failed to address violence against women. Disturbingly, this Conservative government is now revoking pay equity laws in Canada and removing pay equity protection under the Canadian Human Rights Act for federal employees. New Democrats will continue to fight for equality and oppose this government's agenda to turn back the clock on women's rights. We invite all Canadians to join us in celebrating International Women's Day and to speak out on the issues that matter to all women.
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Mr. Speaker, our communities are better places because of them. Projects are planned, buildings are built, parks are designed, youth's assisted, seniors are housed through them. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking of service clubs. I had the pleasure of participating in a wonderful event, the grand opening, the housewarming, if you will, of Caledonia 2, a beautiful seniors housing project in friendly Dutton, Ontario. The stars of the show, the Dutton and District Lions Club. With their help, this project succeeded through tough times. It was led by Claire Oldham, whose vision and drive would not let the project fail, and the committee, which was led by Bob Purcell, who kept the fundraising on track. Mr. Speaker, this Lions Club, even while working on this major project, continued its other great work in the community. At every event in the western part of Elgin, you'll find hard-working Lions on fundraising duty. I will admit to eating the occasional great burger prepared by them. Dutton Lions, I salute you. Your community is better because you're part of it.
Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, it's with great pleasure I rise today in this chamber to pay tribute to an outstanding Prince Edward Island athlete. Stratford native Michael Morris, who lives in my riding with his mother Judy, has just returned home from participating in the 2009 Special Olympic World Winter Games that were held in Boise, Idaho in February, winning 2 bronze and a silver medal. Michael has been skiing since he was a youngster, and his list of accomplishments over the last few years would make any Olympian proud. He became involved in the Special Olympics not for the competition, but for the friendship with other intellectually disabled athletes. Michael is an inspiration to us all. I know he is proud to be a Canadian, and I know how proud he is to carry the Canadian flag at the Games. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to pass my congratulations on to Michael Morris for his triple medal finish at the Special Olympics World Winter Games in Boise, Idaho. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Wanuskewin.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate the hard work of the 137 Canada Post employees at the postal plant on 51st Street in Saskatoon across from my MP office. Those good workers contribute to making Canada Post one of the most trusted federal institutions in the eyes of the Canadian public. I congratulate them on their achievement over many years in making adjustments to transform and enhance the quality of service delivery. Every day, millions of Canadians rely on Canada Post workers to help them communicate, send and receive payments, advertise, and ship their products. We commend Canada Post where they directly invest in the future of their employees. A new state-of-the-art mail processing plant has been announced for the Winnipeg International Airport. I also commend the contribution of Canada Post employees, customers and suppliers in my riding in helping the newly formed Canada Post Foundation for Mental Health to reach its 2008 $1 million fundraising goal. It's been a long and brutal winter, and so for our postal carriers, and especially my postal carrier, Robert Winslow, along with them, we look forward to warmer and sunnier spring days in which to do their important work in connecting us across the country and around the world.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, Ayan Hirsi Ali is the Somalian woman who is now a Dutch citizen who became a member of parliament in Holland after the filmmaker Theo van Gogh was assassinated. She wrote the screenplay for his production Submission, which denounced the abuse of women on behalf of religion. Now there is a fatwa against Ms. Ali. On a visit to Montreal this week, she spoke about multiculturalism, and she prefers interculturalism. Her criticism of multiculturalism is clear, that it exempts minority from the obligations that other people have. She felt that Quebec's interculturalism was a better idea because immigrants become more familiar with the values of the host society. This government should learn from the lessons of Ms. Ali.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to a former member of this House, John Lundrigan, who recently passed away at the age of 70. John served in this House for the riding of Gander-Twillingate from 1968 to 1974. He would later go on to serve in Newfoundland and Labrador's House of Assembly for the electoral district of Grand Falls-Buckens, serving as a cabinet minister in the government. Mr. Speaker, one notable story of John's time in the House has become legendary. In February of 1971, John was speaking in this chamber when the then Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau made, in John's and many others' opinions, a rather unparliamentary remark. Of course, Trudeau would argue he never said such naughty language, and so the fuddle-duddle scandal was born. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all of us, we give our condolences to John's family and friends. He will certainly be missed.
The Honourable Member for Beaches, East York.
Mr. Speaker, International Women's Day is Sunday, March 8th. It is a time to celebrate the political, social, and economic achievements of women past, present, and future. Indeed, women have made great strides in the past century. But as we celebrate today, we still have a fight before us. Only 21% of members of this chamber are women. Women still only earn 70 cents to the dollar what men earn for work of equal value. 80% of unpaid caregiving in this country is done by women who are continuously in and out of the workforce to care for sick loved ones and caring for their children. Women are the victims of time poverty. We have watched as this government removed equality from the mandate of the women's program, closed 12 to 16 regional offices of status of women, and have cut off at the knees funding for research and advocacy. More recently, this government launched its ideological attack on women's human rights by removing their right to pay equity. Women have a long history of coming together to fight injustices, and I stand with those women here today to strive for a better future for women, for true equality. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The leader of the Liberal Party says this about expelling Newfoundland separatist-leaning Senator George Baker from caucus. That's too ridiculous to discuss, he said. Well, what's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the leader of the Liberal Party opposite is apparently okay with a member of his caucus, the longest-serving Liberal parliamentarian, talking as to forming his separatist political party and maybe even potentially seeking its leadership. Well, Mr. Speaker, to me as a proud nationalist, this is not only a question of leadership, but it's a question of principle. The Liberal leader has come back to Canada, and either he can't or he won't answer a pretty basic question about whether it's appropriate for someone to condone the creation of a separatist party to be in the Liberal Party. Yep. So will he show his true patriot love today by tossing that senator out of the Liberal Party?
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway. Order.
I rise to honor and pay homage to a special person who recently passed away in my riding. Mr. Benjamin Miguel was a respected and much-loved leader in the Filipino community, and he met his end as he lived his life, with strength, with courage, and with dignity. As the New Democrat spokesperson for multiculturalism, I want to say that Mr. Miguel's life allows us to reflect on the outstanding contributions of the Filipino community to Canadian society. This community is filled with hardworking and proud men and women, people who celebrate life and create culture. Their courage, fortitude, and dreams of building better lives for their families are an inspiration to us all. From the monthly birthday celebrations of the New Era Society to the community development of the Circular Ilonggo Association to the charity work of Alpha Phi Omega, the Filipino community in British Columbia is active, creative, and vibrant. In Canada's multicultural fabric, the Filipino threads are woven deeply. I would like to convey our deepest sympathies to Mr. Miguel's family. May his life inspire the sons and daughters of the Filipino community, and indeed all of us, to honor his legacy and make him proud.
Honourable Member for St. Boniface.
Monsieur le Président, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the member for the opposition on the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, those members voted against the motion condemning groups encouraging violence and race and hate. The Bloc and the Liberals support these groups, and the Bloc Québécois maintains the status quo. These partners do not want to build a stronger and safer Canada. The Liberals are being lax with respect to national unity, and I would remind you that 80% of those readers, the visitors to the site of the newspaper that we were discussing are supporters of the Bloc Québécois, and the Bloc Québécois cannot defend Canadians. The Honourable Member for Compton Stansted. The slogan of the association representing Quebec's women's centres is united, mobilized, and confident of progress. But it is clear that in many areas of our society, women are not moving forward, and we still have to be vigilant. We are still underrepresented in the halls of power, and we only hold 13% of board of director positions in the 500 major Canadian companies. In 2006, women earned $15,000 less than men, and in 2008, less than 60% of minimum wage workers were women. Internationally, Canada is criticized by the UN when it comes to women's rights. This reality is not in keeping with the declared ideology of the Conservative government, and the Bloc Québécois salutes all women. Mr. Speaker, March 8th will be International Women's Day. Most of the poor people in the world are women. Women earn on average 40% less than men. Around the world, including in Canada, the current economic crisis will make women's situation worse because they often work in service industries such as retail, and those sectors are particularly hard hit. Mr. Speaker, next week I will be taking part in the reception for the Black Women Civic Engagement Network, and these women who have shown leadership have led the way for the next generation. This is a democratic and strong country, and we have a moral obligation to achieve real equality between men and women across Canada.
Centre. Mr. Speaker, I understand the Liberal leader will be launching a book called True Patriot Love. I'd like to know if True Patriot Love includes having someone who supports the creation of the bloc Newfoundland and Labrador in the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, Senator Baker is even taking shots at the previous Liberal government, saying the creation of his bloc is partly the result of Paul Martin's dealing with the province. Now, some of us like taking shots at former Prime Ministers, Mr. Speaker, but taking shots at Canadian unity cannot be tolerated. But tolerating it is exactly what the Liberal leader is doing. Mr. Speaker, on issue after issue, the Liberal leader is demonstrating a profound lack of leadership. First, he was for a carbon tax. Now he claims to be against it. First, he signed his name to the coalition. Now he claims to be against it. Will he stand up, show some leadership, and actually take a stand on an issue as important as the unity of the country?
Order. I invite honourable members who wish to offer their sympathies to the family of former Speaker Gilbert Parent to sign the Book of Condolences in room 216.
I would remind members that the Book of Condolences will be available in room 16 until 5 p.m.
L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in the 2007 budget, Parliament approved $4.6 billion in infrastructure investment for this fiscal year, ending in a matter of weeks. But we've discovered that less than $1 billion has actually flowed. If the Prime Minister already has $3 billion approved and ready to go, why hasn't he invested it? Will he get the money out the door, or is he just trying to hide the size of his deficit?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Certainly, Mr. Speaker, the government isn't trying to hide the state of the deficit. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is, as I've said before, these are funds that we want to make available for the new programs that are coming online. They will come online over the next 3 months. There will be all kinds of announcements across the country. The public will be of course, informed as quickly as possible. And I know that the honourable members opposite want to pass this money and let us go on with making those positive announcements for the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we're talking about money that will lapse if he doesn't spend it shortly.
Right.
There are 1,500 workers in Hamilton who've lost their jobs because the steel works are closing down. I spoke to the mayor of Hamilton this morning, and he told me, quote, the need for speed is critical. Hamilton has a multi-million-dollar water infrastructure project that's ready to go. The Prime Minister has $3 billion at his disposal. Why can't he get Hamilton the help it needs right now?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the government is in the process of approving projects with other levels of government. We know, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, last year alone, we spent 3 times more on infrastructure than the previous Liberal government. That amount was going to double this year, even without the additional funds we're planning to spend. That's why we need passage of those funds. The honourable member can't have it both ways. He can't say spend faster, but please don't let the spending get passed. Get on, pass the spending, let it happen. That's what Canadians are waiting for.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, they announced the expenditures but have not followed through on them. The Prime Minister has more than $3 billion from the 2007 budget to invest in infrastructure. Can he explain to us, once again, why he has not used that $3 billion? Is he using that to hide the scope of the deficit from the Canadian people? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We will be spending more than that amount. This is the reason why we will be spending this and seeking this support.
Leader of the Opposition really is engaged on this entire budgetary business on the biggest exercise of suck and blow I've ever seen in Canadian history. He's really got to make up his mind whether he's going to help us pass it quicker or try and block it. The right thing to do is obviously pass it and let it happen.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
Mr. Speaker, the federal court told the government that they must take all reasonable steps to stop the execution of a Canadian citizen facing the death penalty in Montana. The court said that the government's refusal to support this Canadian citizen was a breach of duty, unlawful and invalid. Will the Justice Minister assure Canadians that he will not appeal this ruling and that the Conservative government will finally stop picking and choosing which Canadians they defend and which rights they stand up for? Right
Order. The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, before I answer my honourable colleague's question, I'd like to remind him of the 2 young Aboriginal men whose lives were brutally cut short by Ronald Allen Smith, who marched them into a Montana forest and shot them execution style. That said, Mr. Speaker, we are currently reviewing the court's decision, and it would be inappropriate to comment further.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville.
No capital punishment will bring these lives back. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, yes or no? And I put this question to the Minister of Justice. Will the Conservative government comply with the court's decision? And for all Canadians and for Montana, show this principle that society doesn't have the right to take something away that it hasn't given, life, and that the death penalty is revenge and not an act of justice. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. No. The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, it would be nice if the opposition showed as much compassion and concern for the lives of victims and their families as they do for those of criminals.
I repeat, we are currently reviewing the court's decision, and it would be inappropriate to comment further.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, women's groups today are at the United Nations protesting the government's record in terms of women's rights and the status of women. They are criticizing the government's decision on pay equity that is supported by the Liberals, that is limiting women's right to obtain equal pay for work of equal value. In fact, the Minister of Status of Women is supporting this. Now, why hasn't the Prime Minister not taken a step backwards, turned around and put forth a proper legislation on pay equity modelled on Quebec's legislation? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada has an excellent record in terms of women's rights, and we will ensure that in the future we will have decisions on pay equity that will come more quickly than in the past, and this is a good change. I regret the Bloc's decision to oppose these measures. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. It's not just women, the Bloc, it's all women opposing that, Mr. Speaker. The Quebec legislation on pay equity is proactive. However, the federal legislation is outdated. The legislation in Quebec, or in fact, it's not a negotiable right in the federal legislation as it is in a collective agreement in Quebec. Will the federal government put forth legislation, true pay equity legislation?
Mr. Speaker, what is happening today under the current legislation is that women's rights are being negotiated away. And this proactive system will ensure that both employers and unions have an obligation to ensure that women's equity is achieved in the workplace. And that, exactly like in the Quebec provincial legislation, there is an independent tribunal that will look at that to ensure that women's equity is achieved. We stand behind pay equity. We stand up for the rights of women.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, the government, if it had a minimum of respect for women, would not have drowned the issue of pay equity in the Budget Implementation Act. This is a strategy that it's using to avoid public debate on the backward measures by this Conservative government. In doing so, women affected by pay equity, in fact, need to be up to 70%. And in doing so, in making that change, is the Prime Minister aware of the fact that this is detrimental to women?
Mr. Speaker, what astounds me is why that member hasn't stood up before this whole issue and said, why do women have to wait 15 or indeed 20 years in order to achieve pay equity in the workforce? That's simply not correct. And what we are doing is ensuring that women achieve pay equity on an ongoing basis so that unions and employers cannot bargain away pay equity in the course of a collective agreement. That's why we're bringing this legislation forward, and that's why that member should support this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, the Minister should do his homework and learn what Quebec's legislation says. The legislation adopted with the complicity of the Liberals that threatens unions with fines of $50,000 if they encourage women to file complaints, and makes the right to receive pay equity negotiable. Will the Conservative government say and admit finally that it's on the wrong track and that it needs to come out with proactive legislation on pay equity?
In fact, the member is twisting what the legislation says. In fact, what it means is that women are entitled to go to the independent Public Service Labour Relations Board in order to ensure that pay equity is achieved. And indeed, there can be no prosecution of an employer or of a union without the consent of that independent board.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Today we learned that Secretary of State Hillary Clinton has called for an international high-level meeting to find a global consensus on the future of Afghanistan. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether the Government of Canada would be participating in such a meeting And given Canada's important involvement in Afghanistan, would the government consider hosting such an important event? Est-ce que le Premier ministre va accepter?
Will the Prime Minister accept the offer of the U.S. government and offer to hold this summit here in Canada? And the Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Speaker, I appreciate the question from the Leader of the New Democratic Party. I did see the comments by Secretary of State Clinton. We have no details beyond those comments. Obviously, Canada would be delighted to participate in any such gathering. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, as the Leader of the NDP will know, I had good discussions, in-depth discussions with President Obama on this subject when he was here, and all of our NATO partners will be discussing this at the summit in April.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Let's hope that it can produce a comprehensive path towards peace, Mr. Speaker. Au sujet de la...
Now, on the $3 billion slush fund. It's not because the Liberal Party has supported its government for the 60-second confidence vote that the Prime Minister simply has a blank check. It's the 60-second consecutive vote, Mr. Speaker. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to be transparent? Why does he want to violate his own Federal Accountability Act? Why is the Prime Minister, in fact, betraying Canadians by using the same recipe? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we use our principles of accountability. There will be reports on the spending of this fund in our report in June, tabled before this House.
A bit of issue with the Leader of the NDP and quote what his member for Winnipeg Centre said this morning with regard to an infrastructure project in his riding. I think all the rules should go out the window. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me assure the Leader of the NDP we won't be doing that on that or any other project.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the President of the Treasury Board stated in this House in reference to the $3 billion slush fund, and I quote, the Auditor General is not opposed to this, end quote. Only one problem, Mr. Speaker, it's not true. The Auditor General confirms that a discussion took place, but her office is unequivocal on this. She has not approved the slush fund. Can the Prime Minister explain why the President of the Treasury Board is misleading this House? And instead of making things up about accountability, why not just make things happen on accountability?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute the Leader of the New Democratic Party is wanting every single project to come before the House of Commons for approval, and then the next minute he's calling his own member is saying that if a project's in my riding, I don't want there to be any rules at all. Mr. Speaker, we will make sure there are good, broad rules that hold us accountable, not just to the Auditor General, but of course to the people of Canada who want this money to flow to stimulate our economy.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in the latest report, the government has said, and I quote, on Afghanistan, no prospects for early and meaningful reconciliation were apparent during the quarter. And we've just heard, Mr. Speaker, that Secretary of State Clinton has asked for an international conference. I'd like to ask the government once again, why are they refusing to appoint a special envoy in Afghanistan to make sure that the sacrifice of our troops is matched by our political efforts at finding a solution, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and I answer as I did yesterday. We do have a special envoy in Afghanistan. He is our ambassador. Right. And our ambassador has direct access to the highest authorities of the host government. We have a High Commissioner in Pakistan, Mr. Speaker. This government has confidence in our foreign affairs professionals if the opposition doesn't.
The honourable member for Toronto.
Well, that won't work, Mr. Speaker. The situation is clear. Italy, the U.S., Germany, Great Britain, and France have all appointed special envoys to try to come up with a political solution to the situation in Afghanistan and to deal with the issue in Iran, in Pakistan as well. And that's why we, too, need someone who will be in charge and who has a political imagination that clearly doesn't exist on the other side of this chamber.
I
I can only repeat that we do have confidence in our foreign affairs professionals. You heard the answer of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and the Government of Canada is confident that we are well represented in the region.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa.
Mr. Speaker, here's some facts about the Afghan detainee. One, the last U.S. Human Rights Report on Afghanistan reported that there is still torture and abused detainees. Two, UN Secretary General report noted also that detainees continue to complain of torture. Three, CBC reported last May that there is still torture at the National Directorate Security, which is a secret service, detention center. To the Prime Minister, last May the Canadian forces transferred 42 Afghan prisoners. Of those 42, 10 went to the NDS detention center. Why?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, I thank the member for his question, Mr. Speaker. But as you know, Canada transfers Afghan prisoners to the government of Afghanistan. We continue to work closely with that government to strengthen their capacity on the treatment of prisoners. Since modifications were made to that process, Mr. Speaker, in December 2007, there have been no allegations of abuse received by the Department of Foreign Affairs.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. A new definition of the word pathetic, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government knows full well that transferring Afghan detainees to Afghans who practice torture runs counter to the Geneva Convention. The UN, humanitarian organizations, have recognized that there is torture in Afghanistan and have all shown transparency by publicly producing their reports. Is the Prime Minister prepared to do the same and to table the reports that are not censored from National Defence and Foreign Affairs on torture in Afghanistan, and if not, why? Well, I want to thank my colleague for his question, Mr. Speaker. I will repeat. No allegation of abuse has been reported to the Minister of Foreign Affairs since December 2007.
The 2007 agreement between Canada and Afghanistan, Mr. Speaker, makes explicit that Canada has full, unrestricted and private access to any person transferred to an Afghan prison by Canadian forces.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative government is using the economic crisis to take action that's not helpful for women. They are not fulfilling their responsibilities, and the crisis is hitting hard. Only 30% of women unemployed are eligible for employment insurance. This is the International Women's Week. Can the Minister of Human Resources not confirm that she thinks it's time to change the situation for women? The Honourable Minister for Human Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that 82% of women who contributed to employment insurance are eligible for it. Those are the real facts. So, Mr. Speaker, we want to help all people who are in need in these difficult times, and that's why in our economic action plan we have increased the number of benefit weeks by 5, and that is why we are offering training for people so that they can get long-term jobs. The Honourable Member for Quebec. Mr. Speaker, this government is showing very little empathy for seniors. With respect to the guaranteed income supplement, they are refusing to improve the system, and seniors are among the poorest people in our society. Well, does the government intend to table legislation, as the Bloc Québécois has been calling for, in order to improve this system and improving the guaranteed income supplement by $110 a month, and by making retroactive payments to seniors?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
A lot to help seniors because they're the ones who built our country. We have already raised the age credit by $1,000. We have another $1,000 increase in there for them. We have provided for pension splitting, Mr. Speaker. We set up a ministry for seniors to address elder abuse, because that's very important, particularly. And we're looking at a lot of other ways that we can help them achieve financial independence and security, including things we've already done, like making it easier to access GIS and increasing the amount that they're eligible for.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, Canadian and Mexican organizations for the defense of rights disapprove the arrival of the new Mexican ambassador to Canada, who displayed unqualified indifference to the murder and rapes of women when he was the governor of the Mexican state of Chihuahua. How can the Minister of Foreign Affairs recognize the credentials of this ambassador with a past that makes him unfit to occupy that position? The Honourable Minister of State.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for her exaggerated characterization of the question, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Barrios' nomination by President Calderon and his confirmation by the Mexican Congress was accepted by Canada. The Prime Minister has built a strong relationship with President Calderon over the years, Mr. Speaker, and President Calderon is championing deep reforms of the judicial sector and human rights institutions in his country.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the situation of domestic workers is the subject of a new demonstration. These women are vulnerable to sexual abuse and blackmail from employers they can't leave. They are often isolated and very fragile. What does the Minister of Immigration intend to do to implement the bloc proposals to put an end to the obligation for these women to reside in their employers' homes? The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very important program for women who take advantage of it, and it's important for employers as well. We've seen an increase in the number of men and women who come to this country to take advantage of this program. I'm aware of the concerns that the member has raised, and I have asked my officials to advise me on how we could improve the program to better protect the rights of women and of some men who take advantage of the program.
West. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The City of Windsor is in a crisis, and the Conservatives are clearly oblivious to the suffering of Canadians. We've just learned that 1,500 jobs have been lost at the local Chrysler plant. 1,500 more Canadians that need help. When will this minister understand that many families live paycheck to paycheck and agree to decrease the EI waiting times and increase the benefits for unemployed Canadians?
Right. Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we're very aware of the unfortunate layoffs in Windsor and Hamilton and in my own Haldimand, Norfolk over the last week, as well as so many others across the country. That's why, Mr. Speaker, in our economic action plan, that we included an extension of EI benefits, regular benefits, by 5 weeks, because that's what Canadians asked us for when we consulted them prior to the budget. We also include expansion of the work sharing program, which we announced today, which will take that program an additional 14 weeks to 52 weeks a year so that we can preserve jobs, Mr. Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for supporting those moves yesterday.
The Honourable Member for York West.
And take that to the bank and pay April's mortgage. Mr. Speaker, it's still too little and too late. Right. Nothing to improve real access and nothing to boost benefits next week. Right. The minister is out of touch with the real suffering that's going on in many of our communities in Canada. There has been an increase of over 61% in individuals collecting employment insurance in Windsor over the last year. 61%.
Unbelievable. Whoa.
Why is it this minister has no real plan to deal with the thousands of newly unemployed Canadians in Windsor and throughout Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'd suggest that the member read what she approved yesterday, because there is a plan. It's called the Economic Action Plan. That's what she approved yesterday in the votes on third reading. That's where we've mapped out how we're going to help those who have been unfortunate enough to lose their jobs through no fault of their own. We're going to provide them with the economic supports of EI for a longer period of time. We're going to help them get the training for the skills that they'll need for the jobs of the future, so that they can continue to look after their families in a way that will help them for a long time.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last month 68,000 jobs were lost in British Columbia. Yesterday, Canfor cut another 700, compounding an already dire situation in BC, which in December had a 33% increase in EI recipients, the largest in Canada. As Canada suffers from what is clearly structural unemployment, this government merely extends EI by 5 weeks, and this will not cut it. When will this government admit that their EI plan is failing to protect Canadian workers?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just today, we announced expansion of the work sharing program. That's part of EI. That's to help preserve jobs. It allows companies who are facing challenges to scale back to 4 days a week, while EI benefits kick in to take care of the employees for the 5th day. That preserves jobs, Mr. Speaker. That gives the companies a chance to come back over the long period of time, and we've extended those benefits to 52 weeks, and we've made it easier for more companies to qualify more quickly to help more people to preserve more jobs.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, this minister's claims contradict the facts. First, the Conservative government ignores job losses. Then they fail to respond. In BC, laid-off workers struggle to pay their rent, while this government ignores, denies and delays. Yet this minister still insists that waiting times have improved. What will she say to my constituents who have been waiting for over 55 days for EI?
Shameful.
Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that across the country we are seeing dramatic increases in the number of claims that are being filed. There's no question that that's very serious, but that's why, Mr. Speaker, for some months now, we have been bringing back retirees from EI. We have been reclaiming them from other departments. We're automating our systems more. We're getting these applications done faster, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, we'll continue to do so that we can get the benefits the Canadians need and deserve to them as quickly as possible.
Honourable Member for Lévis-Bellechasse. Mr. Speaker, during this difficult economic time, our government has been working tirelessly to create opportunities for Canadian businesses. It is signing free trade agreements with new countries, opening new trade offices in China and India. Can the Minister of International Trade inform the House of initiatives taken lately to preserve our leadership position in Canadian free trade? The Honourable Minister of International Trade. I just announced today that we've reached an agreement with the European Union on sectors that will be the subject of negotiations for an economic agreement with the EU. The EU is our second largest economic partner, bringing in over $12 billion into Canada's economy. Mr. Speaker, this is good news for Canadian companies and workers, and we hope to launch official negotiations as soon as possible. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday Chrysler announced the elimination of a production shift at the minivan plant in Windsor, effectively slashing 1,200 jobs and costing more supply jobs later on. And 15% of its Canadian workforce in total is gone, Mr. Speaker. The headlines say it all. Auto crisis deepens, more jobs slashed, beleaguered manufacturing sector, and yet our minister is on TV from Washington saying he's, quote, trying to find a way to be helpful. Well, let me help him out, Mr. Speaker. The answer is a national auto strategy, something promised and never delivered. When is this government going to wake up and protect the interests of Canadian auto workers?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, obviously when Canadians lose their jobs, Canadian families are affected and our thoughts are with them. I do want to just point out, yesterday, of course, the honourable member and I sat on a committee, listened to various witnesses talk about the importance, the crucial importance, the most critical thing is to pass the budget, to get the secured credit facility in place, the $12 billion, to get the receivables insurance. We heard the parts manufacturers talk about the receivables insurance. It's so important. And I would remind the honourable member that he actually voted against that budget. Not only did he vote against the budget, but his party delayed it at every opportunity.
Shane. Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's revisionist theory. It was the Minister of Industry said the money for the auto sector was available in December. So the contradiction is there. It's clear and present. They don't want to act, and that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. And that answer is not good enough for the thousands of families in Windsor and Essex County that rely upon an auto strategy. The crisis is deepening. It's not good enough for those in Oshawa who, like Jimmy Yim's own auditors, are worried about the future viability. These communities will never be the same. This government is overseeing the death of the auto sector in Canada and is killing the communities that rely upon it. When will this government stop playing the role of pallbearer and act to protect the interests of auto workers across this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, again, we heard it during the committee yesterday, several things that were important. One of the quotes that came out of that committee meeting was from the Canadian Auto Dealers Association, who said, "We've been impressed with the fact that finance is absolutely seized with trying to get this program rolling as fast as possible. They seem seized in a very real way, more than I've ever seen before from finance officials about trying to get this secure credit facility out in the marketplace."
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, there are 3 times more victims of violence among Aboriginal women than in the mainstream population. According to a spokesperson in Quebec, women have to leave their communities to get out of a violent situation, and they're then marginalized because they're women and Aboriginals. Does the government realize that to improve the lives of Aboriginal women, it has to invest massively and quickly in housing, education, and healthcare in order to give some hope to Aboriginal communities? The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
In 2009, we've invested massively in housing. We've invested massively in training and skills development for Aboriginal people. We've, in the last budget, Mr. Speaker, we expanded the network of women's shelters in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, in the last Parliament, we also passed legislation that included all First Nations on reserve under the Canadian Human Rights Act. But if this member wants to help women, she can help us pass the Matrimonial Real Property Rights Act, which will help every woman and every child and every family in this country have the protection that the rest of the society takes for granted, and that's the protection of the law, Mr. Speaker, on reserves.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. How many housing units will be built? How many shelters for battered women will be opened? How many transition houses outside the communities will be built? What is the government waiting for realizing that the poverty of Aboriginal women and their children is not improving? The Honourable Minister of Indian Affairs.
Speaker, here we are again. The Honourable Member is right that we need to spend some more money on housing to help Aboriginal people. And yet, at every step of the way, her and her party have tried to stop that money going to First Nations. I don't get it, Mr. Speaker. On the one hand, they say it's time to invest. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a record investment in Aboriginal people, record investment in schools, record investment in housing, record investment in skills and development training, Mr. Speaker. And at every step of the way, the Bloc Québécois says it's not about Aboriginal people, it's about me.
The Honourable Member for York Centre. Order. À l'ordre. The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the assumption of this House is that members speak the truth. So I assume the Minister of HRSD hasn't been informed, for example, that childcare providers in Napanee, Ontario, when asked the number of new spaces opened locally because of her taxable $100 a month checks, said none. The number of better spaces, none. Number of parents who, with this money, have withdrawn their kids from childcare because they can now afford to stay at home, none. Zero. Is the Minister aware just how wrong her information is?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what I reported yesterday to the Honourable Member was that we delivered where his government didn't. We delivered the universal child care benefit because we believe that parents deserve choice in who raises their children. Mr. Speaker, I also reported that the provinces receive $250 million a year from us so that they create child care spaces because that's their job, and they have reported to us that they're creating 60,000 spaces for those parents who choose to put their children into formal daycare. We encourage that, as well as the other option of staying home.
Member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, is the minister aware that when the same questions were asked of childcare providers in Halifax, Dartmouth, Fredericton and Saanich, to the number of new spaces, they also said none. The number of better spaces, number of parents who with this extra money have withdrawn their kids and are now staying at home, none and none. Zero. All across the country it's the same. Is this minister aware just how wrong her information is?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
I wonder if the honourable member realizes or is aware just what a slur he's casting on the provinces who are saying that they are creating these childcare spaces.
Stop
because,
bashing
Mr.
McGinty.
Speaker, I believe that they are doing what they said they would do and what they said they have done. And, Mr. Speaker, the important thing is that let's look at 13 years of Liberal government where they promised time after time after time to create childcare spaces, to support parents. And what did they do over 13 years, including 2 years with that gentleman as the minister for the portfolio? What did they do, Mr. Speaker? Nothing!
Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas. Order.
Despite attempts by the Conservatives and Liberals to sweep the Cadman affair under the rug, Canadians still have a right to know what really happened. Sadly, the secret deal between the Conservatives and Liberals appears to be an attempt to leave those questions unanswered. Given the extremely serious allegations, the weeks of fury they caused in the House, and in the interest of full disclosure and transparency, will the Prime Minister make public all documents that would have been produced as part of the lawsuit?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question, and I am pleased to report to the House that the matter is closed.
Honourable Member for Burnaby Douglas.
To the public, Mr. Speaker. Weeks before the secret settlement was reached, the Prime Minister's lawyer in the Cadman affair abruptly withdrew from the case. This led to speculation. Did he realize that the case could not be won? Was it an ethical issue? The Prime Minister will know that solicitor-client privilege does not prevent him, as the client, from explaining what happened. Will the Prime Minister explain to Canadians the reasons why his lawyer, Mr. Rick Dearden, withdrew?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Standing Order 30.5 of this House provides me with the occasion to respond to questions from members across the way. So I add to my previous answer by pointing out that the matter is closed.
The Honourable Member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, like all Canadians, I am concerned by the ongoing civil war in Sri Lanka. This conflict has gone on for decades, and innocent civilians on both sides are bearing the cost. There is currently a large rally taking place on the front lawn of Parliament Hill that features dozens of Tamil tiger flags. Can the Minister of State please inform us of Canada's position on this?
The Honourable Minister of State.
I thank the member for Brant, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure all Canadians share the government's revulsion at the continuing humanitarian catastrophe in Sri Lanka. A civil conflict, Mr. Speaker, born of a succession of repressive, discriminatory Sri Lankan governments, which in turn spawned a terrorist organization known as the Tamil Tigers. But I am sickened, Mr. Speaker, by the pandering of a Liberal member on the front lawn of this Parliament to a flagrant display of the symbols of a listed terrorist organization. The Government of Canada would hope that all members of this House would abhor terror.
The Honourable Member for Cumberland, St. Barb,
The Minister of Fishery Notions did make an error in judgment, but the previous minister made a critical error in fisheries conservation. Every fisherman in this country lives by now by a policy of license rationalization. Every fisherman except for Tim Rhino of Inverness and Eugene Keane of Renews in the former minister's hometown. Both applied for multi-million-dollar crab licenses and were denied. Both fishermen took the matters to the license appeal boards and to the licensing boards. Denied, denied. But before the last election campaign, they took the matter directly to the minister. Approved. Will the minister now do the right thing, show some leadership, suspend the licenses, and explain why that matter was done the way it was?
Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, licensing issues are confidential, and I do have great faith in my predecessor. There are a number of different issues around licenses, and I know he would have taken them all into account, and I will not be appealing an appeal, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, we have to have a thought today before International Women's Day for Nathalie Morin, who is in Saudi Arabia. We are calling upon the government to patriate Ms. Morin. We know that the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs met with Nathalie Morin, but we'd like to know what concrete action this government intends to take in order to bring this woman and her children back to Canada. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
This is a very complex family dispute case with no easy solution. Mr. Speaker, during the past month when I visited Saudi Arabia, I met with Ms. Marin. We spoke. We are bound, however, by both the Saudi laws and our own adherence to the 1980 Hague Convention on the civil aspects of the international child abduction, under which children cannot leave without the father's permission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A study by Health Canada found Canadians are exposed to bisphenol A, or BPA, in 72 types of soft drinks. That represents over 84% of the market. We know that BPA is linked to cancer and reproductive problems. It's well established that it's a dangerous chemical. What does the government do in October 2008? It designates BPA as toxic to humans and the environment. But, Mr. Speaker, that is just not good enough. So today I want to ask the government, will it take decisive action finally to protect the health of families and our children and ban BPA?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our government has a very strong record of taking action on bisphenol A, and such as a study that was just completed this week. The study concluded that there are no safety concerns with levels of BPA in canned soft drinks. In fact, Mr. Speaker, an adult would have to drink over 900 cans of soft drinks a day to reach a tolerable daily intake. Canadians can expect actions on their government when it comes to their health and safety. And Mr. Speaker, we're all leaders on this issue, and I'm proud to say that this government is taking action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Liberals and the NDP renewed their coalition with the Separatist Bloc by voting down a motion at Heritage Committee condemning the Separatists who threatened to incite violence against Quebecers and other Canadians over the reenactment of the Battle of the Plains of Abraham. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs please inform this House of the government's position on this matter?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first the Liberal leader said he had no problem if a member of his caucus supported Newfoundland separatism. Then yesterday, Liberal MPs had the chance to condemn the racist and separatist newspaper funded by the Bloc that threatened violence against Quebecers. But all Liberals re-cemented their coalition with the separatists and voted against condemning this extremist newspaper. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader should show true patriot love, condemn separatism, and stand up for Canada.
The honourable member for Cumberland, Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
When Public Works and Government Services called for tenders for the refit and overhaul of submarines, the tenders came in at $53 million and $57 million. But when the contract was announced, it had somehow gone to $370 million, $313 million more than the highest tender. So I wonder if the minister could explain to the House why the contract was granted for $370 million when the highest tender was only $57 million.
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, the process was clear and transparent. The lowest bidder, or the best bidder, won the contract. This is before the court, so it's inappropriate to comment further.
It being Thursday, I believe the Honourable Member for Wascana has a question.
Mr. Speaker, as usual on a Thursday, I would like to ask the Government House Leader about his work plan for the coming week and for the week following the regular mid-March break. In particular, the House is anxious to know, Mr. Speaker, when the Minister will designate all 3 of the remaining supply days. The last supply day, as you know, is especially important because that will be the day upon which any interim supply bill, including the Prime Minister's request for an extraordinary $3 billion, would be dealt with. So we'd like to know when that supply bill is coming. And of course, 5 sitting days before the final supply day is the date upon which the government must table its first report to Parliament accounting for its fight against the recession. So that last supply day date is an important date for the House to know. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, can the Minister commit today that his government will consider fast-tracking Bill C-285, standing on the order paper in the name of the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine? This bill, Mr. Speaker, deals with the modernisation of investigative techniques in the fight against drugs, gangs, and other criminal matters. It is one of the measures specifically requested urgently by the province of British Columbia. So is the government ready to expedite that bill? And finally, Mr. Speaker, could I ask if there is general consent in the House today to fast-track the government's bills 14 and 15, also dealing with gangs and drugs, so that they could both be passed here and sent to the Senate before the end of next week? Would there be unanimous consent to move these 2 bills quickly? If there is, the official opposition would be prepared to move the appropriate motion right now.
Order. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for those questions. It just seems like every Thursday, the Thursday question becomes the Thursday questions and gets a longer and longer list. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the House adopted the Budget Implementation Bill, which is now before the Senate, and I would take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to urge all senators to deal with the bill quickly so that the funds that are provided by it will begin to flow and to help our country and Canadian families weather this economic storm as quickly as possible. Today, Mr. Speaker, as you know, we are continuing debate on the opposition motion. Tomorrow we will begin debate on report stage of Bill C2, the Canada-European Free Trade Agreement, followed by C13, the Canada Grains, and C7, Marine Liability. Monday, March 9th and Tuesday, March 10th, 2009, Mr. Speaker, shall be allotted days. And as to the last day in this cycle, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce that it's going to be sometime during that week after our constituency week when members return to their ridings. On Wednesday, we will continue with the Canada-European Free Trade Bill. It will either be at report stage or third reading, depending on the progress that we make tomorrow. When the debate on C2 is complete, we will call for second reading debate. C14, the Organised Crime Bill, and C15, the Drug Offensive Bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague knows, the official opposition House Leader, there have been discussions with all parties, and at this point in time, despite the acceptance and indeed the willingness of the government to move these forward with these 2 crime bills as expeditiously as possible, unfortunately that's not the case with all parties, and so we won't be able to be proceeding as quickly as possible. But, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians that are worried about their safety, that want to move forward with this type of legislation, I do thank the honourable member and his party, the Liberal Party, for their support to try and move these bills very quickly through the process.
Following the justice bills, we will continue with the uncompleted business scheduled for tomorrow, plus the new bill that was tabled this morning, an act to recognize Beechwood Cemetery as the National Cemetery of Canada. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that there may be interest in expediting this bill, and I would hope that, unlike the justice bills, that perhaps we can get agreement from all four parties to move very quickly with this bill at all stages and move it through. Mr. Speaker, as to Private Members Bill C-285, Mr. Speaker, I'm always interested in discussing ways in which we can move quickly with legislation. This government certainly is interested in getting action on behalf of Canadians as fast as possible on all legislation that's going to positively impact on their lives. So I'm always open to those types of discussions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nicolet Bay. Nicolet Bay, point of order. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on your good judgment for you to revise the transcript of the question period. There were words used which were a breach of my privileges and right as a member. When we sit in this House, Mr. Speaker, we are preaching for democracy and debate rather than violence. So collectively, we are a group of members of Parliament who want to live democratically together, who are neither extremists nor people who preach violence. This vocabulary was used to designate a particular group of members of Parliament, that is, members from the Bloc Québécois, and one member said the extremists, another member used the sentence or the phrase preach violence. Now, it's understood that if one member in this House were to preach violence, he or she should not be here, because this is a place where democracy reigns and a place where debate to advance our society and our ideas, which are different, I might add, is important rather than using violence. So I think that these words were inappropriate, and the member who used these words should be called upon to refrain from doing so in future. I'd call on your good judgment, Mr. Speaker, to revise the transcript of the question period and to ensure that in future such words are no longer used. Thank you very much for listening to me. I'll have a ruling on a similar matter of privilege raised by one of your honourable colleagues. But now the President of the Treasury Board has the floor on a point of order.
So one, in reviewing the blues of yesterday, I noticed that the unparliamentary word that I used was not unequivocally withdrawn. I would like to unequivocally withdraw the word that I used to describe the leader of the New Democratic Party. If it wasn't clear, I want to make it absolutely clear. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 83 sub 1, I wish to table a Notice of Ways and Means motion to amend the Income Tax Act to introduce a tax deferral in respect of flood-induced sales of livestock. I ask that an order of the day be designated for consideration of the motion.
The President of the Treasury Board. I now have also a question of privilege, notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member from Malpeque, which I will hear.
Mr. Speaker, I am rising on a question of privilege in relation to the misuse by the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans of her office to allow for the dissemination of misleading information for partisan purposes by a Conservative senator. My privileges as an MP have been compromised by the actions of this minister, a department, and a member of the other place. Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing we can always be proud of in Canada, it is the impartiality of our public service. And as an MP, whether in government or in opposition, I felt we could always count on that. I would contend, Mr. Speaker, that the responsibility of this minister is to ensure that the Department of Fisheries and Oceans adheres to the provision as set out for departmental use of its media resources for departmental purposes. This has not been done in this case. According to Treasury Board, the communications policy of the Government of Canada states that it is the policy of the Government of Canada to safeguard Canadians' trust and confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the public service of Canada. Canadians value an independent, professional public service that treats individuals with respect, fairness, and integrity. The value and the reputation of public institutions must be honoured. Public service managers and employees are expected to provide information services in a non-partisan fashion consistent with the principles of parliamentary democracy and ministerial responsibility. Section 23 in advertising, Mr. Speaker, states this: institutions must not use public funds to purchase advertising in support of a political party. The communications function under the stewardship of heads of communications in all institutions of the Government of Canada includes the following: providing communications support and advice to ministers and senior officials on non-partisan government matters, including the preparations of speeches, news releases, briefing notes, presentations, memoranda, and correspondence. Mr. Speaker, it is my contention that the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, by allowing the department's letterhead and website to be used in such a partisan attack, as by someone with no affiliation with the department, has violated the provisions as outlined by Treasury Board in terms of communications, and in so doing has violated my privileges as a Member of Parliament by this misuse of the department for partisan purposes. Mr. Speaker, to my knowledge, Senator Manning is not a staff member of the Department of Fisheries and Oceans and is not officially designated as a spokesperson for that department. On March 3, 2009, the Minister allowed her department to issue a press release by Senator Fabian Manning in which he was designated as the Government of Canada, which contained statements which were a complete fabrication and distortion of the position of the Liberal leader and the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, if you find a prima facie case, I am prepared to move the appropriate motion. Thank you.
I thank the honourable member for Malpeque for his diligence in checking out this matter. I'll review what he had to say and possibly have an opportunity to see the sites he's complaining about and to get back to the House in due course in respect of this matter. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Government orders, government supply business, resuming debate and the opposition motion standing in the name of Ms. Charlton regarding employment insurance.
Resuming debate. Reprise.
Resuming debate.
Honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise on this motion that we have as New Democrats. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it's important to talk about this motion on employment insurance and the issues around it. And I want to make sure that I'm clear as I'm splitting the time from the member of Burnaby New Westminster. I'm very happy to do so, as he's spoken many times about the issues of trade that affect this country, and as well, too, issues related to the manufacturing sector, forestry sector, where we see a high degree of unemployment. And I want to go back in terms of looking at this current situation through the lens a little bit of a working class town from Windsor, where we have been very much part of the economic hub of Ontario and Canada for many years, contributing to the coffers of this nation for a number of different generations, quite successfully through hard work, innovation, and being the leaders in auto manufacturing, and as well also participating in the tourism economy and other types of economies of scale, but in particular the automotive sector. And we've paid literally into the employment insurance program significantly over the years. And it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, now as the tables have turned, so to speak, we've seen a problem with the overall economy in the world. We are suffering with high unemployment. And we've been raising these alarm bells for a long time, Mr. Speaker. Back in 2007, back in 2008, very clearly indicating to this government that there was a problem. And astonishingly, the Prime Minister and his think tank around him, which is very much a very shallow pool, were basically denying that there was a problem. And you remember quite clearly during the election where the Prime Minister pontificated about not only that the economy in Canada was significantly fine, it would actually improve, there would be growth, there would be surpluses. On top of that, he suggested that during even this little instability with the financial markets, there was lots of deals to be had. And also, lastly, Mr. Speaker, even stated that Canadian property owners wouldn't see the depreciation of the properties. All things that we had been telling this government and the previous administration was not true over a number of different years, and seeing those consequences, Mr. Speaker. And it's important to acknowledge that, as we saw the tightening around the competitiveness issues with the automotive sector, the Canadian auto workers and the men and women that get up every single day, even the non-unionized ones, of course, did a very significant job of making sure their productivity value was extremely high. In fact, it compares favorably to Japan, Germany, and other nations. In fact, they provided a number of different savings prior going into this crisis. In fact, negotiated agreements from the CAW resulted in agreements of about almost close to $1 billion in savings to the company. And those were the types of things that have happened over the years. In fact, even when we've had new plant procurement during these difficult times, we had a recently Ford plant, and it was interesting, too, because we have a new S6 engine coming in. One of the bright sides of things, hopefully, that will come. It's been signed, and hopefully it's going to continue to go forward into full fruition. But the government of the day had to be dragged kicking and streaming into an election period time to actually come up with a low-interest loan that they will pay back. And that's different, say, for example, in the United States, where they actually open court this and procure the plants and that. And what's important to note is that, all these things that were negotiated were done from the perspective of the workers, providing productivity increases, reducing costs in the factories around this country. Long before it became cliche to have energy savings, I remember the CAW Local 200 in particular proposing savings at the plants that they actually worked in that would have been passed on to the company for energy savings. And so there was clearly an indication, and not only just in the home area, but also up here on the Hill between myself and the member from Windsor-Tecumseh, that there was a systemic problem coming forth. And often what's happened is that Windsor at the automotive sector, when there has been a problem, has gone into the cycle a little bit earlier than the rest of the country and emerged a little bit quicker. But what we really recognized right away was the fact that this was systemic. This was systemic in terms of the history, but that now what had happened is that there was going to be restructuring, and restructuring would take place, which would cause an incredible amount of pain, a lot of planning for a new emerging economy that was important to see diversification, and we have lack of government action. And why employment insurance reform is a huge part of that is because it provides the stable source of income so that people can not only just have their bills paid immediately to protect their homes, to protect their investments, to make sure that their children and their families have food on the table, but also to get the proper training that's necessary in a new emerging economy. In fact, we have in our area, if there was the proper supports, the opportunity to be part of the wind and solar industry to make sure that manufacturing takes place in the future. And ironically, we see that happening in the United States. We don't see it happening in Canada here, where in Indiana, a former General Motors plant was turned into a manufacturer of gearboxes for wind production, which has been very successful because they're moving into that procurement, and we have yet to do that off the mark here. The province of Ontario and a few others, myself, have been working on trying to get this attractions into place in our region, but there hasn't been the support from the federal government. The classic ideological arguments of the day have always been lower corporate taxes and we'll be okay. Well, how has that worked? It hasn't. It's been a disaster. We've lost 300,000 jobs in the last 5 years between the past two administrations, and we're seeing more and more people fall between the cracks. And what's important is that as this was taking place, the context of what a lot of the right-wing ideologues were saying at that time was, well, we have to do higher higher types of scale of investment, and also, too, is making sure that we're going to be moving up in terms of the types of products and services that we do. Well, we were already there, and I point to the tool and die and mold making industry, where we are the best in the world, and we were losing out because of poor trade agreements, and we're losing out because of the dollar, the rapid escalation with the use of oil as a natural resource to pad the government purse for a short-term period of time until it's collapsed. And at the back on the expense were those people that had great skilled, trained jobs that were never fully utilized in the economy that we had because of the economic conditions that really stunted the actual development of some of those industries, and also reduced tool and die, mold making, and also auto manufacturing when it was in its good days. So what we do is we have come forward to this point in time right now, and just the other day we lost another 1,200 jobs in Windsor to Chrysler. Another shift has gone down. This is an important shift because it's part of the last of those that were operating on a 24-hour cycle. Sadly, we will see thousands of jobs that will go with that as well. And what's important, and the issues that we're facing now in our community, is the precursor waves of the last 2 years of those people that are now coming off the employment insurance rolls that are now actually having to dip into their savings before even going into any type of assistance from the province of Ontario. And that's really hurtful, Mr. Speaker, because people now have to go into their capital assets if they cannot find a job. And I can tell you there's nobody that out there that has been working before that does not want to have a job. I mean, the government's characterized the people that, well, they'll go on unemployment insurance and they won't feel motivated to get a job. Well, it's not the case. We just don't have the types of opportunities when we've had unemployment now in the last 2 years around 10%. It's just simply not acceptable. So what we need to have happen now is immediate plugging of the gap. And why I can't understand for the life of me, you pay into an insurance program, and when the vast majority of people can't even take advantage of it, is unacceptable. And it's not right, Mr. Speaker, and it's backwards. And you also have a 2-week waiting period, which doesn't make any sense as well, too, because I can tell you the people that are working that got laid off just the other day, they're going to need those funds right away. Their mortgages, the banks don't say, okay, well, we'll give you a 2-week extra waiting period. The credit card companies, they're certainly not going to give people an extra 2 weeks. Oh, well, wait till past the deadline. We'll give you 2 weeks. Sorry, you lost your job. You know what have they been doing? They've actually been raising interest rates, Mr. Speaker, and raising fees and charges and adding extra elements to their actual card usages without many consumers even knowing, pulling more of a drag on the ordinary economy, the working class economy that actually makes things, as opposed to the money shufflers that don't. And I know I have to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, but I do want to conclude by saying that this motion by the NDP works to correct some of the injustices in this budget. And this budget really doesn't provide the stimulus necessary to get to those people that need to be able to protect their homes, protect the incomes of their families, and also provide a strategy that's going to see them come out and emerge with some training. And that's why we want to see this motion passed and why I'm supporting as a New Democrat.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by my colleague. Sometimes in this House, legislation is passed, and sometimes there are consequences that we just don't bargain for, I guess. And I certainly see the merit in dropping the first 2 weeks. I agree with that, but some of the unintended consequence, what we're finding is the people in my riding, we've had a great number of cases where people have waited. At one time, it used to be 4 and 5 weeks for their first check, but now that's gone out to 6, 7, and it's only growing with the number of jobs that are being lost in this country. They continue to grow. So when we drop the first 2 weeks, we certainly anticipate increased activity through Service Canada offices. Would one of the unintended consequences be even greater delays in processing these claims? And I'm wondering if they've gone there and they're thinking in putting this piece forward.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the Chief Government Whip's, the Opposition Government Whip's comments, but I mean, I'm actually a little bit surprised by those comments in the sense that Of course, you can actually fill the gap. I work with HRSDC, the previous administration component to Jobs Canada. And you know what? The reality is that we shouldn't tell people that they can't have their 2 weeks because we can't fill the bureaucratic backlog for that. I mean, I don't hope that's not the member's suggestion, is that, you know, you should be disentitled to 2 weeks of unemployment insurance because we can't get our act together to get things out the door. And I can tell you, coming from a riding that has had high unemployment, and we've actually had delays like the members indicating that have stretched, and it really depends. I mean, if we have the concentration of government services, they bring the weeks back down, but it's actually political will of making sure the staffing. And I think that, you know, we have to go back to the Paul Martin administration that actually cut Service Canada at that time, HRSDC. They gutted that service, and there hasn't been the backfill of those people. And that's important because we need to have that bureaucratic structure. But what a stimulus that would be is if we actually had workers, so instead of giving large corporate tax cuts, which we continue to do right now as part of this actual budget bill, we actually then provide some employment for some Canadians to clear out the backlog of employment insurance. So you're actually going, and the workers are out there. There's many contract workers, and there's also full-time work positions that could be filled. There's a mixture of those two things that could happen. I would hate to see Canadians denied 2 weeks of unemployment insurance because we didn't have the will to hire the people to actually process the job.
I think there's anybody else.
Okay. Yeah. The honourable member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
I thank my colleague for his comments. I want to ask him about a particular piece of wonky government accounting. I'm reading from the Caledon Institute report, which talks about how the government is saying that by freezing the premium rates, they're actually saying that they are creating stimulus by doing that. And I want to quote from this report. The government did this in the 2009 budget by freezing premium rates for the next 2 years. Ottawa trumpeted this unavoidable ad hoc arrangement as a $4.5 billion stimulus. This approach opens up the whole new vista for government stimulus. Just announce a 100% increase in all taxes and then decide not to implement it. Voila, a $236 billion stimulus in the form of tax increases that did not occur. I wonder what he thinks of that.
The honourable member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it doesn't make any sense, and it's just very frustrating to hear this type of thought process. And I mean, I can compare that to another one I've spoken to many a times at nausea in this House, is out of the Chatham-Navistar plan. And get this one, Madam Speaker, there was a $300 million procurement policy for defence by this government, and what they did is they tendered it out to Navistar, and Navistar decided to actually put the plant money into Texas, when we actually have one in Chatham, Ontario that's closing down that can produce the same vehicle with a $1 million, actually $800,000 retooling. And you know what the employment insurance bill on that's going to be? For all those laid-off fired workers? Around $19 million. So we're going to lose more money out the system because we didn't have the capability to say, well, you know what, we actually going to have a defense procurement policy for our country, which the United States does, quite frankly, all the time, and we respect that over here. And so we're going to pay $18 million more in employment insurance industries just to throw Canadian workers out the door and move them work down to Texas and give them the reward that we would have seen for our workers here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on this NDP motion to establish a real social safety net in this country with employment insurance benefits that actually go to most of the people who lose their jobs. Because, Madam Speaker, right now Canadians are experiencing the worst economic climate that we have in more than a generation, the worst since the Great Depression. And what they are finding out is that the employment insurance structure has been gutted, Madam Speaker, that indeed what they have been labouring under is false representation from both the former Liberal government and the current Conservative government that when they pay employment insurance premiums and they lose their jobs through no fault of their own, that they'll be protected and their families will be protected. But, Madam Speaker, Canadians are finding out that is just not the case. And the budget that the Liberals helped support and got through the House this week does absolutely nothing to give an additional worker benefits. Not a single worker who didn't qualify before the budget was put out qualifies now that this budget has gone through the House. And the smoke and mirrors around adding a few extra weeks for the minority of Canadians that qualify doesn't change the fundamental problem that we have in this country. Tens of thousands of families losing a breadwinner and tens of thousands of families
not being able to access the employment insurance that they paid for years. Madam Speaker, this is criminal. We're talking about Canadians paying in to employment insurance to protect themselves and their families. And yet, with the meltdown we've seen in the softwood lumber industry as a result of the infamous softwood sellout that killed tens of thousands of jobs across the country and continues to kill jobs across the country, the majority of softwood workers, as is the case in the majority of cases, can't rely on employment insurance benefits. When we're talking about the shipbuilding sellout, which is the next bit of legislation that this Conservative government has brought in, the shipbuilding workers that lose their jobs cannot necessarily depend on having an employment insurance benefits there when they need them, to pay the rent, to keep a roof over their head, to feed their families. And, Madam Speaker, in the meltdown we're seeing in the auto sector, the meltdown that we're seeing in the steel sector, in all of these cases, the workers cannot depend, Canadian families can't depend on employment insurance. So this should be a crisis, Madam Speaker, that the government responds to. The budget should have treated, because the NDP certainly provided fulsome reasons why employment insurance needed to be totally reformed, so it actually provided benefits to those who lose their jobs, and yet the Conservatives refused to do anything to treat that fundamental unfairness, and Liberals said, no, that's fine. We don't really care about employment insurance. We'll back you on this budget, no matter how bad it is. So the results, Madam Speaker, is what we see, that essentially the victims of this false representation, that we have an employment insurance program, a social safety net in this country, when clearly we don't, the impact means that only 45% of men qualify for employment insurance. Only 45% of men. It's even worse for Canadian women, Madam Speaker. 39% of Canadian women qualify for employment insurance. So what that means is people who are losing their jobs across the length and breadth of this land are left with no social safety net, left with no means to feed their families, left with no means to keep a roof over their head. Madam Speaker, this is purely criminal, to leave Canadians to themselves when this government has so clearly taken care of bankers and corporate lawyers and big business, showering billions and billions of dollars in tax gifts to the wealthiest and most profitable companies in this country. Even though they've been cutting back their workforces, there's been no conditions, no strings attached, just shovel the money off the back of a truck. And yet, from the Employment Insurance Fund, $57 billion was essentially taken out of that fund and is not serving to protect Canadian families. Madam Speaker, this is absolutely ludicrous. At a time when there is no greater need for employment insurance, no greater need for benefits to support those families, $57 billion was simply ripped off Canadian working families, taken away, given away in tax benefits to the big banks and their record profits, and to oil and gas companies and their record profits. There is something fundamentally wrong with this, Madam Speaker, and that's why the NDP is moving this motion today. And we're saying that we need to increase benefits and increase benefit protection, eliminate the 2-week waiting period, reduce the reference period so that more people can qualify, allow self-employed workers to participate in the system as well, and increase benefits to 60% of income based on the best 12 weeks. We're also saying encourage training and retraining, Madam Speaker. Well, why? Well, here's a couple reasons why. At the same time as most Canadian workers now do not qualify for employment insurance, there's another theft that took place, Madam Speaker, and that is by cutting the benefits in half. So the average benefits now, Madam Speaker, believe it or not, for Canadians who qualify, we've already mentioned that 60% of Canadian women, 55% of Canadian men don't qualify, but for those who qualify, their benefits have fallen on average to just $335 per week. Madam Speaker, for a family that is below poverty line, employment insurance is no longer the safety net holding families above water. It is a safety net that is badly frayed, that lets most people fall right through to the bottom. And for those 40% of women and 45% of men that it catches, it holds them below water, below the poverty line, while they struggle to keep a roof over their head and food on the table. Madam Speaker, there is no more compelling reason than this for major employment insurance reform, and yet Conservatives and Liberals absolutely refuse to do this. Well, Madam Speaker, this not only benefits the families, not only provides that social safety net that the vast majority of Canadians want and need, it also helps their community, because for every dollar that we invest in employment insurance, we're getting a multiplier effect of about $1.64, according to most of the studies, including the Sprott School of Business at Carleton University, who said very clearly every dollar of employment insurance, because it's spent locally, multiplies another $1.64 into the community, creating more jobs. Madam Speaker, the tens of billions of dollars that Conservatives have thrown away irresponsibly, the absolutely most irresponsible use of Canadian resources possible, that tens of billions of dollars went offshore. The banking industry in the Bahamas, oil companies in Houston, Texas, the tens of billions of dollars that Conservatives just love to shove off the back of the truck to their big business colleagues didn't create that multiplier effect. The theft of $57 billion in employment insurance premiums, if that money was rechanneled back in for every dollar of employment insurance premiums that I should reiterate, Madam Speaker, have already been paid by the workers, creates another $1.64 in local economic stimulus. So, Madam Speaker, this is a no-brainer. Now, we're bringing forward this motion. We're certainly hoping for getting support from all four corners of the House. I would hope that the Conservatives would understand that what they're doing is criminal when they refuse to allow families to get the employment insurance premiums that they have paid for and that the courts have ruled belong to the families, not to the government. Now, the issue is very simple. If this House adopts this motion, then the government must adopt the policy, and they must move to make those changes. Because this Conservative government, one of the things that I admired when they were in opposition, I disagree with the Conservatives fundamentally on a whole range of things. A lot of their members of Parliament are nice people, but I disagree with them fundamentally on a whole range of issues. But one issue where we have agreed is that the Prime Minister of whatever party should respect the will of Parliament. So if Parliament adopts this motion, Conservative MPs should be putting pressure on the Prime Minister and on the Finance Minister to adopt these policies, to help Canadians, to ensure that there is a social safety net in place, to ensure that Canadian families facing layoffs, the tens of thousands that have been laid off over the last few months, have lost their jobs in the auto sector, in softwood lumber, in the shipbuilding sector to come, in fisheries and agriculture, that all of those individuals have employment insurance that they paid for there when they need it to keep a roof over their head and food on the plates for their children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his intervention. He and I both come from the same region of the country, and I always enjoy listening to the king of rhetoric on the NDP side. However, Madam Speaker, what really disturbs British Columbians and his residents from the riding of Burnaby, New Westminster, is the fact that this individual, their representative, voted against things such as expanding unemployment benefits, expanding work-sharing opportunities by 14 weeks, expanding opportunities for older workers, expanding heavy investments in training workers. And that's the concern that Canadians have whenever they hear the NDP talk about this, Madam Speaker, is what they're doing is they're voting against the very people that they claim to represent. So my question to the member is, how does he justify to the residents of Burnaby, New Westminster, his position that the expenditure of billions of dollars to assuage some of the challenges that workers face, that expenditure isn't worth his vote and his support in this chamber?
The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
I thank the member from Abbotsford for his compliment, but he is the emperor of spin on that one. I haven't seen such fancy footwork since Elvis Presley was dancing in some of his films. And the reality is, and the member well knows this, that not a single additional Canadian has access to employment insurance. Now, so we have a reality, a fundamental reality, where over 60% of women, over 55% of men do not qualify for employment insurance, and as he well knows, there is not a single additional Canadian as a result of that bad budget that has access to employment insurance. Not a single Canadian gets above the poverty line. All that this government has done is extended for a few weeks that lucky 40%, 41%, 45% at most that actually qualify now. They get a few more weeks before they have to worry about their roof over their head and food on the plate for their children. So it was very fancy footwork. I admire the member from Abbotsford, but it doesn't change the fundamental fact. This budget betrayed so many Canadians that are losing their jobs now, and not a single additional Canadian qualified for EI as a result of this budget's betrayal of Canadians' interests.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I certainly enjoy his diatribes from time to time here in this House. But I must say, Madam Speaker, I'm still concerned about the fact that he hasn't actually answered my question. I asked him a very simple question. How does he defend voting against all of these initiatives that we've included in our budget to address the needs of workers who are losing their jobs because of this world economic crisis? Madam Speaker, that's a question he really must answer. I think his residents of Burnaby, New Westminster, are demanding an answer to that question because he's their representative.
The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member well knows, in Burnaby, New Westminster, like everywhere else in Canada, people are waking up to the fact that they don't qualify for EI. So residents of Burnaby, New Westminster are in my office right now, as they are every day. We're getting new cases of people who suddenly realize they've been laid off their jobs and they have no access to EI. And that is the reality we're facing in Burnaby, New Westminster, like his constituents in Abbotsford. And I'm quite sure if I asked the member to talk about the casework that is in Abbotsford, he would admit that he has people coming into his office now who don't qualify for EI who've been laid off. So Conservatives need to represent their constituents. New Democrats are. We're responding to our constituents. We know that there's a crisis in employment insurance, and I would hope the member from Abbotsford would respond to the constituents who've clearly said in Abbotsford, look, I can't believe it. I've been laid off my job. I've been paying for years into employment insurance, and I don't get a dime now. There's no support. I'm trying to put food on the table for my children. I'm trying to keep a roof over their head for my family, and the government has betrayed me, taken all this money, $57 billion over years, not just the Conservatives, the Liberals before them, and now there's not a cent of employment insurance to protect me and my family. I'm hoping Conservatives will vote for this motion and support their constituents and their ridings across the country that are facing exactly the same betrayal.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I begin this afternoon, I would like to say I'd like to share my time with the member from Niagara West, Glanbrook. I welcome this opportunity to reply to the motion by the member from Hamilton Mountain. I can assure the honourable member that we are aware of the gravity of the economic recession and its effects on Canadian workers. As we have already stated in this place, our government is very concerned with helping those who are worried or having trouble making ends meet. We recognize that many workers are worried about keeping their jobs. We understand that hard-working Canadians are worried about being able to pay their mortgage. We know that many are worried about being able to take care of their families. It is during these difficult times that Canadians need to know that their government is listening to them and that we have an action plan that will help them. As the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development previously said, through our economic action plan, we will help those facing unemployment. We will protect jobs. We will invest in training and skills development. To help cushion the impact of these difficult economic times, our government is delivering significant improvements to employment insurance that focus on where the need is greatest right now. Our government's priority is to help Canadians participate in the labour market by investing in skills upgrading and injecting a significant economic stimulus into the economy. We are doing just that through Canada's Economic Action Plan. As part of this plan, we are proposing to invest an unprecedented $8.3 billion in the Canada Skills and Transition Strategy. With this strategy, we are heavily investing in bolstering EI benefits and investing in skills training. Before putting our proposals forward in our Economic Action Plan, we consulted widely with Canadians. We listened to their concerns about the EI program, and we responded. Among other things, we are expanding the benefits of the current Extended Benefits Pilot Project across Canada. By doing so, claimants across the country in regions not currently receiving additional EI benefits would receive an additional 5 weeks of extended regular benefits. These additional weeks of benefit would be the same as those that claimants in the pilot project are now receiving and will continue to receive. Until now, this pilot project has been available only in regions where the highest unemployment rate was. As well, Madam Speaker, we are increasing the maximum duration of benefits available under the EI program by 5 weeks, raising it from 45 to 50 weeks. This means that unemployed Canadians who would otherwise have exhausted their benefits will receive financial support for a longer period of time. This change is estimated to help some 400,000 employment insurance claimants in the first year alone. This measure will provide financial support for a longer period to unemployed Canadians who would otherwise have exhausted their benefits. This means unemployed workers will have more time to seek employment while still receiving employment insurance. This is very important, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and a point I cannot stress enough. Exhaustion of employment insurance benefits is tough on a family. Canadians who are unemployed for extended periods will have more time to find work under our plan. I would also point out, Madam Speaker, that this proposed measure would be in addition to the automatic adjustments in the EI program that respond quickly to changes in economic conditions. This allows for significant flexibility. Through the variable entrance requirement, the current EI program has the built-in flexibility specifically designed to respond automatically to changes in local labor markets. The number of hours required to access employment insurance ease and the duration of benefits increases as the unemployment rate rises. To be more specific, eligibility for and duration of employment insurance benefits is based on the number of insured hours worked and on the unemployment rate in the employment insurance economic region in which the individual lives, not in the province or territory. This ensures that areas facing higher unemployment rates have lower entrance requirements and longer benefit duration, and that supports flows to regions and communities that are in the most need. It is also important to note that these requirements are adjusted on a monthly basis to reflect the latest regional unemployment rates. The recent slowdown in the economy has revealed the efficiency of the current EI system in responding to the needs of workers. Since October 2008, 19 regions have seen their entrance requirements decrease and their benefit duration increase. Now, in the opposition's proposal to eliminate the 2-week wait period for employment insurance, I would like to cite what Mr. David Dodge, the former governor of the Bank of Canada, said December 18th when he appeared on CTV Newsnet program Mike Duffy Live. When asked whether eliminating the 2-week waiting period for employment insurance was an expenditure worth making, Mr. Dodge responded without hesitation. He said, and I quote, "The answer is no. That would probably be the worst waste of money we could make because there's a lot of churn in the labor market, just normal churn." Mr. Dodge also said, and I quote, that 2 weeks is there for a very good reason. The real issue is that some of these people are going to be off work for a rather long period of time, end quote. Madam Speaker, we agree with the former governor of the Bank of Canada's comments. The fact is that during these uncertain times, some people may be off work for longer periods of time. That's where employment insurance help needs to be targeted, and that is where we have targeted. I would remind the House that we have not hesitated to test new approaches and to make changes to the employment insurance program when they are proven to be warranted. We are currently continuing 3 pilot projects to assess the labor market impacts and effectiveness of new approaches that are designed to assist the unemployed. With the proposals under our Economic Action Plan, there has never been such a concerted effort to reach out and help Canadians. And our plan looks not only at the benefit side of the employment insurance program, but also the training side. We are proposing a number of measures that will help Canadians get the training that they need to prepare for jobs of the future. We are proposing to increase funding for training delivered through the employment insurance program by $1 billion over the next 2 years. This can be implemented immediately through the existing labor market development agreements with the provinces and territories. Our plan also includes proposals to assist older workers, and it also helps workers who have been in the same or similar job for a long time and are laid off to make the adjustments necessary to remain active in the workforce. We will work with our partners to ensure that these measures benefit the greatest number of Canadians. In addition to extending benefits and promoting training, we are also proposing to stimulate the economy and assist workers and employers by maintaining employment insurance rates for 2010 at the 2009 levels. Madam Speaker, prior to introducing our Economic Action Plan, we held the most extensive consultation in history. Through these consultations, we heard what Canadians want. And through our Economic Action Plan, we are delivering for Canadians in need. In fact, today the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development announced an extension of work-sharing agreements by 14 weeks to a maximum of 52 weeks. She also announced greater flexibility in the qualifying criteria in order to increase access for employers and workers. In summation, Madam Speaker, I would just like to say that the Minister has travelled across the country, she has consulted with Canadians, and she's put forward a plan that protects workers and will get them back into the workforce. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Listen intently to the Honourable Member over there talk about unemployment insurance. And I've got a couple of questions for him. I'd like to go back to the 2-week waiting period. And in all respect to the Governor of the Bank of Canada, I don't think he has a true appreciation for the unemployment insurance program when someone gets laid off and has to feed their family and pay the rent. And I don't think he'll experience that. And I really would like the member to rethink his stand and his position on the 2-week waiting period. It's essential that we get this money in the hands. Not only is the 2-week waiting period, but how do you explain the 2-month waiting period for benefits in many cases? And does he believe that in his minister's own comments that the EI system is too lucrative?
The Honourable Member from Huron-Bruce.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to point out to the Honourable Member opposite, we had a nice discussion yesterday, and in fact, he tells me his hometown is Wesleyville, and I have friends that I know from Wesleyville as well, so that was nice to hear. Just to try and answer his question, though, I would like to point out a previous colleague of his, and it was much before him and his time and my time in this place, but the Honourable Jane Stewart and her thoughts on the 2-week waiting time. And this is what she said from the Hansard. This is from the Hansard. The 2-week waiting period is like a deductible in an insurance program. It is there for a purpose. Now, further to that, I may add that we've extended on the back end of their time, people who have lost their job and are on unemployment insurance, 5 weeks, Madam Speaker, to help them. But in addition, Service Canada, I would like to point out the great work that the people at Service Canada do to try and expedite all claims and all cases. They've hired additional staff, they've recalled recent retirees, call centers to try and expedite the claims as fast as possible.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Trinity Spadina.
Madam Speaker, 7 out of 10 of unemployed women would not qualify for employment insurance, and the average benefits they receive is less than $300 a week. And because they don't, even those that qualified, they don't qualify for too many weeks, and as a result, they soon get on the welfare road. And in Toronto, for example, the City of Toronto ends up having to add an extra $38 million of property tax, municipal taxes, as an addition, because they anticipate that there will be at least 20,000 more people that will be on welfare, bringing the total number of people on welfare this year close to 100,000, and that's an optimistic figure. So I asked this member, how could he possibly say to an unemployed woman that getting less than $300 a week, how could anyone survive with such a low income? And what does he say to the 7 out of 10 women, unemployed women, that have contributed all her life and won't be able to get any of that money back?
Honourable Member from Huron-Bruce.
I would like to thank the Honourable Member for her question. I would like to point out to her that the Minister traveled across the country in part of our consultative process in putting the budget together. It's actually called the Economic Action Plan, and her government actually said, or her party actually said they'd vote against it before actually reading the budget, and the over $8 billion that are invested into this. Now, what is truly unfortunate is her party's record for people who are on unemployment insurance and the way they've dealt with them. I'd like to point out a few. The NDP party has voted against all the measures in the Economic Action Plan. What this has done is she's against 400,000 unemployed Canadian benefits from additional 5 weeks. The NDP has also voted against helping to fund 50,000 unemployed Canadians who normally don't qualify EI benefits to get training and skills they need to find a new job, Madam Speaker, and to provide for their families in the future. What the NDP has also voted against that's in our Economic Action Plan is to help 100,000 people get additional funding and training to find new jobs and put food on the table
Order.
for their families.
Order. Alors, conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I should put the questions to the House that will be asked this evening at adjournment. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra will have the floor at that time.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to rise today to speak to this motion presented by the member from Hamilton Mountain. Now, while I realize that this member has good intentions, we do disagree in terms of the methodology and the way that we would come up to see how we handle unemployment. And I'm going to speak to that response today and in terms of what our government is doing as we respond to this challenging times that we have in the economy. And certainly every member of this House is aware of the effects the economy is having on their constituents. And I don't think it matters where you're living, whether it's in a large city, you're living in an isolated community, these are challenging times, and people are losing their jobs. There are also threats of people's jobs lost, and it's certainly a stressful or dramatic time. And I think that not only does it hurt employees, but it hurts companies. And I know that as an employer myself over the years, you build a business, you look at training, you look at making sure that your workforce is valuable and skilled. And then what happens is that when you have a time of economic downturn like this issue sometimes can not only be a challenge in the short term, but can end up being a long-term one if employees go to find other work. And I think that meeting payroll and meeting commitments for payrolls sometimes could be a challenge. I know there's been times when I didn't have enough revenue in my business where I had to dip into not only savings but into credit, personal credit, to make sure that my employees got paid. And then it becomes more difficult if the situation doesn't turn around, either the sales or the economy doesn't pick up. And I think that when it comes to difficult times and the decision to lay off people in the workforce, that can be very difficult. And I think that the key words here are temporary and time. Sometimes the issue is temporary, and sometimes the solution is the time factor. And I would suggest that this solution to such issues before employees reach their crisis points are sometimes dealt with before layoffs are inevitable. This government has a program that helps companies face temporary downturns in business and avoid layoffs. This program is called work sharing. It often offers income support under the employment insurance program to workers willing to work, reduced work weeks while the company undergoes a recovery. This program offers a short-term, mutually beneficial solution for both the employer and the employee with long-term benefits. Under the work-sharing program, employers can keep their workers and avoid the cost of trying to rehire workers and any retraining when they recover from temporary situations. And we all understand the costs involved, not only for the employee but the employer, in terms of trying to get that individual up to a trained status. And this also, with the employees, are able to continue working and earn much-needed income that they need to provide for their families. Work sharing is a three-party agreement between employers, employees, and HRSDC and Service Canada. There are some conditions to this program, such as an employer being in business for at least 2 years and the presence of a detailed recovery plan for the business. For example, a company has to show how it expects to return to normal production schedules at the end of a work-sharing agreement. This agreement has been in existence for a while, and many organizations across this country have benefited from this arrangement so far. But with an economic downturn and the threat of job losses as it stands, this program is needed now more than ever. And this is where Canada's new economic action plan comes into focus. We recognize that our country is being impacted by a global recession, a recession that's not only impacting us here in Canada, but in the United States and across the world, through Europe and throughout this whole world. That is why, through the Canada's Economic Action Plan, the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development today announced the government has extended work-sharing agreement by 14 weeks to a maximum of 52 weeks, and that the Minister has also announced increased access to work-sharing through greater flexibility in the qualifying criteria. Our goal is to have as many Canadians working as possible while companies recover from a temporary slowdown. This initiative could cost an estimated $200 million over 2 years and will minimize the financial impact of the economic downturn by helping companies avoid layoffs while their industry recovers. Let me mention a few other details about work-sharing initiative. Permanent full or part-time employees of a company are eligible to participate and receive work-sharing benefits. Workers must be eligible to receive regular EI benefits. They do not have to serve a 2-week waiting period, however. The employer sets up the schedule of work hours. It also notifies Service Canada of any changes in the working hours and the number of employees on work sharing. Workers participating under a work sharing agreement do not lose their rights to regular EI benefits if they happen to be laid off after the agreement ends. Madam Speaker, let me provide a case example of how such an agreement would work. Let's call our hypothetical worker Lisa. Lisa's been working as a technician for the last 15 years at a manufacturing plant in Southern Ontario. The plant makes automated systems for new trucks. The plant recently had to cut back production due to economic downturn that has particularly hit the automotive sector. In order to retain skilled workers and avoid a temporary layoff, Lisa's employers agreed to participate in a Service Canada work-sharing program while the plant restructures. Lisa and her co-workers have been able to work 3 days a week in their regular jobs while collecting EI for the remainder of the week. This agreement could last 52 weeks while the company recovers. By keeping Canadians working, our government hopes to diminish the impact of recent economic events. Of course, work sharing is not for all that our economic plan offers. Our government is also investing an unprecedented $8.3 billion in the Canada Skills and Transition Strategy to support workers and their families, including measures for income support and skills and training. We are proposing targeted actions that will provide an immediate stimulus, promote long-term growth, and most importantly, help Canadians that are unemployed or on the verge of unemployment cope with the economic downturn. When Canadians lose their job or are at risk of being unemployed, they need to know that the Government of Canada is working hard to help them recover. They need to know that the government is there to protect them and their families. And employment insurance is the first line of defense. On the EI benefit side, we are proposing to extend the duration of benefits nationally to match the current 5-week pilot project. Our idea is to build upon experience with pilot projects that provide additional benefits in regions of high unemployment. By extending the maximum EI benefits by 5 weeks to all regions of Canada, about 400,000 unemployed Canadians could benefit from this. We also know that certain industries are being hit hard as the recession deepens. Workers who have been employed for most of their lives or at a particular company find it hard to adjust if they are laid off. That is why our government proposes to give these workers more time to get the training they need and more time to find the right job. This government plans to invest an estimated $500 million over 2 years to extend income benefits for long-tenured workers who are taking part of a longer-term training. We're also proposing to allow earlier access to EI for regular income benefits for workers purchasing their own training using all or part of the earnings resulting in a layoff, such as severance pay. About 40,000 workers could benefit from this initiative. Madam Speaker, while there is clear need to address this economic crisis now, we are also looking at setting the stage for our nation's future. The economy will recover, and we will want Canada to come out stronger than ever. We need to help workers access valuable skills that will help them find good jobs now and maintain those jobs for a prosperous future. As part of the Canada Skills and Transition Strategy, we propose to increase funding to the provinces and territories by $1 billion under existing labour market agreements. This should help an additional 100,000 EI-eligible clients gain access to the skills and training they need to find opportunities in today's changing economy. In addition, our new Strategic Training and Transition Fund will provide $500 million over 2 years to support the training needs of workers who do not qualify for EI training. And finally, Madam Speaker, we are increasing the budget for Targeted Initiative for Older Workers program by $60 million over the next 3 years. It will also be expanded so that communities with a population of less than 250,000 will now be eligible. In conclusion, our government has proposed target actions that provide immediate stimulus and help unemployed Canadians cope with the economic downturn now with our future in mind. These actions promote long-term growth by preparing workers for a better tomorrow. Our economic action plan was built by consulting with Canadians to help them get through these difficult times. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I like the honourable member. I enjoyed his speech, but boy, I've got to admit, Madam Speaker, that there's a strong difference between the government's spin on this issue and what the reality is. Madam Speaker, as you know, over 60% of women, these are people who are paying into the Employment Insurance Fund, don't qualify for employment insurance. 55% of men don't qualify for employment insurance. And those who do qualify get below poverty level levels of benefits, which essentially means that at the worst possible time for them, when they're most vulnerable, most Canadians don't qualify, and those that do get basically hung underwater, trying to struggle to make ends meet, while they essentially do not receive the supports that they paid for. $57 billion was paid into the fund. A few $100 million is being added in this budget. Isn't this like, Madam Speaker, mugging someone, taking everything out of their wallet, and then throwing a loonie back for bus fare?
The honourable member from Niagara West Glanbrook.
I want to thank the member for his question. I enjoy working with him in the Trade Committee, and he's no less animated there, I can assure you as well. I think really it boils down to a difference of philosophy in terms of what we look at. That's why we're here debating this budget. That's why, as a government, we went out and we talked to people. We said, what do you want? What are the things that you're looking for? They talked about eliminating the 2-week waiting period. They realized that what was important was to make sure that people had more time in the end, and that's why they were given 5 weeks, so we extended it 5 weeks. We think that's important. That's why we've committed an unprecedented amount of money for training and for being able to help people find new skills. And I think that's all these things that make a huge difference, not only for the jobs of today, but looking as we look forward to the jobs of the future.
The honourable member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his comments. Notwithstanding the fact that I think Heather Carter would be an outstanding member of Parliament from Niagara West Glanbrook, he's an outstanding chair of the HR committee. He's an exemplary chair. He's shown that committees can work, and he's a gentleman. I want to ask him a question. There's been a lot of discussion recently about the late payments for EI not being processed very quickly. There was an editorial in the Halifax Herald this week saying EI backlog needs fast fix. Late EI payments to Atlantic Canadians unacceptable, says the leader of the opposition. I want to ask him if he would use his considerable influence on that party, if he would agree with me that there is an issue of wait times for EI, and would he take it upon himself to have a chat with the minister to see if he could help to get that fixed.
The honourable member from Niagara West Glanbrook.
And I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I know that this has been a concern that's been raised in the House. I know that the minister has committed additional resources. I know, as has been mentioned by previous colleagues, we have people coming in from retirement, people working overtime, and certainly that people are putting in all the kind of extra hours that they can to try and get these claims processed as quickly and as efficiently as possible. And we'll continue to add the resources we need until we can get these claims dealt with in a timely fashion.
Honourable member has time for a very quick question. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleagues' remarks, and I agree that it is important to kickstart the economy, but I think that it's also important to look after people who lose their jobs. You said that the government was aware of this, but the only substantial measure in the budget is to help that very small number of people who already get employment insurance. They'll get an extension of the benefit period. So I want to know what he thinks about that. What about those who don't get it at all?
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I know that as we talk to people across the country, once again, trying to come up with what we do, extending benefits is one of the things. But by no means is that the only measure that this government's looking at. As a matter of fact, we've committed billions of dollars for training and retraining. We realize that not only is it important to have the ability to have the economic benefits through EI, but we also believe that people should be retrained so that they are able to, as jobs change in this economy, are able to have the skills that they need for the future as we move forward into the new millennium.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Welland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway. Let me thank my honourable member for Niagara West Glanbrook for his comments earlier, and I and my party on this side of the House agree with one of the comments that he made during his speech, which of course is we want to see those folks who are unemployed today back at work. I think we were unequivocal about that as New Democrats we are interested in making sure that people who are unemployed are able to return to work at the soonest opportunity to support their families, Madam Speaker. That's really what we want to see ultimately. So I join with my colleague from Niagara West Glanbrook when I say, yes, indeed, we want to see them go back to work. But let me make comments around this about his colleague who had suggested about the insurance program that the variability to it in the sense of as the unemployment goes up, the benefits go up, and the sense that you get a longer period of benefits, you don't actually get more money. Well, one would hope that would be the truth, Madam Speaker. One would hate to think that you got less benefits in an area of unemployment that's extremely high. But that's not how the system used to work, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, years ago the system was level across the country for all intensive purposes. So that basically when you got laid off and you had paid into the insurance program, you were entitled to collect from that insurance program because it was an insurance program. You know, to extrapolate to the end the logic of that honourable member's suggestion, it would seem if you paid your car insurance in one end of the country, but there was more accidents at the other end of the country and you paid insurance over there, that where there was less traffic accidents, when you crashed your car, you'd get less money for the car. If rather the other end of the country, where there was more accidents, you'd get more money. That's not why you pay insurance, Madam Speaker. And I think the government's lost track of what this program truly is. It is an employment insurance program. It's not a tax paid to the government through income taxes. It's a tax, if you will, or at least it's an insurance premium, if you will, paid by employers and employees to insure the employee against being unemployed. So one would suggest that the nature of the name is to say, I should get my benefits when indeed I get unemployed. Unfortunately, what's happened with this government and indeed the previous Liberal government, because this isn't new, Madam Speaker. You know, the changes to the unemployment insurances have been happening now for over 10 years. In fact, they go back about 15. And what we saw with those changes was an absolute treasure trove of money accumulated under both governments to the tune of almost 54, some would say 57. But, you know, when you start talking billions of dollars, if it's 54, it's 57, it's a lot of money. And the folks who didn't see that money, Madam Speaker, were the unemployed. No increase in benefits until the year before last. No increase in the number of weeks. In fact, they saw a decrease in the number of weeks over those years. Very few programs introduced during that period as pilot programs. One of the few introduced was maternity, when we finally extended it to 50 weeks, Madam Speaker. A good program indeed, but far short of what it should be and what it is around this world in developed countries. So what we saw was basically the hoarding of money taken by the Liberal and Conservative governments and put into general revenue and then spent. The whole idea of collecting that money indeed was to wait for the time that it was needed, which is now, Madam Speaker. And of course, now that it's needed, the cupboard's bare. And we can't do things like make sure that there's more people qualifying for unemployment insurance at this moment in time when they're in desperate need of having it. And those are the forgotten ones in the unemployment rate because they don't come up as a statistic. But as my honourable colleague had said earlier, if you go to the social assistance offices in the major cities and the small towns throughout this country, they can tell you the statistics because when you fail to qualify for unemployment, Madam Speaker, you end up on social assistance somewhere in this country. And according to all experts, when you end up in that system, it is the hardest place to remove yourself from. So why indeed would we not have developed a system? Indeed, we have a system. Why not apply the system to ensure that those folks don't end up in that trap from where they may never return? It seems to me, since we collected their money to make sure they were being protected, the least we should have done for them was protect them. But that seems not to have been the case, Madam Speaker, over these last number of years. But let me draw some attention to a few things that I don't think I've heard here today, and perhaps not even earlier in some of the debates about unemployment insurance. There's another group of workers that doesn't receive the same type of protection as the others. They're called new entrants, Madam Speaker, under the regulations. Now that's a worker who went to work. Albeit it may be a young person, it may not be a so young person because it may have been someone who entered the workforce for the first time after a long period of doing something else, whatever that happened to be in their life. they have to serve almost twice as the number of hours to collect unemployment insurance as anyone else. In the same region, Madam Speaker, not across the country. In the same region, the home region. In fact, you could have, in my case, I have, my wife and I have 3 lovely children, or young adults today. We have twins. Just imagine if the one twin had been working for the last 5 years and the other twin had not. And they both worked at the same place, but one's a new entrant and one is not. And they both get laid off on the same day, Madam Speaker. One would get unemployment insurance and one would not. One wonders why that sort of system exists today. Can you imagine doing that in other forms of discrimination against folks of, whether it be gender specific, whether it be age specific, and yet we do it to those who faithfully paid their premium, but because they're new entrants, we disqualify them. That's patently unfair, Madam Speaker. Now, when we look at stimulus in the economy, we talk about shovel-ready, and shovel-ready takes a bit of time. If we waive the 2-week waiting period, Don Drummond, renowned economist in this country, says, pure and simple, if you waive the period and pay immediately, that's one of the fastest ways to stimulate this economy. It seems to me we ought to have done that, Madam Speaker. It seems to me that's a way to get money into people's pockets who paid for the insurance in the first place, who ultimately said, it is my money and deserves to come back to me in a time of need. And we ought to carry on with that. So it seems to me, Madam Speaker, that the opportunity was here and was lost in the budget. Now the opportunity has come back to this place where all of us can say we can correct it. We can take this opportunity to make sure that those who are suffering, make sure they get the protection they're entitled to. Make sure, indeed, they get the rights and benefits that they're entitled to that they paid for. Because that's all they're asking for. They're not asking for anything extra. They're simply saying, I paid for this. It's my insurance plan. I paid the premium, and now I'm laid off. And all I'm asking from government is, can you not just simply give me my money back? That seems fair, at least until I get back on my feet and get back to work, because that's really what they want to do, as I said at the beginning, Madam Speaker. Those who are unemployed, because quite often I heard the comments from across the way, and I read the article that suggested we don't want to be too lucrative with this system because they'll stay on it for a long period of time. Well, the only reason they are on that system, Madam Speaker, is because they had a job. And they may have had many jobs, because you need lots of hours to actually get on the system in the first place. So you have to be working. So these aren't folks who weren't working, they were. And clearly they want to get back to that place again to make sure that they're working again. And that's what they really need. But let me talk just a little bit about the wait times to get your claim approved. The government's introduced, the previous Liberal government, and this government's continued, this whole sense of we'll computerize the system and make it better. Madam Speaker, the reverse has happened. It's not just a question there are more people applying. It has taken longer to apply for a claim going back a number of years when he introduced this. You must go to a computer. And what we've seen across this country, and I know in my riding, and I know from personal experience of being an unemployment insurance rep for many years, that they've depopulated the offices of HRSD. And what ultimately has happened is that the service that folks really need today isn't available to them because there aren't enough people. The minister, by her own admission today, is saying, well, we're going back out to bring back the folks that retired. Well, Madam Speaker, I can tell you from my own experience with working with those folks in those offices in the Niagara region, the majority of them retired early because of the workload they had in the first place. So just to get them back to where they were has them overloaded, never mind the amount of people that have gone on unemployment in the last little while they're applying. They don't have anywhere near enough people if they brought everyone back that retired. They won't have enough people in the office. Because what they've done is they've basically put people in front of a kiosk and said to them, do it yourself with a computer. And if you don't have a computer, Madam Speaker, the patent answer is by the ministry, as direction to the frontline workers, go to your library because it's free. That's what they tell, Madam Speaker. That's what they say to claimants. Go to your library if you don't have a computer, because you can do it there online, and that's how it works. So, Madam Speaker, I would urge all honourable members to really support, to think long and look into their hearts, because as the honourable member said, everyone has unemployed people in their ridings. Look long and hard at this bill, and hopefully they can support it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Dartmouth, Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my colleague for his comments on this. And he makes a number of very good points about employment insurance. I want to talk to him a little bit about employment insurance as stimulus. There's a number of studies that indicate that, in fact, EI, investing in social infrastructure is good stimulus, but particularly investing in EI is very good stimulus. And there's a study that shows that for every dollar we put into EI, you get more than $1.60 back in spin-offs. It's very, very important. I want to ask him about a claim the Conservative government is making, that they're suggesting that by not raising premiums, that's actually a $4.5 billion stimulus. And the Caledon Institute, and I recommend all Canadians go on the Caledon Institute website because it's wonderful stuff. Particularly members of the government should go on. They'd learn an awful lot. They're suggesting that by saying that it's stimulus not to raise the rates is similar to announcing a $236 billion stimulus by announcing an increase in taxes and then deciding not to implement it. So EI is good stimulus. You don't have to make up stimulative effects of EI, and I wonder if my colleague would comment on how the government comes up with that figure.
The honourable member from Welland.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his question, and it's a very good one. I agree, and I in the sense that to reduce the EI premium and suggest it's a stimulus, tell that to the unemployed. Of course, they don't pay. Oh, sorry, they don't pay employment insurance premiums. I forgot. Excuse me. You can't stimulate an economy on the backs of the unemployed by suggesting you get a break on your premiums when, in fact, you're no longer paying them. You've actually lost those. And the statistics he quotes, I believe it's a $1.64 stimulus when it comes to the EI thing. So my colleague is correct, but it's above $1.60. And every major economist in this country has said unemployment insurance, benefits to those who are laid off, are the quickest stimulus package you can get out the door. Because you don't have to actually go and create another system to pay. You don't have to have another layer built up. You actually have the program in place today, the rules in place today, and folks understand what those are, and you can apply. So that, unto itself, makes it so simplistic. All we have to do is change the regulations, Madam Speaker, in the sense that if we simply said in this House, change the regulations and did it quickly, the 2 weeks would be gone. Folks would be on immediately. They'd get paid. We wouldn't have folks facing foreclosure and losing their homes. We wouldn't have folks lined up at food banks. We wouldn't have folks worried about being on social assistance. And in my region, we wouldn't be worried about 70% of young people under the age of 25 leaving the region because they've lost hope of getting employment in the region we live in.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? The honourable member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was a good answer from my colleague. He mentioned briefly in his speech about the comments that the minister had made. She did not want to make EI too lucrative or make it too easy to get. That's an offence. That's a very offensive comment to make to people who are losing their job through no faults of their own. I've heard from people across the country, particularly in Dartmouth, Cole Harbour, that indicates that is a Reform Party view from years ago. That does not reflect in any way the employment situation of today or the attitudes of most Canadians. I wonder if he shares my umbrage at those comments.
The honourable member from Welland has about a minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would concur with that and use the word umbrage because I think that's absolutely true. As I said earlier, the reason you collect unemployment insurance is because you were working. You weren't lying around somewhere looking for someone to send you a check. And that's not how you qualify. What you have is a long history of work. You show that initiative. You show that energy. You show that sense of, I want to support my family. I want to build my community. I want to build this country. And for the minister to suggest that EI is lucrative, let me just remind the honourable members here, you get 55 cents on the dollar. Just imagine tomorrow if we had to take 55 cents on the dollar of our wage and live on it. I would suggest to you that you better go see your banker if you've got a mortgage. You better go see the credit union if indeed you have a car loan, because you better renegotiate them, because you won't be able to survive on 55 cents on the dollar. Never mind get food on the table. Never mind making sure if Jill or Joe, if you happen to have children, want to play sports or want to participate in artistic endeavors or culture endeavors, you won't have that money anymore, Madam Speaker. That discretionary income will dry up immediately when you make 55 cents on the dollar. 55 cents on the dollar is the basic minimum to get you by. That's why this bill talks about at least the minimum of 60%, and bringing a lot more folks onto the system to ensure that they actually can survive through what looks like a terrible, terrible time in their lives.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Member from Vancouver, Kingsway.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is with some pleasure and some sadness that I rise to speak to this motion today, because the pleasure that I feel is because of the pride that I feel in my party for putting forward what I think is a measure that will be of immense assistance to many thousands, in fact hundreds of thousands of Canadians in this country, and something that I know that is desperately needed in these tough economic times. The sadness that I feel is that this is one of those measures that we're forced to consider taking as parliamentarians, because what is facing many Canadians in this country is economic disaster and terrible fear for the future of parents, their children, and the seniors that they often support. Madam Speaker, this issue is somewhat personal to me, and it's personal to me for a few reasons. This is not just an issue of numbers or an issue of theory. I worked for 16 years for a trade union, and I sat in my office every day, Monday to Friday, week after week, month after month. And in just about every period of time that I was in that office, I had people who were laid off from their jobs, people who were fired from their positions, come into my office and talk to me about their unemployment prospects and the fact that they weren't able to get acceptable amounts of protection from government. I also wonder how many members of this House have been in that position. I wonder how many members have actually looked across a desk at the eyes of an unemployed man or woman who was wondering how they were going to make their rent payment, or how they were going to go buy groceries for their children, or pay for their children's athletic programs or school supplies when they were facing something like a 2-week waiting period. I've heard many members in this House speak of the 2-week waiting period, calling it a deductible. A deductible. What are we deducting from? We're deducting from people's incomes. This is not a car we're talking about, Madam Speaker. This is not replacing items of property taken in a theft from your garage. This is asking Canadians to say, you have no money for the next 2 weeks. And we don't care. This government wants to put 5 weeks on the end of a claim. What does that tell the person sitting across the desk from them when they're asking how they go buy groceries for the next 2 weeks? I've had to explain to people across the desk why they don't qualify for benefits whatsoever. This isn't a 2-week problem for them. For over 60% of Canadians and almost 70%, 7 out of 10 women who are unemployed in this country won't get any benefits for any weeks because of the measures that this government and previous liberal governments put into place in this country. What do we say to them? That they have to face the next 6 months without any income? Do we call that a deductible? Madam Speaker, I wonder how many members in this House actually were ever on employment insurance. I would venture to guess that on the government side of the benches, not many. Because I think if they had been on unemployment insurance, they might have a different perspective on this matter. But I've been on unemployment insurance, which is what it was called back in 1991 when I was on, and I received $409 a week. And I notice now that the maximum amount that a person can get is about $458 a week. We're talking an extra $30 or $40 after 18 years. So, Madam Speaker, when workers come and they tell us, well, we don't have any money for 2 weeks, and then 6 out of 10 tell us that they won't get any money at all. For the lucky 40% of workers, or 30% in the case of women who do get benefits, how much do they get? An average of a little over $300 a week. Madam Speaker, I know that there's many members from British Columbia in this House that have spoken to this issue. $1,300 or $1,400 a month in Vancouver will barely pay your rent. It'll barely pay your mortgage. And that's the average amount that we expect workers to go home and raise their families on for a period of economic recession and downturn where they may be unemployed for months and months and months. Madam Speaker, this is the reality of this issue. It's not just theory to these people and these Canadians. It's reality. Now, I want to talk a little bit about this motion. This motion, I would hope that all members of this House could find it in their conscience to support, because it takes positive measures that will help these Canadians I spoke of, and it will provide effective stimulus to our economy far beyond many of the measures that are currently in the budget. The New Democrats propose to eliminate the 2-week waiting period, Madam Speaker. We propose to reduce the reference period to a minimum of 360 hours worked, regardless of the regional unemployment rate. Our motion allows self-employed workers to participate in the system. Our motion would increase benefits to at least 60% of income, based on the best 12 weeks in the reference period. And our motion would encourage training and retraining. Madam Speaker, the budget, and the major problem with this budget is not that it does nothing in the area of employment insurance. It does some things. The question is that the steps that it takes are insufficient. Madam Speaker, I've heard members of the House opposite speak about consultation with Canadians. They use glowing and exaggerated claims that this is the biggest consultation in Canadian history over this budget. Really? Who did they consult? Did they consult one representative of employee organizations before they passed this budget? Did they consult one trade union before they passed this budget? Did they consult one group that represents and works with unemployed workers in this country? I don't think so. I saw the blue ribbon panel that this government consulted with, and it was exclusively people from the business sector. There was not one person of that 10 or 12 member panel that actually represented unemployed workers or understood what their realities were. Because if they did consult with the unemployed workers or their representatives in this country, they would never be able to stand here in this House and say what they wanted was they wanted 5 weeks tacked on the end of an unemployment claim that hardly anybody gets, that condemns them to poverty, and that doesn't actually address their needs. Madam Speaker, I want to talk a bit about the stimulus effect of our measure. Ian Lee, the MBA director at Carleton University's Sprott School of Business, argues that employment insurance is the single best tool for the government to use as a means of providing economic stimulus. Why? Because putting money into the hands of middle and working class Canadians immediately is just sound economics in a time of recession. Because those people, Madam Speaker, will spend that money. They will put it in their communities. They will patronize their local businesses. They will purchase clothing and items for their children. And that money will be circulated. Using the multiplier formula, every dollar spent on employment insurance results in $1.64 being injected into the economy. Now that number is just ahead of the multiplier for infrastructure dollars spent, but is a much quicker response for the economy. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk a little bit about proportionality. This government has claimed that they're putting $1 billion into training, and there's approximately $2 billion of this budget allocated towards employment insurance. I want to contrast that. That sounds like a lot of money, and it's nothing to snivel at. But this government is proceeding with $55 billion of corporate tax cuts and has guaranteed $75 billion of bad debts and mortgage-backed securities held by the banks in this country. So they have allocated $125 billion to profitable corporations in this country and have allocated $2 billion to the hundreds of thousands of unemployed workers in this country. Less than 2% for workers, Madam Speaker. I think that tells a lot about what the priority of this government is. And it answers the questions that I hear repeatedly, why the New Democrats don't support this budget.
Hear, hear.
It's because it's imbalanced, because it's unwise, and because it won't help Canadians. Madam Speaker, the New Democrats want to help the unemployed workers of this country and their families, and we urge all members of this House to support this motion, as I'm sure they want to do the same. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened closely to the member from Vancouver Kingsway's remarks, and as he indicated, he's had a lot of experience in dealing with people who are on unemployment, and in fact, it's one of the most difficult issues we deal with in our office as well. And there's heart-wrenching stories, Madam Speaker, and the callous attitude of the Minister of the Government is unacceptable. In fact, Madam Speaker, and I just want to agree with the member's remarks, the most crucial period is actually the first 2 weeks. And I think Canadians need to understand that it isn't just 2 weeks, it's actually 4, and I wonder if the member could explain that. Yes, there's the 2-week waiting period, but it's another 2 weeks before you get a check. Madam Speaker, how can you expect people who suddenly, and many people now are suddenly losing their jobs, to basically survive for a month? They're operating on credit cards, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, and the government has failed to take the opportunity to address that end of unemployment insurance. And if the member could go further to explain, I believe that's where the real stimulus would be. If we covered those first 2 weeks, then that would be putting money back into the economy, stimulating the economy, putting it where it's needed most, rather than as the government has tended to do, which is give the money to people who will probably save it rather than spend it and use it as a stimulus package.
The honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, I would like to thank the honourable member for that excellent question and his astute and I think sensitive observations on behalf of working Canadians. Madam Speaker, he's absolutely right about the amount of time, but I would actually respectfully suggest that it's even longer than 4 weeks. The employment insurance administrators have a guideline, a benchmark of trying to get checks processed within 28 days of a claim being filed. But I think it's well known among most Canadians and members of this House that they're having an extremely difficult time meeting that, and in fact are not getting checks to Canadians for even weeks after that. So my honourable colleague is absolutely right that Canadians are actually facing periods of 5, 6, 7 weeks before they get checks. And once again, that's if they get them at all, because the majority of Canadians won't see any check at all. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk a little bit about what those people face in that 5 or 6 week period, and my honourable colleague mentioned having to go on credit cards, and that's exactly true. I'm familiar with many local organizations. The union I worked for, the Teamsters Union, Local 31, 213, 155, 464, the operating engineers, the specialized construction workers, the CAW, CUPE, HEU, all of those unions face members coming to them and workers who are not even members of those unions coming to them for assistance and asking if there can be a loan being made to them, whether there's a benevolent fund, and many times unions will go into their own treasuries to help those workers get through 5 or 6 weeks of pay to subsidize what should be a sacred right in this country, what should be a safety net that these workers pay for and have come to expect. And I will conclude my answer to this question by just saying, Madam Speaker, this is an insurance program. This is not charity. Workers pay into this program. It comes off their check every 2 weeks. They have a right to receive this money. It's not a privilege.
Again, there's time for a very brief question. The honourable member from Burnaby, New Westminster, 30 seconds for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member comes from BC. BC has been hit harder than any other province because we have an appallingly incompetent government under Gordon Campbell and complete negligence from this Conservative government that takes BC for granted. How would the changes that the NDP propose support the 68,000 British Columbians that have lost their jobs in the last 2 months?
Honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from Burnaby. Canada lost 129,000 jobs in January alone. British Columbia lost 18,000 manufacturing jobs alone. BC has lost 35,000 jobs in January in total. And I want to just mention many of those workers are from the immigrant communities where recessions tend to hit those communities hardest and first. And I think that a new Democrat government in British Columbia would actually put the interests of those workers and those families first, which would be a refreshing change from the current government of British Columbia.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Laval. I'm very happy to rise to speak today in the House since the question that has been brought up by my colleague for Hamilton Mountain is one that I'm particularly interested in. It is absolutely crucial for all of those who are hard hit by the economic crisis that we are facing now. That is, the unemployed. I would say from the outset that I support the motion, which reiterates several major themes that the Bloc has put forward over the years, and most recently Bill C-308 that was moved by my colleague, the member for Chambly-Bourgeois, on February the 10th. The measures that were proposed are not new. We know that 4 years ago, recommendations were made by the Standing Committee on Human Resources and Social Development. For example, removing the 2-week waiting period, installing a single eligibility threshold set at 360 hours, no matter what the region, increasing the coverage from 55 to 60% of the salary in 12 best weeks, and also having everybody qualify. In the Bloc Québécois, we believe that these measures will certainly improve the EI system, which for the past 15 years have been a shadow of their former selves. That injustice has lasted far too long. For 20 years now, the EI coverage has been cut in half. The unemployment benefit rate has gone from 84% to 46%, and these criteria, the eligibility criteria, are considerably tougher than they were in the 90s. We all know that the government has tightened the eligibility criteria. It is high time for the government to recognize that this injustice has to be reversed. This injustice, and it's certainly not the Bloc Québécois and the NDP that decry it. All unions, all the groups that defend the interests of workers also denounce this injustice. This has led to an aberration, that is an employment insurance, a system that doesn't even cover half of the unemployed. The statements made this afternoon during question period by the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development are quite inexact. It's not 82% of those who contribute to the EI system that get benefits. According to the most recent report, only 64% of those who contribute were able to access EI. This is unacceptable. The Minister is comparing the EI system with a private system, a cynical comparison, because she would be reducing the role of the state to that of business, solely motivated by money and gain. Such an attitude, that means that 36% of the cases people don't get EI. Such an attitude really is unacceptable. It's a scandal and it is robbery. Why would this government therefore completely ignore the difficulties that 36% of contributors to EI have had to face? Why? What is the reason? Nothing justifies this attitude, which shows the indifference of the government concerning its social mission. With respect to this, the change in title of the Department of Human Resources is quite significant. Replacing social development with skills development is telling. This shows the attitude of the Conservatives. No more compassion, no more social network. The Conservatives have found the simplest and quickest way of taking social out of their responsibilities. They take it out of the title. The Bloc will continue to fight to remind the government of their responsibilities with respect to that. Let us come back to the motion that we have before us. I had the opportunity exactly a week ago to speak on a bill brought in by my colleague, the member for Brome-Missisquoi, that dealt precisely with eliminating the 2-week waiting period. I mentioned that the waiting period was just a way of punishing the unemployed who had lost their job. It was an unjustifiable measure which makes the situation worse, the situation in which the unemployed find themselves. The waiting period exposes people to difficulties. It can sometimes be 4 weeks, and it adds another 2 weeks, 2 very long weeks of waiting. You must understand that it's not just extending by 2 weeks the benefit period, but simply changing the time at which the payments begin in such a way that the unemployed wouldn't find themselves in an untenable situation during the first 2 weeks is what we are talking about here. According to the department, such a measure would cost about $900 million. $900 million is a lot of money, but it's far less than the $57 billion that have been taken from the workers over the past 20 years. $900 million would be injected quickly and entirely into the Canadian economy, like the government would like to see with respect to the economic measures that are related to EI. They are $900 million that in a time of recession would certainly benefit the unemployed as well as the businesses where these people would be spending their benefits. Another measure that I would like to address in this motion is the lowering of the threshold for the number of hours that would be necessary to become eligible for EI. At the present time, the qualifying period varies between 420 and 910 hours. It's far too much, and it's the main reason that explains that many contributors are excluded from coverage. The CSN, according to the CSN rather, some 39% of the labor force work less than 35 hours a week. Thus, 39% of workers cannot qualify with the 12-week minimum. With the number of hours set at 360, as the Bloc has been asking for a long time, we feel that between 70 and 80% of the unemployed would be able to get EI benefits, and that would be going back to the level of coverage that existed 20 years ago. Once again, this is a measure that is supported by all unions, all groups that defend the rights of workers. It has been supported by the Human Resources and Social Development Committee, whether or not it is the social mission of the state. Perhaps the former director of the Bank of Canada, that was quoted by the member for Huron, Bruce, it would come to mind. But I would prefer to see that help is extended to those people who are going through a very difficult period, having lost their job. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I should like to issue a caveat with respect to the motion. A reserve that the NDP should be very familiar with respect to Quebec. This reserve concerns the respect for jurisdiction in Quebec and the provinces. We support, although we support this in the Bloc Québécois, this measure, we must say that the transfer of the sums of money from the federal government to the government of Quebec should be unconditional. There are areas of provincial jurisdiction, as we all know, and we cannot ever forget that. In the same way, I take advantage of this venue to clearly denounce the attempts of the federal government, which is now negotiating about the transfer of the $700 million over 6 years for manpower training to Quebec. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and I say that I will support the motion. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Random Bureau and St. George.
Sure. and I listened to my colleague with great interest, because when it comes to employment insurance, it seems that we're all in the same situation with respect to our constituents who find themselves in many cases in very heartbreaking situations when they're forced to go on EI. And I say forced to because no one really wants to have to avail of employment insurance. They would much rather prefer to work. Unfortunately, with what is happening in our country today, and more companies who are either cutting the workforce or closing their doors entirely, people have fewer jobs of which they can avail. They're finding themselves not being able to put food on the table. They're finding themselves not being able to pay their bills. And Madam Speaker, what we need is a government that is aware of how difficult the situation is and would put some measures in place to be able to speed up the process. I have constituents that wait for 6 weeks in order to get some money out of the EI system, and it's just simply not fair, Madam Speaker. So I'm wondering if my colleague could maybe suggest ways other than what the government is proposing in terms of speeding up this process.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the member for her question. Well, indeed, I think that we do need to scrap this waiting period so that the unemployed who lose their job receive money earlier. Often these workers haven't had an opportunity to put much money aside. They don't have much of a cushion, and overnight they have trouble meeting their daily expenses. So if we scrap this waiting period, the day after they lose their job, they will get some money and will not heighten their debt load because of use of a credit card, and they'll be able to meet the daily needs of their family. So if we scrap the waiting period, these workers will get money immediately. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mackerel. That's right. So if you had been here, Mr. Speaker, well, I think the person that was sitting in the chair before you was impressed by the quality of the speech given by this new members. It was one of her first speeches. She takes the matter very seriously and has studied it in depth. She was very eloquent and very precise, and in denouncing many of the injustices that are prevalent in the employment insurance scheme. How can you sell this kind of insurance when you say pay to people, when you say pay into this, when you won't get any compensation out of the fund at the end of the day? There are more and more self-employed workers in our community, and these are probably those that are hardest hit in the current crisis. Could you please talk about these individuals? The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. And I think that it is high time that we give the self-employed an opportunity to contribute on a voluntary basis to employment insurance, especially since the self-employed account for about 17% of employees in Canada, or workers rather, and I think that on a voluntary basis they should be able to pay into employment insurance. And I should add that among the self-employed there is a high proportion of women who are often single mothers, and I think it is high time that they have an opportunity to pay into the system. Reprise du débat. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, my colleague will have an opportunity to ask a question in a moment. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for her eloquent speech on the motion moved by my colleague, and I'm very pleased to rise on this motion as well today. Mr. Speaker, the problem with employment insurance is that we look at figures, but we don't put a face to these figures, and that is the unemployed throughout Quebec and Canada. At the Status of Women Committee this morning, we had testimony from a number of witnesses who have issues with the unemployment program. These witnesses have explained to us that unemployment hurts human beings first and foremost. So when you're talking about the jobless, when you're talking about unemployment, unlike what our Conservative friends are trying to make us to believe, it's not because these people want to stay at home and do nothing that they are asking for EI benefits. There was a woman who lost her job, and she was so traumatized by this at age 50. Well, it's just like losing your life when you lose your job when you're 50 years of age. And she had post-traumatic stress disorder. She ended up with diabetes, and she couldn't work regularly, and she had trouble getting a new job. She found a 15-hour-a-week job. It used to be 25 hours a week, but it was with a school at Saint-Hyacinthe, and unfortunately she can't work more than 15 hours because when students aren't in attendance, the hours are cut back. This woman had to leave her house. She had to move into her mother's home at 50 years of age. She had to mourn leaving her home, went and lived with her mother. That's not normal when you've worked your whole life, Mr. Speaker, when you've played an active role as a citizen up until the age of 50 years and then you've been paying into the employment insurance system, and you find yourself obliged to leave your house as if you were homeless and move in with your mother. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that figures are important. Figures tell us a lot. Statistics tell us a lot. Statistics Canada told us last week that about 48% of women were likely to receive employment insurance benefits when they lose their jobs. But that depends on the way the data is broken down, where you get the figures, and how they're compiled. So regardless of what the Conservatives are telling us, they say that most people who pay into employment insurance are entitled to benefits. Well, that's not true, Mr. Speaker. It's a shameless lie, and as a parliamentarian, I'm really upset to hear this kind of thing being said. Because basically, they're telling tales when we know that these victims are losing their jobs and they are bereft of any other resources. All they are able to do is to go to the unemployment office and try and get money, but then they end up in the soup kitchens because they get turned away by the unemployment officers. So how can we fix this system? Is it a system that is cash-strapped? Have people not paid sufficient into the system enough over all the recent decades? I think there's a surplus of over $55 billion in this fund, isn't there? That's a lot of money. It seems like there's plenty of money so that we can help these people who lose their jobs. Now, there are many members opposite who are opposed to us changing the employment insurance system because they lack vision. Because they're not aware that losing your job is a shocking, terrible thing. Is it perhaps because the Bloc Québécois has never introduced a bill to overhaul the employment insurance system? Well, I can tell you that the answer is no to all of those questions. The only stumbling blocks, Mr. Speaker, is the actual government itself that are putting a wrench into the works, and that's just not right. It's not normal. Governments need to look after their citizens. They have a duty to do so. They have a duty to ensure that each and every resident and citizen is properly represented. And quite frankly, that is part of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. How can we accept the fact that a government who is supposed to be supporting its citizens is actually flouting the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? I think that if every member in this House took 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, to think about their duty as parliamentarians, that it would dawn on them that they have a duty to their fellow citizens, given that their fellow citizens elected them to come to this House. Now, when my colleague moved this motion, I think she felt passionate about this, and we too at the Bloc Québécois are passionate about rendering justice, about ensuring that the downtrodden get what they're entitled to. And we want to make sure that the poor and that the downtrodden in our society are properly represented. But I also have a number of misgivings about the motion, and my reservations are the same as my colleagues. If you look at what is happening in Canada, women are not getting pay equity. If you look at what's happening in Quebec, well, quite clearly, we want Quebec to be able to make its own decisions on behalf of the people that it represents. Because I can tell you, in Quebec, things don't work like this. We don't share the same values. We don't have the same past. Our social values are different. We want to protect the most vulnerable and those who are disadvantaged. Now, I know that there is an economic crisis, and I know that the government wants to trim fat, but they're not doing so when it comes to Afghanistan. We've seen the massive investments in weapons. We've seen all the money that hasn't been recovered from tax havens. Just with that money alone, we could help thousands of unemployed persons who really need our support. They're not at home because they don't want to do anything. They're at home. They need support to put food on their family's table, to clothe their children. And you can't make ends meet with only 55% of your prior income. And you certainly don't live like a king on 55% of your earlier income. So I think that my colleague was right when she talked about the reasons why the EI program needs to be overhauled. And I think that the Bloc Québécois has introduced a number of bills that basically take stock of what is really happening in society. The Conservatives say that they've consulted broadly, but have they really? In the Bloc Québécois, we have engaged in a genuine and real consultative process. You can't just say that you've consulted everyone like the Conservatives had when they only consult a very small segment of society. We meet with people out in the community at a grassroots level, and we have a far better notion and sense of what these people need than the Conservatives do. So, of course, we're going to support this motion, and of course, we're going to ensure that this motion respects Quebec's areas of jurisdiction. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Alfred Perlin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Laval and my colleague from Saint-Lambert for their excellent presentations. I think that their testimony was very touching. I've never had to use the employment insurance program, but I know that people that do need it, during this economic crisis, and my colleague from Laval said that the government has plenty of money. There's a lot of economic stimulus programs. There's $4 billion to help the Ontarian economy, and yet there's barely nothing for the EI program. Is it perhaps because the government is acting in an ideological fashion that it's not wanting to help the unemployed? That's my question. The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, I'd have trouble answering that question if I didn't refer to what's happening at the United Nations nowadays. At the UN, there are groups of women from all areas of Canada and Quebec who have rallied and to condemn the Conservative government's attitude to women, its cutbacks, what it's doing in terms of pay equity and so on and so forth. And women are suffering particularly in the area of employment insurance. I think that these are indeed ideological cutbacks and measures. There's been no care. They don't care about the public. They care about money.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to what the previous member from the bloc, who really shared time from St. Lambert, and the member from Laval, just as she went into her speech, she agreed with everything that her colleague said from the bloc. So I therefore want to ask this question, and I quote what the member from St. Lambert said. They want the transfer of the money to Quebec should be unconditional. I just want, if she could, she agreed with the member from Laval. What does she mean by that, Mr. Speaker, unconditionally? I mean, it's a program, to my understanding, that is a national program for Canadians from one end of the country to the other. What does that mean, so I get a better idea?
The Honourable Member for Laval.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the member, despite his good faith, has confused the employment insurance program and training programs. Obviously, employment insurance is managed by the federal government, whereas training programs are managed by the Quebec government. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd now like to ask the member for Laval a question. I'd like to congratulate her on an excellent speech. I'd like to know the reaction she heard when she heard from the Conservative minister responsible for employment insurance. She called the benefits lucrative. What's her response to that? It's as if she insinuated that people are going on EI by choice. The Honourable Member for Laval. Well, in fact, the woman that appeared before our committee this morning indicated that on employment insurance she earns a pittance. I don't think that such a pitiful amount of money means that she's very rich. I think it means that she's too poor. I think that $4 isn't very much when you're working so hard, $4 an hour.
Pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispense of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, March 10th, 2009, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is rising on point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I think if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30.
Here. Do I have the unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30?
Wait.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed in today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration and second reading of Bill C-310, the Air Passengers Bill of Rights, standing in the name of Mr. Malloway.
Mr. Malloway, seconded by Mr. Thibault, moves that Bill C-310, an act to provide certain rights to air passengers, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities. Debate. The Honourable Member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to be speaking on Bill C-310 this evening, leading off on the first hour of what I hope will be a constructive debate. I would like to begin by thanking Woodrow French, the Mayor of Conception Bay South in Newfoundland, and Bruce Cran of the Consumers Association of Canada, who have been actively supporting the bill and have hit the road recently to promote it across the country. We have been approached by a U.S. consumers group expressing interest in this bill. The group called FlyersRights.org and run by its founder, Kate Haney, organized a press briefing in California regarding Bill C-310. Kate has praised the bill as the best airline Bill of Rights legislation she has seen, and she will distribute copies to the U.S. legislators in Washington, D.C. Bill C-310 has been gaining a lot of media interest, and with it, numerous responses from Canadians sending in their personal stories. Almost everyone I've gotten a response from has been very supportive of the bill. There's always some people that are not, but most of them are supportive. The bill is based on a motion number 465, a private member's motion introduced last year by the Honourable Jerry Byrne, Member of Parliament for Humber St. Barb Bayvert of Newfoundland and Labrador from the Liberal Party, and the resolution passed unanimously in this House, but as you know, the government did not bring in the bill promised in the resolution. Instead, it introduced a voluntary agreement called Flights Rights, which had no effect in law, but did promise that tarmac delays, for example, would not exceed 90 minutes before people would be let off the plane. So we then had a recognition at that time by the airlines that 90 minutes was long enough, a long enough time to keep people cooped up on the tarmac in a plane. But what did the airlines do? Well, they proceeded to keep people on the tarmac for 6 to 8 hours just 3 months later. So much for flights rights, and I think the Conservatives recognize that as well, that we need tougher laws to govern this area. Now, just 3 days ago, the airlines have decided that they will put flights rights in their tariffs, voluntarily letting the Canadian Transportation Agency enforce it. But where are the penalties if they don't follow through? They didn't last time, why should they now? In addition, the airline letter is full of falsehoods about the actual bill. In terms of the National Airlines Council of Canada, they sent us a letter called Reality Check, so I am responding in the same way, saying reality check. I want to deal with the concerns of the National Airlines Council of Canada's March 2nd letter to all members of Parliament and the outright factual errors in that communication. They say the maximum compensation for denied boarding in Bill C-310 are 2 to 3 times higher than the EU in Europe, when they are exactly the same. It was the EU figures that we took and used in this bill. They say they were not consulted. The reality of private members' business is that there's not a lot of time for consultation with external parties in the development of a bill. A member whose name is drawn near the top of the list has 20 sitting days until the completed bill must be deposited at the House of Commons Journals branch. In this case, however, I did speak to representatives from both the National Airlines Councils on the phone, gave them complete details of the bill, and invited them to give me an email response before the bill was sent in for translation, because we were making amendments right up to the very end, and I received no submissions from either party, unlike the Consumers Association of Canada, who did come forward with valuable contributions right up to the last day. The Airline Council claims that the fares will rise as a result of this legislation. I'd like to ask them, did the fares rise when the Air Canada president earned $26 million in 2007? That was a considerable amount of money that they expended at that time, and I don't think fares rose because of his salary. I don't really believe they would now either, because if they do follow the rules in this bill, they won't pay any penalties. And by our experience in Europe so far, it doesn't look like they're paying much in the way of penalties over there either. No jurisdiction has ever held, this is their words, no jurisdiction has ever held airlines responsible for weather delays or cancellations. To do so is fundamentally incompatible with the safe operation of an aircraft. Well, neither are we. We have taken the exclusion from the European Union bill and put it verbatim into our bill, giving the airlines the extraordinary circumstances exclusion, which they're happily using in Europe for the last 4 years. This statement implies that Bill C-310 would make an air carrier responsible for weather delays and cancellations, when it's not the case. Bill C-310 does not require an air carrier to pay compensation to a passenger in respect of a flight that has been delayed or canceled due to weather. A flight that's canceled or due to weather falls within the exemption, which I already explained, provided for in the bill. And if the air carrier can prove that the cancellation was caused by extraordinary circumstances which could have not been avoided, even if all reasonable measures had been taken, under this subparagraph, the air carrier is not required to pay compensation to a passenger whose flight was canceled, but if it can prove the cancellation was caused by extraordinary circumstances which could not have been avoided, even if all reasonable measures had been taken. This is the standard that's been adopted by the European Union, and the cancellation due to weather clearly falls within this exemption. All that an air carrier is required to do provided in a case of cancellation due to weather is reimbursement, which is reasonable, or rerouting the passenger. Meals and refreshments in a reasonable relation to the waiting time. What's wrong with that? Hotel accommodation in cases where a stay of 1 or more nights is required. Ground transportation between the airport and the place of accommodation, and a total of 2 telephone calls, telex or fax messages or emails. There is nothing here that is unreasonable for them to be doing. The European Union commissioned a study 2 years ago, 2 years into their bill, so that would still be 2 years ago, after the rules were in effect. While the airlines have been aggressive in using extraordinary circumstances arguments to avoid paying compensation, all stakeholders agreed that extraordinary circumstances exclusion was still a good and fair balance between the customer's rights to compensation and fairness towards the airline. And the reason for that is because it's held up in court. You don't want to tilt the bill too much against the airlines, because then they'll take it to court and they'll win their point. The bill covers denied boarding due to overbooked flights, and specifically trying to get people off the flights by agreement, not by forcing them off the plane. I was on a Northwest flight from Minneapolis several years ago. They needed 6 people off the plane. They got the volunteers by offering free passes to get people off the plane. Everyone was happy with that result, and I'm sure they're still talking about it to this day. Happy customers are what the airlines need. If they have to deny boarding to customers involuntarily, then why shouldn't they be paying compensation of $500, $800, or $1,200 based on the length of the trip? The same compensation applies to canceled flights, and Europe has been doing this for 4 years. Bill C-310 was inspired by the EU legislation, which has been in effect for 4 years since February the 17th, 2005. Now, Air Canada operates in Europe, so it knows all about this legislation. The airlines know that in the EU, airlines try to use the exemption as often as possible to avoid paying compensation to the passengers. Airlines fought the EU legislation in court, and they lost. They know this legislation is sound, and it'll hold up in court, which is why they're mounting such a big campaign against it. They know it's going to be popular with the public when it's passed. I've spoken to many MPs, and while they all like the bill, several have questions about the compensation to the passenger. And I tell them, well, they can vote for the bill at second reading because it shows you agree with the principle, just like you all did a year ago on the resolution. This is second reading, and if you disagree with it, well, then come to the committee and try to get it amended. If you think the penalties are too high, then bring an amendment reducing it to a level that you think is appropriate. I've even asked the Airline Council for amendments, but I got the Dear Member of Parliament letters instead, with all the misinformation about the bill. How can they amend the bill when it's clear that they haven't taken the time to even read it? In most cases, we copied the compensation levels of the European Union. And by the way, those compensation levels were doubled in the European Union 4 years ago because they had earlier legislation from 1991 which dealt with denied boarding only, didn't deal with cancellations, and didn't deal with, dealt with scheduled airlines only, didn't deal with charters, and had penalties that were too low. So 4 years ago, they expanded it to include charters, they expanded it to include cancellations, and they doubled the penalties. And the review panel 2 years later said the penalties were just fine the way they are. You know, they're not too high and they're not too low. Why should passengers have the right to cancel? Why shouldn't passengers have a right to cancel and get a refund after a 4-hour delay? Why shouldn't passengers get a meal voucher after a 2-hour delay? Why shouldn't the passenger get a $100 payment if the airline misplaces their baggage and doesn't notify them within an hour after finding it? Will the $100 bankrupt the airline, or will it cause them to smarten up and stop misplacing baggage and not notifying you when the baggage is found? Why shouldn't the customers expect better service? And why shouldn't the passengers be informed of flight changes, delays, and cancellations under penalty to the airline? Why shouldn't the new rules be posted at the airline counter to inform customers of their rights and the process to file for compensation? And why shouldn't the public expect all-in-one pricing so they know the total cost of the flight before they click the buy button? Because the EU carriers have fought the law so hard in Europe, it's taken the small claims court system in Europe to get settlements out of the system. There's no lawyer required. Passengers still can complain. In Canada, we'll be able to complain to the Canadian Transportation Agency, but as in Europe, the transportation agencies are not the bodies that are getting the payments. It's a small claims court. British Airways is a good example recently where they got a settlement on behalf of a large number of claimants, but through the courts. The bill will not solve all people's problems, but it's fair to customers and the airlines. The airlines that follow the rules will not pay a cent. Airlines that prove extraordinary circumstances, so if they claim it too often, they risk getting even tougher rules in the future. C310 applies to all operations of Canadian air carriers and operations of all air carriers that take place in Canada. And why should an Air Canada customer receive better treatment in Europe than in Canada? In conclusion, I want to issue a call to action. Don't just sit there and say to yourself, this is a good idea and I hope it passes. Go to your computer, send your MP a message requesting him or her to support the bill and send me a copy so we can keep track of your support. Send a letter to your local newspaper, letter to the editor. MPs listen to their constituents, which is how they got there in the first place, by listening to their constituents. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think I'm nearly running out of time here, so I'm going to have to jump ahead a little bit, but I'm sure I can cover part of my responses in the 3 minutes? 3 minutes. Oh, lots of time then. So as I said, Mr. Speaker, MPs listen to their constituents. That's how they got to be MPs in the first place, and that's why they'll keep getting re-elected, because they listen to your concerns. This is a free vote in Parliament, and members are free to vote any way they want. The airlines sending them letters and asking for meetings to try to convince them to vote against the bill. I want you to help me even the odds and counter this special interest lobby working against your interests. All the airlines have to do is keep fresh air and lights working, make sure the toilets are working, make sure food and water are provided, and allow for disembarkation of the airplane if it's possible to do so without risk to health or safety of the passengers. They're suggesting that we have an absolute in the bill, that they're going to have to start paying their penalties after 1 hour no matter what. There's enough of an exemption in there to allow them a certain amount of leeway that if it's going to risk the safety of the passengers, they do not have to let people off within the hour, and that's pure and simple as that. Now, if they don't want to do these things, they shouldn't. Why shouldn't they compensate the passengers? If $500 is too high, then bring an amendment to lower it. But if you lower it too much, the airlines will keep the passengers locked up for hours without the lights, the air, the toilets, the food, and the water. The next time you're on a flight and things go wrong, you will say, I wish I'd emailed or written my MP. I wish I'd written that letter to the editor to support that bill. And if you are that MP on that flight, you will say, I wish I'd voted for that bill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from the Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to, I'm sure many of the people he was talking to out in the public would be in favour of an initiative like this, so I'd like to congratulate the member and also the member for Humber St. Barbe Bay Vert for coming up with this concept in the first place. I just had, so I'm pretty excited about the concept, but I have a couple of questions. The success of any bill, it depends on the consultation with those who will be affected. And I'd just like to ask him how many airlines he's talked to and what their estimated costs were, and particularly what did Air Canada and WestJet say this would cost them based on their experience. As you said, they've had experience in Europe already, so they should be an easy calculation. And then how much would the fares go up? And the second question is related to fairness. A lot of delays, such as lineup at de-icing, things like that, are caused by the airport, not the airline. So I'm wondering if the airport, in his bill, the airport would then have to pay that fee, or if he would unjustly put that fee onto the airline when they had nothing to do with the problem.
The honourable member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The member, thank the member for the question. There was a lot of questions in that question of yours. I will tell you that we have had a very difficult time trying to find out how much the airlines are paying in Europe, and so did the study that was commissioned by the European Commission. In fact, almost all the airlines refused to even give them the information. There was only a couple that were being very forthright about it. But we know from the history of the bill that the airlines claim extraordinary circumstances all the time, as many times as they can get away with. And it's up to alert passengers to say, well, that's not true. It wasn't that case at all, and follow through with small claims court actions. And that's why they are getting the action. You need a law. You have to have the law there, but the enforcement is a big issue here, and it's really up to the passengers themselves to they can't take action if there's no law to protect them. But if there's a law standing there, the passengers that are alert will take action. Now, I've answered this question many, many times about what it will cost the airlines. The truth is, it'll cost them nothing if they simply follow the rules. WestJet, for example, doesn't overbook, so they will pay nothing. As a matter of fact, their criticisms aren't really very strong at all. I've been on radio shows with them, and they've been quite, well, they're not hostile to the bill, let's put it that way. But in terms of trying to find...
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I was pleased to listen to the member, and I was very happy to hear him suggest to other members that before they vote on this particular piece of legislation, that they read it first. And I think that's a great concept, and I'm wondering, first of all, my first question is, does that mean that NDP policy will change the next budget, and that they will actually read it before they decide to vote against it? That's my first question. And my second question is, why did the member refuse to meet with the two major Canadian airlines, when they asked to meet with him to go over this bill some 2 weeks ago?
Honourable Member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, as I'd indicated in my speech, I did speak to the representatives of the airlines before we sent the bill for translation. They did not respond. They were given time. I've explained the bill to them, and they were given time to respond. They did not. The Consumers Association, on the other hand, did respond, and in fact, they did get a provision put in the bill because of their response. So I cannot account for why they didn't do it. But, I got the Dear Member of Parliament letter just like you did, and I'm sure that I will be talking to them again very soon. And they're on radio shows that I'm on, so I've had occasion to talk to them.
The Honourable Member for Humber, St. Barbe Vale.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to this particular bill. It follows on the motion that we put forward in the House on the last Parliament that was endorsed unanimously, not only by members of the Liberal Party of Canada, the Bloc Québécois, the New Democratic Party, but as well the Conservative Party of Canada, which called on this Parliament, called on the government to bring forward legislated consumer protection in the airline industry. What I want to ask the Honourable Member is, I have read the bill in depth. I agree with the concept thoroughly, as all members do. They voted unanimously for it. However, I was wondering, would the Honourable Member be open to amendments to his bill, perfections, creating better legislation at the committee stage?
The Honourable Member from Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's the best question I've had all day. I want to tell the member I would welcome him I'm sorry about that. But I would welcome his amendments. I have half a dozen myself, and I've been around politics long enough to know that even ministers, when they bring in bills, sometimes amend their own bills a half a dozen times before they get through the process. So I would look for amendments from all parties in this Parliament to make this bill successful. And it can't be successful unless everybody's involved.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very glad to have the opportunity today to stand and contribute debate on Bill C-310, brought forward by the member from Elmwood, Transcona. Over this past Christmas season, severe weather did have tremendous havoc in airports across the country. I know that, Mr. Speaker, because I travel quite frequently, being a member of Parliament from Northern Alberta. I have the opportunity to travel on planes, and I can assure this member and other members of this House that if anyone knows what it's like to travel in Canada and enjoy the weather that we do have and the diversity across this country, it's members from the West, because we do have to do more traveling. And I do remember bad weather forced many cancellations and delays, which obviously are beyond the control of the airlines. And unfortunately, too many people spent hours in airports, lying across plastic chairs and getting snacks from vending machines, and I would suggest that some members in this House actually had that unfortunate opportunity. But let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. Protecting Canadian travellers is a priority for this Conservative government and will remain a priority for this government. We are committed to consumer protection and have taken measures to strengthen that protection. In 2007, we brought forward, for instance, Bill C-11, which improved transparency by requiring air carriers to publish their terms and conditions of carriage on their websites, a good step to put forward for consumers to understand what their rights are. The Canadian Transportation Agency was also mandated to continue its complaints process as a permanent program. And in 2008, our government introduced the Flight Rights Program as a result of, in part, the Parliament's wish to protect consumers more thoroughly. This is a campaign to inform air travellers of their rights and of their options available to them should they encounter difficulties when travelling. In Budget 2009, again, we introduced measures to modernize the Competition Act and to better protect Canadians from price fixing and misleading advertising, which is just simply not acceptable. These changes that this government made will instill greater confidence in advertising and more meaningful penalties to deter misleading advertising and mass marketing fraud, which again is unacceptable. I would like to highlight, though, a few key components of the consumer protection measures we as a government have in place for air travellers. Under the Canadian Transportation Act, all carriers operating within Canada are required to have written terms and conditions of carriage readily accessible to passengers. Now, Mr. Speaker, these are often printed on the back of tickets or are agreed to when reservations are made online, so consumers will know their rights at the time of getting their ticket. These terms and conditions must reflect the carrier's policy regarding persons with disabilities, the acceptance of children, cancelled or delayed flights, lost or damaged baggage, denied boarding due to overbooking, and ticket reservations. These currently exist, Mr. Speaker. They reflect the passenger's rights as a consumer and the carrier's obligation. Carriers are actually obliged to live up to these terms and conditions, and if they fail to do so, consumers can turn to the Canadian Transportation Agency for recourse. The agency can impose different measures, including corrective measures such as a refund of expenses incurred by the passenger, and can also direct a carrier to change or suspend its terms and conditions of carriage. It should be noted that in the United States, consumers must actually turn to the courts instead of an agency like the Canadian Transportation Agency when carriers fail to live up to their commitments. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, turning to courts is very expensive and very time-consuming and, quite frankly, not acceptable to Canadians. Countries in the European Union are required to have a complaints process, but these complaints process in the European Union actually vary in their effectiveness and are more limited in scope to what we have currently in Canada. In Canada, we have a consumer protection regime that ensures that the terms and conditions offered by carriers in Canada are reasonable. Not only reasonable, but that carriers actually stand by them and stand up for consumers. These terms and conditions are determined by international norms of practice, normal travel practice, and healthy competition, which is so very important in today's global economic crisis. They are the carrier's commitments to its clients. It is easy to understand the frustration of passengers, Mr. Speaker, because, let's face it, many in this House are very frustrated by travel from time to time. But those people that have had to have that frustration where flights were delayed or cancelled over the Christmas season were, quite frankly, unhappy. Everyone travels hoping to arrive at their destination and hoping, actually, to have some good news at the end of the day. Actually get there on time. However, we live in a winter country. We live in a huge country, Mr. Speaker, approximately 1.2 people per square mile in this great country, the lowest population density in the world. Given our climate, there will be, inevitably, unfortunate delays and inconveniences in travel, particularly in our harsh winters, our large snowfall, and our dispersity of population. Over the last couple of weeks, I have heard from many industry representatives. I've actually had an opportunity to meet with representatives from WestJet, from Air Canada, and from other airline carriers that service our country. Let's talk about what they think. Tourism Industry Association of Canada, and I quote, stated, they share the concerns raised by the NACC, the National Airlines Council of Canada, regarding many aspects of the proposed legislation and does not believe that the highly prescriptive and punitive measures such as Bill C-10. This sentiment was echoed by the Canadian Airports Council and the International Air Transportation Association. It represents actually 230 international carriers around the world, including all major airlines in Canada. The National Airlines Council of Canada has this to say about the bill, and again I quote, "While Bill C-310 claims to safeguard consumer interest, the proposed measures would in fact exacerbate delays and add a new layer of traveler inconvenience and cost." End quote. It is also important for us to try to understand the operational realities of running an airline in today's competitive environment. For instance, Mr. Speaker, bad weather in Vancouver will cause delays in Toronto. It will cause actually ripple effects across the country, especially during the busiest time of travel and especially during the harshest part of winter. We must also be mindful that safety must be the primary concern for our transportation system. And one paragraph in particular stood out, Mr. Speaker, in a March 2, 2009 letter from the National Airlines Council of Canada. And I quote, "While Bill C-310 claims to safeguard consumer interest, the proposed measure would in fact exacerbate delays and add a new layer of traveler inconvenience and costs." As well, Mr. Speaker, they go on to talk about other issues that are very important, and one in particular from the Air Transportation Association of Canada in a letter dated March 4, 2009. Paragraph 6 states, "It will lower passenger safety in Canada by encouraging more risk-taking." Yes, Mr. Speaker, it will lower passenger safety in Canada by encouraging more risk-taking. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing more important to this Conservative government than the safety of Canadians, and we are going to make sure that they remain safe while they travel. Safety must come first. We can and must learn from other countries. We must review the United States legislation, the European legislation, and look at other options. But we must also be mindful of that Canada's weather and geography are truly unique. And these realities must be taken into consideration when we think about what must be done to enhance consumer protection legislation and ultimately serve who we all serve in this place, which is Canadians. I look forward to working with this particular member that moved this motion and all members of this House and all members of the committee to work cooperatively to find solutions that will protect Canadian consumers without punishing Canadian carriers for factors beyond their control. Mr. Speaker, we must ensure during this time of economic global downturn that we protect Canadians' interests and at the same time make sure that airlines remain competitive. It's a balancing act, Mr. Speaker, and we as a government will do the best job for Canadians.
Well said. Resuming debate, the member from Eglinton Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was almost encouraged by what I heard the Parliamentary Secretary say a moment ago, because he talked about cooperation in this House and having governments reflect what the people actually want, especially when they've expressed it in this House. Mr. Speaker, you know that last June, it's not that long ago, 240 members of Parliament stood in their places and unanimously, that's all parties, supported a motion by my colleague from Humber Bay Vert, here he is, who said, what we need to do is respond to the needs of Canadians when they are consumers of a service that we in Canada have come to take for granted as part of the lifestyle and the standard of living that's demanded by a nation of our size in our part of the hemisphere. What would a responsible government do when the unanimous voice of the people are expressed in a motion that's reflected in my colleague from Elmwood, Transcona, today? Well, one would expect results, immediate. The Parliamentary Secretary speaks of all of those indications, those motions, those brochures, in fact, some of the initiatives of his government that resulted in a paper going forward, a recommendation to the airline industry. In September, what did the airline industry do? Well, in September, they heard voices of elections. And so they said, let's wait. They waited. And they've waited. So the member from Elmwood Transcona can hardly be blamed for the lack of action on the part of the government. We could be in an entirely different place if the government had taken the initiative given to it with the authority by a unanimous vote in the House and said, this is what the public wants. And you know what? There weren't penalties of the nature that our honourable colleague calls for in Bill 310. And so now we're talking about making a comparison with what happens in the United States, what happens in the EU, what are the implications, economic, what are they financial for individual companies, collective organizations, airport authorities, and tourist organizations. Mr. Speaker, we don't have to be in that kind of a discussion. If the government has just done what the parliamentary secretary said it would do, is it any wonder that a member of parliament, whether it's a long-standing member of parliament like my colleague from Humber St. Barb Bayvert, or a new colleague from Elmwood Transcona, they fill in the need because the Canadian public wants action. And so what do? We agree in principle with the implied contractual arrangement that's inherent in this legislation. And I say the implied contractual arrangement because someone that's providing a service wants a contented client, and that client wants a service for which he or she pays. And there are consequences, either a delivery of service or an alternative. The last motion in this House talked about that contractual framework. So our colleague, newly elected in October, said we'd like to put something else into this contractual arrangement. Nobody's doing anything on it. If it comes across as now being tough on the airlines, tough on the industry, it's because people are looking for an arbiter. And who is that arbiter? Well, right here. Members of Parliament from the other side are looking for the authority that we had already given them in the last Parliament. But the last Minister of Transport chose not to act. The current Minister of Transport may choose to act. A private member's bill here is before him. It has, I think, the same kind of support, unless a vote proves otherwise, that the last motion before this House shows. And a minister, a responsible minister, an accountable minister will say these are ideas that come not just from opposition members, they come from a unanimous expression of the public view in the House of Commons of Canada. Can you expect members of Parliament to do anything less than to transform the frustration of client citizens into a positive suggestion for change? Surely, we want all stakeholders, yes, all the providers of that service, to be at the table, to work with members of Parliament who are not the enemy. They are the carriers of the voice that cries for a service and a contractual arrangement that must be honored by both parties to that contractual arrangement. Is the European experience the one to follow? Is it the American experience the one to follow? Is it one that will nurture the business that stimulates Canadian economy and at the same time ensures us that we will enjoy a level of service that everyone should take for granted? We've demonstrated as a Canadian public, as consumers, a willingness to pay. Perhaps we pay too much. But for that willingness to pay, even the willingness to pay more than others, we would expect a level of service that's commensurate. No, perhaps at least what everybody else gets for less. But I become an editorialist when I say that, Mr. Speaker. But the only editorializing that a member of Parliament should do in this place is to recall for all members that a unanimous expression of this House asked for the airline industry the business of travel, to respect what everyone in the country, through the voices of this House, had already said was desired, was needed, in fact, should have been done. Whom shall we blame for this lack of obligation? Well, we can't blame it on the weather. That's a hot topic today because the weather's blamed for everything. We have to blame it on the government. The minister has a responsibility to this House and to everybody in Canada to come forward with regulations that reflect the will of this House. And then, Mr. Speaker, not just that, to put in place a system that supervises the implementation of those regulations. Not only that, to put in place a system that also follows whether any breach of that relationship is modified. Some would say perhaps we're building a bureaucracy unnecessarily so, and I would agree. I would agree. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? It happens because there has been a rupture of that goodwill that was expressed by a unanimous vote in this House that the industry saw and that the government realized needed to have a working relationship. That was broken. And so when that goodwill is broken, people come forward with compulsion. Well, if you won't work, we'll make you work. Oh, you don't like the conditions. Now you have to come up with the reasons. Who needs that? Not a good business operation, not a good business model, not a business model that wants to be successful. And so, Mr. Speaker, in this country, we used to have a quasi-monopolistic approach to the way that this business was conducted. We've opened it up. Some people would say we shouldn't have. But no, we've opened it up. And what we've opened up is the opportunity to engage in a contractual agreement freely. And that the recourse to government, when it comes with a unanimous view of the entire House, is an indication that partners to that contractual arrangement depart from consensus at their peril. And what the member from Elmwood Transcona with Bill C-310 is telling the minister is that start fulfilling your obligation to the public. Start being responsible and start demonstrating the accountability that you so frequently boast. Get busy, because this House has already given you one chance. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise to speak on behalf of the Bloc Québécois on this private member's bill. Bill C-310 from my NDP colleague. I would like to say to you, Mr. Speaker, and to those who are listening to us, that our positions here in the House can be a little bit different. It's very important to get down to the bottom of things in all the matters that come before us with respect to air transport. We have to avoid creating any type of imbalance being created further to an election. The Bloc, therefore, will support the bill so it can go to committee, but in its present form, it is very far from what we would like to see. Our colleague moved this bill, sponsored this bill, in the intent to make amendments. Amendments to a bill can be made, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they will be accepted. It's a bit more complicated than that. We cannot change the nature of the bill, the scope of the bill through amendment. If that is done, the amendment will be found to be out of order. I'm not presuming anything, of course, because I would like everybody to have their say. to agree or not to agree with the bill as it has been presented. I understand the position of our Liberal colleague who has said that yes, we have to be made aware of things, particularly since there has been an event that has occurred in the spring of 2007 when there were passengers that were kept grounded on the ground on the tarmac for some 13 hours because the airline carrier had not paid its responsibilities, its taxes, its fees. So given the fact that we have situations like that in Canada, it's not just air carriers, but the Liberal government created an organization which is called the Aeroport Agency, which is in private industry. They govern the airports, they manage them, but they are not people who have to answer to their board of directors. So, Mr. Speaker, it's an issue of responsibility, and somebody has to bear responsibility in given situation, but it's not always the fault of the airline carrier. This is important in a country like ours where we have sometimes very long winters, bad weather. You have to look at the situation, but you don't want to compromise the equilibrium, if you like, of the airline companies. The organization that governs the 4 largest air carriers in Canada is also part of the pact. They withdrew from the umbrella agency to create their own agency. The goal, therefore, is not to shut down air carriers, to have a monopoly, because consumers will not benefit from that. One day, if you only end up with one airline carrier, it won't be good for the consumer. I'm not sure that Bill C-310, as it stands now, will reinforce balance or create balance. We in the Bloc, though, are very aware of this problem. We're willing to discuss it in committee. And I would say to the government with respect to this, as the bill moves to committee, they should think about bringing in their own bill that would make the airline carriers responsible and which would make them responsible for their share of incidents like this. I know full well that, yes, the air carriers have a certain amount of responsibility, and also the administration of the airports also have a responsibility. We have to also be aware of the fact that with our Canadian winters, there are services that have to be carried out, de-icing services, and therefore that can take a very long time.
So after de-icing, you end up losing your spot in the lineup for takeoff, and that means you have further delays. So it's not easy. So in committee, I think that we should invite witnesses who are well informed, and I think that we need to improve the legislative framework. The government should push through some sort of legislation that would be referred to committee. I think we need to put an end to this problem. My Liberal colleague was right. This has been dragging on for too long. Would it be a private member's bill, which hasn't been discussed with the airlines? It's all very well trying to introduce a private member's bill, but if at the end of the day 2 airlines go bankrupt, we won't have achieved anything. So that's not the objective of what we're trying to do here. But at the Bloc Québécois, we're going to vote to have this bill referred to committee. We're going to take part in discussions. We're going to bring all the necessary witnesses to the committee so they can shed light on airlines' responsibilities to passengers. And I'm going to hold out an olive branch to the government here. If you as a government understand how important this legislation is, well then let's act. It's time to protect passengers with an Air Travellers Bill of Rights. We need airlines, airport authorities to be held to account. This is where we're at now, Mr. Speaker. We need to act together in a collegial manner, and my colleague who moved or introduced this private member's bill will hopefully see that we achieve something at the end of the day. And the important thing is that we work on behalf of travellers who are sick to death of all the problems they face when they go travel on the airlines. So I think we need to improve the matter. We need to ensure that consumer protection associations are heard in committee as witnesses. Their point of view needs to be put forward, and I'd like the airport authorities to set the record straight as to Cuban Air and what happened there. I don't know exactly where the buck stops there. There were passengers who were basically imprisoned in the aircraft for over 10 hours without food, without other amenities. And the higher the fines are, Mr. Speaker, well, I think that we won't fix the problem. There'll be court cases and the lawyers will benefit on the backs of travellers. So I don't think we should give up. We're going to support this bill so that it's discussed in committee. We're going to try and improve it for the benefit of both air travellers and airline companies. And if we need a new bill, well, we'd ask the government to move forward with another bill so that we can deal with that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Sudbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to be the seconder of this bill and pleased to speak to it tonight. All air passengers deserve a Bill of Rights. Consumers have tolerated subpar service with no recourse for far too long. It is time to have legislation to protect consumers. Let me illustrate this point with an example. Buying a car, which many people can't do at this point in time because of the banks are still charging consumers up to 10% for a car loan, but that's a discussion for another night. When you buy a car, it comes with a warranty. There are also various safety and other standards the car must also meet when it is purchased. If anything is not as advertised and promised, consumers have a way to remedy the situation. Another example, buying groceries. The same principle applies when you buy a loaf of bread. If it's stale, you can return it. You'll either be fully refunded the cost or you'll get a new loaf of bread in exchange. The supermarket will be apologetic and won't demand proof that the bread is stale. All of these principles seem to go out the window when consumers purchase an airline ticket. If you buy an airline ticket, which in some cases can cost the same amount as a small car, you almost have no rights at all, not even a guarantee that you'll get the service that you paid for. If your seat is broken on a long flight, or if the airline doesn't have your first choice of meal, or if anything else goes wrong with your flight experience, you're unlikely to get fair compensation. What is worse, if consumers voice their irritation with the poor service they receive, you run the risk of being accused of air rage, being arrested, or worse, banned from certain airlines for life. The airlines currently have it all their own way. The power should be in the hands of the consumer. Right now, passengers are often trapped on aircrafts that remain idled on the tarmac for several hours at a time. Should this proposed legislation come into effect, airlines would have to pay compensation of up to $1,200 to travelers stranded when their flights are overbooked or canceled altogether. Flights delayed more than 2 hours would force the airlines to provide passengers with food, drink, and access to a telephone. Passengers are also misled by airline companies who advertise cheap rates only to find out later, after they've booked their ticket, that the cost of their ticket has skyrocketed with admin fees and more taxes and other surcharges. Should this bill come into effect, airline companies would have to advertise their rates honestly and include the applicable surcharges and additional rates. The current reality is that consumers have little sway with the airlines. This is why consumers need a passenger bill of rights. Airlines currently benefit from bad behavior. Since passengers have little say in how services are delivered and no real recourse for poor treatment, airlines can often act in ways that perhaps it shouldn't. Ways in which they would not act if commitments to passengers were upheld. An example, canceled flights. I am sure that almost all of us here have had a flight canceled at one point in our lives or another. In addition to the inconvenience, cancellations often force passengers to miss important events, meetings, and/or holidays. This practice, highly unfavorable to passengers, can often serve as a cost saver for an airline because they will not need to pay compensation to their inconvenienced passengers. New systems could drastically reduce the amount of luggage that goes missing and speed up its tracking and return. Many a time I've had to borrow one of my honourable member suits here, and it's just, they seem to sag every once in a while. So I'd like to get some of my luggage back every once in a while. But airlines are reluctant to invest in this new technology. If the cost to the airlines for allowing bags to go missing or to get completely lost were to increase, then airlines would quickly improve their luggage handling systems. The present situation encourages and rewards bad behavior on the part of the airlines. Surely, it is better to put in place a system that encourages and rewards good behavior and which penalizes bad behavior. This is also why we need a passenger bill of rights. If airlines are required to generously compensate passengers for service shortcomings, this will selectively add extra expense to airlines with poor customer service records. All airlines these days are necessarily obsessing with cutting their operating costs. Currently, customer service is often seen as a cost. But if there is a potential penalty associated with poor customer service, then improving this will be part of their operation. We, as fare-paying passengers, still have every right to expect service as promised, without delay, cancellation, or compromise, no matter whether the airline is profitable or not. Consumers would not accept any compromise on safety, and neither should they compromise on service. If an airline can't afford to operate at a minimum standard of safety, it is not allowed to fly. Why shouldn't the same rule apply to service? This legislation isn't suggesting that airline passengers receive extra rights above and beyond what is reasonable. Rather, that the same expectations consumers have when buying other goods and services, they will be the same expectations. And if there is a problem, you will be fairly compensated, the same as all other consumers. Adding an airline passenger bill of rights is not a precedent-setting new form of intrusion into the commercial relationship between a supplier and a purchaser of service. It simply creates some underlying basic principles of fairness in line with those already in place for most other consumer purchases. And it is badly needed to fill a huge gap in our consumer rights. The establishment of a passenger bill of rights won't require a new government department to manage or control it. All it does is establish a legal framework within which airlines are expected to operate and to specify minimum compensation levels which airlines must provide when they fail to provide their services as described and promised. Airlines are still free to set their own pricing and their own policies any way they wish within the framework of the Passenger Bill of Rights. Other countries are already doing this. New legislation now in effect in the European Union obliges airlines to pay compensation for delayed or cancelled flights. This legislation took effect on the 17th of February in 2005 and gives passengers cash compensation of $250, $400, or £600, depending on if the problem flight is under like 950 miles, between 950 and 2,200 miles, or over 2,200 miles. They have that system established. Compensation is awarded for delayed flights, cancelled flights, denied boarding or being bumped, as it's so called, or for baggage problems. Additional compensation, such as meals during delays and overnight accommodation, can also be earned depending on the circumstances. Assistance must be provided even when the delay is caused by a factor outside the airline's control, such as severe weather. Other issues are also covered. For example, if you are downgraded from first class to coach class, you get compensation based on a specific formula. One of Canada's airlines, Air Canada, is already operating under European laws on overseas flights. Two other airline providers have already adopted some of the proposed changes. WestJet and Porter Airlines do not overbook flights. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it's time that the power was put back in the hands of the consumers. Travelers have been at the mercy of airline carriers for too long. Canada has a chance now to borrow the best of existing measures and to create a world leadership role in air travel fairness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Portage-Lisgar will have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And in the short time that I have, I feel it's very important that this House recognizes the work that the government has done on this issue. After only being elected and being in government for 2 short years, Mr. Speaker, we presented and we introduced the Flights Rights Canada Code of Conduct of Canada's airlines. Mr. Speaker, the previous government had 13 years to do something, and unfortunately they did nothing. What we did, Mr. Speaker, is we consulted with stakeholders, we consulted with the airlines, Mr. Speaker, we consulted with consumer groups, because we believe that this issue is about not only consumers and their rights and their comfort on airlines, but it also is about the viability of our airlines and the airline industry in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, it's important for this discussion that we truly do consult with all stakeholders, that, Mr. Speaker, this is not just punitive measures and measures that will hurt one sector, but, Mr. Speaker, this will truly benefit not only the airlines but all Canadians. One of the things that we've done in Flight Rights Canada is we have ensured that passengers have a right to information on flight times and schedule changes. We've ensured that passengers have a right to take the flight that they paid for. And, Mr. Speaker, if a plane is overbooked or cancelled, the airline must find the passenger a seat on another flight operated by that airline or buy the passenger a seat on another carrier. Mr. Speaker, this is important, and this is what we've done in just, as I said, 2 short years in government. We introduced this, and we're proud of it. Mr. Speaker, passengers also have a right to punctuality. All of us in this House have traveled. Some of us who've been in the House longer than others have traveled many more times than some of the new members. But we know that traveling is part of what Canadians do. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the work that we've done. I think we need to continue to work together, but we must consult all stakeholders on this matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadro.
Well,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked a question a couple of weeks ago to the Minister of Transport that was not well answered. In fact, it was a very dismissive answer. I asked about the 7 out of 7 infrastructure projects that had been announced in British Columbia that were all in Conservative ridings, and suggested there might be a bit of pork barreling going on. And the minister responded that it's not surprising to have all of the projects in Conservative ridings, given how many Conservative ridings there are in British Columbia. Well, I would like to give the Minister of Transport an arithmetic lesson, and counting up the number of Conservative ridings, it's actually 61%. So I hope that this minister is not someone who would get 61% on an examination and go home and tell his parents and his friends that he got 100%. There's a large gap between those two, and to be justifying all of the investments announced going into Conservative ridings on that completely misleading and fallacious basis is simply not acceptable. And unfortunately, I'm seeing in this House a decaying of the tone that we were setting after the prorogation. The Prime Minister appeared to have learned the lesson that this is a minority government that actually needs to work with its colleagues in the best interests of Canadians, and that there's an emergency. There's an economic crisis that needs us to really band together and think about why we're here as members of Parliament. We're not here to spend government money. We're here to serve taxpayers and think about their well-being. And I want to also remind the Minister of Transport that the funds that we spend are the taxpayers' funds. They are not government's funds. And as such, they have to be handled with the utmost transparency and integrity, and not with arrogance and duplicity. So unfortunately, the tone of cooperation that we saw in January has severely eroded, and it is back. We're getting back to the kind of non-answers of questions across the House that were so prevalent when I was first elected. And to my shock, found that this was a House where the government members could taunt rather than answer. So we have, not only do we have concerns about the targeting of infrastructure to Conservative ridings, we also have the situation of a $3 billion fund that is being put aside, and there is a complete and utter unwillingness to be accountable for that money. That is a betrayal of the trust of taxpayers, and Mr. Speaker, that is simply not acceptable. The Prime Minister and his team do not do justice to the trust that the taxpayers put in us and that the voters put in us, and the basis of our democratic system is that trust. We need to rebuild it, not undermine it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, but I can tell this member that unfortunately I nor any member of the Conservative government will take any lessons from a Liberal member on how to spend taxpayers' money. We know what taxpayers' money, Mr. Speaker, is and what it's for, and it's for the benefit of Canadians, and we're going to make sure that Canadians get that benefit. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our government has demonstrated that we are committed to repairing and improving infrastructure from coast to coast to coast for all Canadians in all ridings. Budget 2009 invested an additional $12 billion above and beyond our $33 billion Building Canada Fund, the most ever for infrastructure revitalization that this country has ever seen. This infrastructure plan is helping provinces, territories, and communities of all sizes stimulate their local economies, create jobs, and support Canadians, Mr. Speaker. That's our purpose in this House, and we are trusted with that, and we are taking care of that for Canadians. This extra investment will actually provide $4 billion for Infrastructure Stimulus Fund to help provinces and territories start projects as soon as possible. $2 billion to accelerate construction at colleges and universities nationwide, Mr. Speaker, in all ridings. $1 billion to create a green infrastructure fund, because we've listened to Canadians, and green is important. $500 million to support construction of new community recreational facilities under the program RINC, Mr. Speaker, for hockey arenas and things like that that Canadians want. Accelerating existing provincial territory base funding to all provinces so they get the money today, Mr. Speaker, at their choice. Just recently, Canada's Minister of Transport and Infrastructure, together with Ontario Minister George Smitherman, announced over $1 billion, that's right, Mr. Speaker, $1 billion for almost 300 projects all across Ontario. These projects across the province will create jobs, stimulate the economy, and improve the lives of all Canadians, especially Ontarians. It's great news for Canada. Even more recently, Canada's Minister of International Trade and Minister for the Asia-Pacific Gateway together announced $175 million for 41 projects across, you're right, Mr. Speaker, across the member's own provincial own province, over the province of BC, Mr. Speaker. Great news for the province of BC. In fact, British Columbia's Transportation and Infrastructure Minister Kevin Falcon had this to say about the announcement, and I quote, "The BC government has been working with the Government of Canada to get these dollars flowing quickly into communities across the province. Not only are these great projects important improvements to local infrastructure, they're an important stimulus to local economies, and it's estimated that this investment will create 1,750 direct and indirect jobs." End quote. We understand that in these challenging times, we need to act quickly, and we are acting quickly. We hope that those members will support our stimulus plan, Mr. Speaker, and get the $3 billion in emergency funding out quickly so that we can create jobs across this country, so we can support Canadians in their initiatives. We all agree that we need to work cooperatively, Mr. Speaker, in order to get shovels in the ground, in order to cut red tape, in order to get money flowing to Canadians. And that's what this Conservative government and this Prime Minister is doing, Mr. Speaker. Now it's time for that party over there to get on board and help this government create jobs, create stimulus, and get a better quality of life for Canadians. This government is acting quickly, Mr. Speaker. Now it's time for them to show that they can act quickly, too, for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that self-congratulatory tone over there is a little bit rich, considering it was our former leader who announced a major infrastructure spending program as a response to this recession at a time that the members opposite were still pretending that we were in a surplus situation in Canada. So we are all in agreement that infrastructure needs to flow. The Evergreen Line is a very good project for British Columbia, but I will remind the member opposite why there was not even any press coverage of that announcement, or virtually none, because it had been announced and re-announced so many times with no check ever being cut, just like so many other of the projects. Mr. Speaker, I would the tone of arrogance and hostility does not help in this House, and I would call on the members opposite to work cooperatively with the Liberal Party to serve the needs of Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's rich coming from her because, Mr. Speaker, the reality is this is the government that funded the Evergreen Line. And yes, good news should be repeated, Mr. Speaker. Canadians want to know what's going on with the economy, and we're getting it done. But it comes back to the same issue, Mr. Speaker. They keep saying, we're not going to let you have this $3 billion in order to stimulate the economy. Well, that's Canadians' money. It's under the rules of this place, Mr. Speaker, and they are tight rules. This is not a blank check. We don't authorize blank checks, and we couldn't even if we wanted to, Mr. Speaker. It's time to support this government and our initiatives to get this economy fixed in Canada, to cut red tape, and to get it going, Mr. Speaker. And that member and her Liberal Party need to support us in that, because without that, Mr. Speaker, our economy will be in shambles, and we are not going to let that happen on this side of the House.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.